Wow, that's pretty.
Warning, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the— oh my god, it went too fucking fast!
Welcome, one and all, to Pacific Forum 4 Pop Talk. Tonight, we are talking video games, and joining me in the discussion are Baron Armentag, the Nerforial Lifeform, Cash Money, Woopa Troopa, Stone Loki,
What up?
and from 24/7 Fusion Media, 24.
Just turned into a...
I'm still waiting for hey yo.
Hey yo.
Oh, you
There you
want a
go.
hey, yo?
like that.
You want a hey yo? I could give you a hey yo.
Hey yo.
Ah!
So tonight, our main event topic, instead of me talking about pop culture, anime, and what nonsense is going on in Hollywood, tonight we are talking about the video games. Past, present, future, whatever generation you're a part of, we've all played a video game at some point in our lives, and tonight, each and every one of us have a story. That story is, how old were you when you first played a video game, and what video game was it? I will start with Cash Money.
Oh, great. I get to go first. All right. Wow.
You're the leadoff man.
All right. Probably one of the first games I played when I was about 10 or something around there, maybe younger, probably around. There was actually a few. Let's see, Rita Rabbit, Master Blaster. This is like Macintosh 2 days. Which one? And then moving on, probably was like one of the first I really got into when I was a bit older, was probably Wolfenstein 3D. I remember playing the heck out of that game. So those probably were a few of the ones that I played. And Apache, I think it was called Apache Helicopter. There was some ones because I started on the Macintosh. So then, of course, you had the IBM when you had just the green screen. Yeah. Those were probably the ones I started with first, yeah. I think it was called Apache, Baron? Apache Helicopter or something?
Mm-hmm. Yep, okay. It's like Apache, yeah. Mm-hmm. And you're trying to save, like, the hostages.
Yes. And then moving on to like the arcade when you get older.
Trying to save POWs.
Yeah. Turtles in Time. I remember spending a lot of time at this place called Malibu Grand Prix that was around for many years, and they had some cool arcade games there. Samurai Showdown.
Oh, I remember they had one in Houston.
Nice, yeah. It's a really cool place, yeah. So yeah, those were probably pretty much the games that I started with, but probably the Macintosh 2 before I got into actually playing games in color. Yeah, the one that came out in '85. So yeah, is that the Macintosh 2, wasn't it? Or was the Macintosh 2 the one with the green? I think that was the one with the green letters. I can't remember. Is this the Macintosh?
That was the Apple IIe.
Yeah, the Apple.
Yeah, that was the Apple II.
Probably just the Macintosh. Okay.
It was, yeah, the green letters was the Apple II.
Okay.
Right, and you had like the Apple II, Apple II Plus, Apple IIe, and I hated the Apple II Plus.
Yeah. Oh man, I remember having to do work on that. Oh, it's horrible.
I remember. I actually remember that computer. Early '90s, we had in the back of our, I think, first and second grade classroom. played Word Munchers on that. Remember Word Munchers? That was the game we were allowed to play at school. But
I hope a lot of you guys got to play Master Blaster, because that was a fun game, teaching you about math, basic math when you're a little kid.
Master Blaster? That's a Nintendo game.
Yeah, it was a PC game before that.
Macintosh, yeah. Or Math Blaster, was it?
It was Math Blaster.
Math Blaster.
Yeah, Master Blaster's a Sunsoft game.
Yeah, because the other one's the one where you shoot when you're in the little vehicle. Yeah.
Yep. Which they did remake. There's Master Blaster 0, 1, and 2 on the Switch.
Yep.
All right. Is that it for you, Kesh?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. I'm going to go with Brian, the Nerdporeal Lifeform.
Hey. Rank. I identify as an Admiral. I'm a self-proclaimed Admiral.
Sorry. The Admiral.
Admiral.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Mea culpa. Here, let me just play a clip real quick.
I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive.
Buried alive.
Admiral Kirk never bothered to check on our progress.
I know. I didn't expect him to give us a pronoun speech here next to it. I identify as Admiral.
Admiral, there be blue whales here.
I'll be honest, I have not played the NES Star Trek game. It doesn't look very appealing, but I do have it on my NES Mini. So just
the 25th anniversary? The 25th anniversary?
I don't think so. No, I think it's an older one. I think.
You played Elite Force, though, at least, right?
I did, and I stink at first-person shooters. Like, I was always last place in Halo when we used to play against each other. So, but I did not grow up on first-person shooters or fighter games. Very first game that I played, very first system I played, and everybody knows this, was the Nintendo Entertainment System. Folks bought it in '89. It was widely marketed. And the system came with a game that I'm just going to call out YouTube channel, The Mac Cave, because he's on the East Coast. He says the Super Mario Brothers. So Super Mario. So I played my first game ever. The first cartridge was Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. So,
nice.
I was having a lot of difficulties in school. I was in preschool and I was in special ed for preschool. So I was having a hard time paying attention. I used to zone out quite a bit. I still kind of do to a degree. But when I was a kid, I just didn't talk a lot and I zoned out quite a bit. I didn't pay attention. And I remember we got the system. It interested me for a little bit, but then only thing I remember is I got yelled at because I had a hard time learning how to play it. My mother had to sit me down and teach me how to play it. And there was a lot of yelling involved because I wasn't paying attention. So I eventually started playing the game on my own, and I ended up getting better at it than my mom and my dad. Like my mom literally played. My mom tried to build momentum to get Mario to jump on top of the stage in stage 1-2 of the original Mario Brothers. My mother would move the controller trying to get him up there, and I even back then I thought it was funny that she did that. And then I didn't realize it now that we actually have accelerometers that do motion control. So but yeah, Super Mario Brothers at '89 was my first game, and then I played all the other games subsequently in order. So I've played every Mario game in order, and the same goes with The Legend of Zelda. So those two games are the first games that I've ever decided to do retrospectives on, because those are the games I've been fans of. I've been a fan of those games before I've ever gotten into Trek or any other movie series or TV or anything. For me, it was cartoons. It was cartoons and video games, and Mario Brothers Super Show was my favorite cartoon when I was a kid, because I was at that age. I was 4 or 5 when it came out on TV.
You mean this show? Go ahead, Pacific.
All right. Let's see. The next person I'm going to ask is going to be 24.
Oh shit! All right. Actually, the first game that I played was on the Atari 2600, and it was Porky's. Y'all remember the Porky's?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So in the game, you get to run around, catch the chick, and you get to do the giggity giggity. So
Mhm.
if y'all actually, if you want to pull it up, man, we can actually check out the little game trailer for it if you want to
I'm sure
see it.
someone
It's
might
an
have it
old,
on YouTube. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
That was one of those underground.
Oh, it wasn't underground shit.
Like
Shit, went to the store and bought it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
had the Atari also, man. The Pitfall and Jungle Hunt.
Yeah,
Keystone
Pork-
Capers. Did you ever play that one?
yeah. I used to play
Yeah.
Keystone Capers. Yeah, that shit
That
was.
was a fun game, dude.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yes.
All right.
Porky's
I'm just
for the
waiting for this-
2600.
I didn't know.
I'm
Let's
waiting
do
for
it.
this ad
Even
to
on
finish,
Atari,
and
wow.
then I'll pull it up. All right.
It wasn't anything like Custer's Revenge. Now that was truly the third-party underground game.
Talking about Montezuma's
Extra.
Revenge. That shit was crazy as
No,
shit.
no, Custer's Revenge.
Oh, well, I remember they had a Montezuma's Revenge, and that shit was for the 2600. That was here we go. Yup.
Oh my gosh.
But those were state-of-the-art graphics for a home console back then.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know. I had the Atari 2600. So yeah. I just didn't know Porky's was actually a game on here. That's funny.
What's the objective of this game again? Of Porky's?
Get laid.
That's it.
Yup. You get caught up in a bunch of shit trying to get your smash on. So yeah.
That's
Mhm.
funny.
Yup. Look, I was doing that exact same. I was like, shit, I gotta build up this ladder. I gotta get to the push. I need help. Yeah, look. See, look, he good. Yeah, he's working his way on up. So I'm shit.
Is that supposed
I
to
was
be
like,
Pee-wee?
yeah, look.
Yeah,
Yup.
I've seen this game. Angry Video Game Nerd actually did a video on it.
Oh, did he?
What hasn't he done a video on?
There's some
That's
things
true.
he hasn't.
Oh, that's Ball Breaker right there. You got to get away from her.
Yeah.
Yup.
I remember her.
Oh.
Yeah. I said, shit, that's how I want to live my life. Just like him.
Yeah. There's Porky.
Yup.
This is a funny game.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught. Yeah. You little fat ass. Yeah, you don't, yeah.
I mean, he didn't even get a chance to do the wieners through the hole, huh?
It's just-
Yup.
So the woman vanishes, and then
Yeah, and
you gotta
yeah, and
push a
then,
wrench. It looks like, or is that supposed to be a key?
You
Yeah,
don't
so
drop
the
that on
person's
Porky, do
chasing
you?
you. Somebody's
they-
chasing
like the
you, and
ghost
you
from
can't let
Pac-Man.
them. You can't let them catch you, I guess.
yup. You run away from the cops, Porky, the pigs. Shit.
Jeez. Rating. Decent to mediocre.
Nah, because see, the thing is, he didn't get to the best part where you get to the gal and you get to do your thing. That's the whole objective. It's like Popeye trying to get to olive oil in the
Right.
game too.
Wow.
Boom, chicka, pow, pow.
Sure, that's more
Botchka wow wow.
enjoyable than the
Hey,
Indiana
you know,
Jones
that's-
game.
Hey, that was my first experience to video game trim. So hey, yeah.
The GTA of its day.
Right. Yep.
And Games, Moves, and Comics says, Yo, Pacific, sorry I can't make it on the panel, but wanted to stop by, show some support. Well, I appreciate it, brother. I always appreciate seeing you stop by the channel and leave a like, and I try to do the same thing.
I've been helping him with Ocarina of Time. He's been playing Ocarina of Time. So
Nice.
I said, you know what? I need a favor. I said, I need you to come by and leave Mike a like. Coercion. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh yeah, you're good at it. Good at it. Very skillful.
All right. So the next person I'm going to ask is going to be Baron.
Last week in Candy Crush.
Come on.
This is really going to age me. The first game I literally played video game was Pong. Because it was in the 70s. It was Pong, man.
Before the wheel was invented, better almost sitting around the house playing fucking Pong, ladies and gentlemen. He's older than dirt and stuff. He said the wheel won't ever go anywhere.
Oh,
Do you hear that? I think it's his life alert going on.
Yeah, that's if I fall and I can't get up. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it was Pong. Of course, those things were hot for the people that could afford them because they, for that game they were expensive. But when it came to arcade games, of course they had like the little like road game where you have the steering wheel and you follow the car around on the path and all that. The one that really struck me was Lunar Lander. And it was, it was your typical, the line game, had the lines, no fancy graphics, but you had the two buttons for like turning the ship, whichever way, and then you had this big one for the thruster, and of course your job is to try to land the module on the various different landing spots, and if you got to the more difficult ones, you got the higher bonuses and such. And I thought this game was, unique, and you only had so much fuel, so so you had to be very careful and make sure you didn't land so fast that you crashed or ran out of the fuel. And this was late 70s, I would say.
So it's kind of like Snake, then, right? Is that it was kind of like Snake, where you couldn't touch the
yeah, you couldn't touch like the side
boards and stuff. The sides. Mm-hmm.
The landing pad. If you went to the wrong spot, you'd crash. Yeah, and and it was and of course they made it look like a little lunar lander and everything. It was there was only one game of that I ever saw that was at Saints Roller Rinks in Bloomington, and so when you're out there roller skating and take some time off, go over and play the lunar lander game. It was just wonderful. But so yeah, I'm older than dirt. Older than dirt.
You're fine. Nah, dude. Nah.
Yeah, I know.
You're good.
I'm the only one who can sit back and say Pong was the first game.
I played Pong, man.
Well, no,
I played it too.
The first game.
Come on, man.
No. The first game as being the first game that you ever played. I mean,
still, it's still not a bad game. It's simple,
not,
but
no.
it's good. Yeah.
Didn't Pong come out 100 years ago though? Jeez.
Yeah.
At
No,
least. 102.
Of course, those always came with the you always got something like that with the Atari system. I think, and of course you could have like the two player, or you could have the two paddles that try to. It got wild after a little while. But of course, I had an Atari 2600 system. I still got it in the other room in the closet.
Yeah.
Never got rid of it. And then I moved up in the world. I got a Genesis system back in the day. Yeah, so I got
Genesis or Super Nintendo, man, either one.
Mm-hmm.
Some quality games on both. So.
And I agonized over it. I agonized. Which one should I get? And I went with the Genesis system. I kind of regret it in some ways because, of course, they didn't have Mario Brothers or anything, but I had Sonic.
Well, remember, Baron, Sega does what Nintendo don't.
Ah. Jeez. Well, I mean, Mortal Kombat had blood. So,
you had to have a code. You had to have a code.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Those were
That's true.
Mhm.
On the Super Nintendo version, you had to have the code, and the blood was green. So were they Vulcans?
Mhm. It's like,
Mhm.
Okay, I know that's a bad
don't
joke. I'm
know.
sorry.
Well, at least there's not the Chinese version where there's white.
True.
Then it looks like Porky's.
All right, Loki.
What is up? What is up? Okay, so I'm gonna go, old school. Atari, I think Atari, but I mean I was like really little, and I do remember River Raid, Barnstormers, and Pitball. Pitball was the big one for me. You go across the line, you jump over the alligators. But I didn't really get into gaming until I found my true platform, and that is PC. So yeah, pure PC master race here. When I really started to get into PC, my dad had retired from the Navy and was doing teaching, and there was a really cool science teacher that did like computer labs, and she was from Austria, and she had something called an MSX. It was either the MSX or the MSX2. I can't remember, but she had this game that, and this was back, I was maybe 8. This was 87, 88. Called Metal Gear on the MSX2, and I was completely blown away. And I remember when I got my Nintendo, the first game I got besides Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt was Metal Gear. And I ripped the cover off of it. I ran into my room. I put the cartridge in, and I said, "You son of a bitches, this isn't the same game." And I was pissed, and I threw it in my game bin, and I let it sit there for like 2 or 3 years before I was bored one day and pulled it out and actually played the whole thing. I played it. I went through the whole thing. And it was a different game. Some of the dialogue was still there, but the game was like completely different. And I didn't have the concept of they had to dumb this down to get it on the Nintendo.
The only thing I know about the difference was like you're outside in the beginning of the NES version, whereas in the MSX version you're already on the base.
They redid the levels. A lot of the maps different, and a lot of there's missing pieces of story. And when you play it on the Nintendo, they'll say something like, "You should have done blah 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 blah." Well, there's no place to go and do blah blah blah. So they're telling you should have gone and done this and this, but there is no way to go to do that because they changed it on the Nintendo. And I remember reading an article about Hideo Kojima and how pissed he was that they didn't do it right, and they changed a lot of stuff compared to the MSX release. And I don't know, I guess it's just kind of lucky. I picked up rare game systems and gotten to play rare game system. A lot of people didn't get to play. Neo Geo was a big thing. I was the only one in like my entire school. No one else had a Neo Geo. No one got to play Neo Geo. And that was like pure arcade port, man. It was like the Neo Geo games in the arcade. You got to play that shit. Fatal Fury looked like Fatal Fury. It didn't look like a cheap ass knockoff version of Fatal Fury. It's like when we got Street Fighter on Super Nintendo. That wasn't Street Fighter. That was Super Nintendo dumbed down Street Fighter.
Yeah. Well.
Wasn't the Neo Geo like $800? Wasn't it like super duper expensive when it came out?
Okay, so I had a summer job. The year I got that, I had a summer job. And I worked a lot when I was a kid because I worked for a family. I worked for my brother, worked for my mother, and my brother's stepson bought it and let it sit there. And I remember my brother saying, "Well, he's going to sell it." And I was like, "How much does he want for it?" He was like, $500. And I said, I'll take it. 2 controllers. I had about a half a dozen games and the system. I just took it. And we lived far enough apart that nobody knew him. So it was like, I'm the only one who had one. I'm the only one who ever got one. Some people got Sega CDs, but I had a freaking Neo Geo. So I always liked the rare stuff that not a lot of people got into. I really do, because you get some gems on those that nobody else got to play.
Did they ever come out with a version of the Neo Geo? Now that
There are arcade, like, you know how they do the like the Street Fighter cabinets now in Mortal Kombat. There's actually
Yeah.
Neo Geo arcade cabinets for like $500. You can get like barcades that have all the games on it. I was just up at Game Over last weekend looking at records, and they've got like 20 of them stacked in a corner. Barcades that have like 50 Neo Geo games on them.
Very nice.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, because you would always pick up a game magazine, whether it be Game Pro, Electronic Gaming Monthly,
Oh,
and you always see advertisements for the
Gamer.
Neo Geo. Yeah,
mhm.
and you go, oh, that looks so cool, and then you find out the price. You go, not that cool.
Not that cool. I hated the controllers. I really did. The controllers were massive.
Yeah,
And I hated them. I absolutely hated them.
I'm looking at it right now. Those controllers, like, holy cow!
Yeah. It's like a lap controller.
I mean,
Yeah.
the PS3
Here, I'll pull up an image of them.
was like $600, but you got to play PS1, 2, and 3 games. I thought that was pretty cool in the original launch.
Yep.
It was expensive though, but still, and you had Blu-ray as well.
And everybody was saying they were melting. They'll melt and just melt down like a nuclear reactor. They did the same thing with the Xbox One Series X. Oh, it'll just catch on fire randomly. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got the Halo edition of that, and I think it's a great system. I have more fun with my Series X than I do with my PS5. There's just not enough on PS5.
No, there still isn't, man. There's not enough nearly on the Xbox Series X, which is a stupid name in my opinion.
Yep.
Oh
Xbox
yeah, Microsoft
Series
is
X,
terrible.
180, 1089. It'll be something stupid.
Like
I mean,
first they have Xbox, then they have Xbox 360, then
Mhm.
they have Xbox One,
Yes.
and now it's Xbox Series X.
Xbox Series X. Yeah,
These are terrible. Whoever's in charge of that should be fired, in my opinion.
I know, man. Horrible.
See, I
names.
didn't have like the rinky dink controller. It was that big fat giant, that one. That big fat
Oh, I
giant one. I
remember
didn't
that.
have like a handheld. Yes, that right there.
Yep.
That right there.
Here,
That's it.
let me open this image in another window, and I'll.
And that son of a bitch sat in your lap and was just like, man, I just want to hold my controller. I don't want to have this brick sitting in my lap, this uncomfortable brick.
Killed the blood flow. Everything went numb.
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, like you said, there's just not enough on current day systems, and it's not like they're not even trying.
They're
to
not
come out with
trying,
enough.
and these people are defending these companies. I still laugh that people are still fighting over Microsoft and Sony. It's like, dude, guys, they're not doing enough for you. And then they're also charging $70 games for like the new Ratchet and Clank, which is basically 5 hours and 30 minutes of content. Now you wait for it to go on sale, sure, but these games are worth $70? I don't think so.
Ratchet and Clank is only 5 hours, really?
5 hours and 35 minutes, yes.
And a lot of the new PS5 stuff's coming to PC. You've got God of War already on the PC.
Finally,
You've got Spider-Man coming. Ghost of Tsushima. We're gonna get Ghost of Tsushima
Oh, we are.
middle of next year.
Okay.
Oh
I might buy
yeah.
that again. I might buy that again. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've got the PS4 and the PS5 version of that, and I'm salivating, waiting for
I had to
a
buy like
PC
the
version.
collector's edition of that, man, for my PS4. So
Did you, Loki, have you ever tried playing it like Kurosawa mode, where it's like black and white with the grain and everything? Look like
Yep,
an old
and-
50s Japanese cinema?
And there are ways to modify your save file and bring that over to PS5 too. Then you can do some really cool, interesting things.
That's a great open world game. If you like Red Dead Redemption and GTA, you'll
I do.
appreciate that.
I'm not big on GTA anymore. I played the original, the over-the-top view.
Oh, gosh, I
you're in
remember
Grand
that.
Theft Auto. I remember
Grand Theft Auto
flamethrowing
1.
people.
yep. Then 2
That-
came out. Then
Yeah.
3 changed things. Those games were all fun though.
Oh,
Vice
yeah.
City, yeah, they were a lot of
Oh,
fun.
Vice City was the best. I
Remember-
remember.
Remember
one
how
of my
upset the? Oh, go ahead.
one of my buddies was like, dude, how do you get him to run so fast for so long? I'm like, every time I start the game, I run around the building twice. I run around the hotel he's at twice, and then I go off and do whatever. And it builds your stamina. And it's like people didn't even realize that, oh, well, you can increase your stamina by running and by exercising and doing all the swimming and all that. That was all there in the game originally. Shit that people are like, oh, well, you know what, on Grand Theft Auto 5, you can do this. Well, yeah, you could do that back in the day, too. They just didn't tell you. And they didn't hold your hand and pussyfoot about and give you every little thing to help you do it. You had to figure shit out on your own.
Yes,
Oh,
it
yeah.
did. And remember when they got to Vice City, like the news started getting a hold of it, like, oh, this is such a horrible game. I was like, yeah, you know, because you jump like Mario with your main character. It's awesome. Yeah.
You're talking about Jack Thompson with all his lawsuits.
I don't know. No, it was just like I remember some Dateline report and so on about Vice City. Oh, this game is horrible and this game is this. I'm like, yes, because you know you go out, pick up a hooker, and you just run her over with your car. That actually happens, right?
You know, it's
Yeah.
actually
it was
that's
just stupid fun. Yeah.
It's an old argument, and it took me watching. I was watching this last season of Stranger Things with my girl, and when the Hellfire Club came up and all of that, and they were like, the devil has come to Hawkins. She was like, oh my God, it's the video game argument in the 80s. And I was like, what? And she goes, it's the video game argument, you know, where video games turn you into evil killer and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, holy shit, I didn't even think about that. The devil has come to Hawkins. D&D has taken over the minds of our children and set them on killer quests to go and hunt down their brethren. And it's just like, holy shit, there it is right there. That's before we even had video games, they were like, D&D is corrupting the minds of all of our children and sending them out like devil worshippers into the night. Grand Theft Auto has completely warped the minds of an entire generation that is now doing drive-bys and nailing hookers on a daily basis. Yeah, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and now where they have gone, and I was talking to Mike about this a few days ago, Loki. They are basically now saying that, oh, well, we hired all these different people, and we don't want this game to be politically correct anymore. We have the trilogy that comes out, and even if it's a broken port, but there's actually some censorship. And I'm like, no, that's not what this game has ever been built. It's
That's
never
right.
been built like that. Just like Red Dead, and just like the fact that something like Saints Row, of course, that's not Rockstar, but that was also politically incorrect as well. And they're now making that politically correct. Like, it makes no sense. So they wonder why this stuff is getting criticized.
It's because
By a
they
lot of
already have your
people.
money. They already
Right,
have your money,
right.
and they
Good
don't
point.
give a shit anymore. They already
Right.
have your money, and it's time to
Right.
kiss corporate ass,
Right.
and they just don't care. And those
Yep.
companies were built by people like us paying their bills.
Mhm.
People like us that said, oh, hell yeah, you can walk down the street with a pimp cane like a shotgun and blow people away. Hell yeah, rock on. You can walk into a store and buy a bong and get trippy
Yep.
while you're walking down the street. And now no, it's all, oh, well, we're going to censor this and we're going to change the name
Right.
of freckle bitches to freckle chicks. And yeah, it's all
Mm-hmm.
horseshit.
And it's people like us who would line up on release day. The
Yes.
moment the game dropped, whether it was at midnight or as soon as the store opened in the morning, we were there waiting to purchase that game.
Yep. I remember seeing those lines. Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember
Those
a
are
guy
fun.
getting his ass beat when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out. Guy in line, these guys got in an argument about something totally stupid. I think it was like, did Charles Xavier survive X-Men 3? And they get in this big ass fight and the cops get called and we're all standing there, you know, they're asking questions. And finally the guys at GameStop are like, okay, we're opening the doors. Whoosh. And everybody's driving home as fast as they can like fucking maniacs to get home and play Grand Theft Auto 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's like nobody cared after that. Who hit who? What happened? Who had an argument? Nothing. We just wanted to get home and play the game. Nothing else mattered.
Yep. I remember when I stood in line for the PS2 with my friend at Best Buy, and we waited in line. I was like passing out in my car, waiting for it to come out, and so it came with like 2 games. I think one of them was like Time Splitters. Man, that was a fun game. And the second one was a lot of fun too.
I didn't own a PS2 right away. Were they easy to find? Like, could you just like go
no.
whenever you wanted, or did
No.
you have to like?
No.
Was it like
No.
the Wii
No.
where you had to like literally like strategize and figure out who was going to be carrying it, and you had to
my
Yeah.
cousin,
Get there.
I remember my cousin coming in Christmas Day and he said the Target down on Fairmont Parkway has PS2s. And I was like, phew, gone, went and bought one, went home, pulled my Sega Dreamcast out of my entertainment center, threw it across the room, hooked up my PS2 and was like, let's kick some ass and have a fun time.
What I'm also hoping for with Sony, not just the fact that they've gotten lately into politics again, which just makes me cringe, but that they actually do what they did with the PS4 is there's going to be a certain amount of time and then a lot of quality games start coming out. But I don't know if that's going to happen. They're so slow. These companies nowadays are so slow, and I agree with Loki. They have your money, whatever, but all of them, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, they can always do better. And they all have their issues. All of them. Just
always
different
had.
ones.
Always
Yeah.
had, all the way back to the old days. I mean,
True.
Atari and television, even ColecoVision. Each one had its little.
Yep. And
quirks
like
such.
that Porky's game, for example, I would love for 24/7 Fusion to just show that all over the place, especially a lot of these people who just are offended by everything, just to see their reaction. I think that would be great. What's going on in this game?
Well,
Yeah.
well, Jack Sparks was saying that thinking that all this stuff about the video game started up in the '90s, but it did start up in the '80s because
Yeah.
all these kids are going around shooting things up. They're going to
Mhm.
arcades.
Mhm.
It's rotting your brain. It's rotting your brain.
It's stealing all the quarters, because you went to the arcade, 25 cents a game, and shooters and all that, and yeah, you had it in the '80s as well as the D&D, such as Stone was talking about, and yeah, it always has, always will be, and it just comes down to one thing: parenting. If you don't want your kids to play some of this stuff, keep
Right.
it away.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
some of these games are not made for kids; they're made for adults. It's like,
Well, and the
people have to-
adults,
Exactly.
Mhm.
the adults are shitting on it. The adults, Anita Sarkeesian and all these other crazy hags that think that, oh my God, you're demeaning women by having a hot butt in a video game. There's now scientific evidence against the fact that women don't go off and like hate themselves and hate their
No.
bodies because they played a hot chick in a video game. It's all been bullshit, and it's all because these skeezy effing hags don't want guys looking at a hot chick. They want them looking at them. Well, guess what? You're such a old ass hag. No one wants to look at you. And guess what? You have a horrible effing attitude on everything, so no one wants to be around you. Maybe change and be a little nicer and dress a little nicer and not act like an effing hag, and you might get some attention. But still, probably not.
I think Sarkeesian was reacting to, if you guys have played Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, Quiet,
Pain, yeah.
the assassin, the way she's dressed.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was appropriate.
From what I was told, it started all because of that volleyball game, Dead or Alive or whatever.
I
and they
play
saw-
that.
And
I've got
that's
that.
when it started. And I guess she has a daughter or something. And then I also found out she went to the same college as me, and I was like, why?
Uh-oh. Was it
Well,
Maine?
Real quick, I want to hear Whoopa. What was your first
Whoop.
game that you played, and how
I
old were
can
you?
guess. We can guess.
No, my first game that I played
Here we go.
was a
Drum roll.
big AAA title. It was called Blues Clues Art Time Activities.
Really?
Huh?
What?
Are you
It
sure?
wasn't Pokemon?
It wasn't Pokemon?
No, it really was.
Oh,
This Blues
my
Clues
gosh.
like
I don't believe you.
educational
I don't
game.
I
believe
don't
you.
believe you either.
It was in, we had this
Blues.
little in the basement, like the computer room, plug in the little Blues Clues game and play. So that was my first video game that I can remember, at least.
Blues. Oh, this is Blues Clues. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
It's the guy. It's the live action guy on a fake sofa or chair with a blue.
Whoopa,
yeah.
I am shocked, man. I
Well, that was
thought
my-
for sure it was going to be Pokemon. I'm shocked.
No.
Are you sure
I think
there's
everybody
is there-
is just about.
Maybe they should make Blue's Clues a Pokemon. Think so?
Well, that's what
They're-
Godzilla never saying.
Close to
Oh,
Blue's Clues with those Pokemon, I guess you could say. But no, that was my first game. It was educational. Edumacational.
You know what's funny is my only educational games I ever played were Mario games. Mario teaches typing. Mario is missing,
my
and Mario's
gosh.
Time Machine.
Oh man, yeah. I had
So the reason why I can type now is because of Super Mario.
Dr. Mario.
do you guys remember Mavis Beacon? Those typing classes? Those
Who?
computer ones? Mavis Beacon? Okay.
I tried to learn those.
All right, this is what I was able to find, but it's probably
well,
not the
this
same
is-
game.
I think this is a TV show, isn't it? Or no?
I think this is.
Oh no, I guess it's a
No,
game.
Flash game.
Yeah, well, I'll find the right one. Don't worry.
Oh, I can find it.
Oh, all right. Find it, put it in the private chat. Now, go ahead and share it.
Woopa's a
So-
Koopa when it comes to that.
Real
Yeah.
quick, I'm just going to go ahead and say what my first game was, and I'm sure some of us of a certain age will remember it. Pole Position.
I don't.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never.
The
Pole
arcade.
Position. Huh.
Mhm.
Yes.
Never
That
played
was-
that. I don't think.
That game was such a groundbreaker because of the time. People laugh at the graphics today, but back then, those graphics, what they did with that game was ahead of its time.
You'll have to show me that game, Mike. I haven't.
I'm pulling it up.
It's a racing game.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a racing game.
Hmm.
You're like a Formula One race car driver, and of course you had the wheel. You had for the gear stick on the side, but the backgrounds would actually move at different. Yeah, there we go. You have all those signs and all that, and
Oh yes. Okay.
yeah, and this
Now
game
it's
was,
coming back to me. We had a
groundbreaking
steering
at the
wheel in the arcades, right? For this
Yep.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
And a
Steering wheel in the
shifter.
arcade.
And a shifter.
And the gear shifter.
Wow. Yes. Oh, I remember this game.
I remember when I was a kid, I used to play this game with girls. It used to be called Position My Pole. So yeah, man, very fun game.
What year did it get you into 24? What year?
Yep, long as you can drive stick, I'm good.
Better be careful when they press down your clutch.
Yeah.
All right. And look,
Hail to the Lord. Yes, I played this game. Yeah, fun game.
first,
Yeah, I
I
think that
will
was a
pull up
Marlboro
this one.
sign in there.
And then of course there's Outrun. That was a fun game too with the two people in
Yep.
the convertible.
Oh yeah, Outrun, and you could change the music.
Yes.
and this is Whoopa's first game.
We made a color mixing game, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cute.
Everything.
And he still plays
You
it
want to play
today.
with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Great colors.
Now, this is the only thing I remember
Holy
from this
shit.
game. I used to play it because it's like the
Okay,
only
in
game I
this
had
game, the first
until
one
I
to
got.
mix the ribbon
Well, no, I
wins.
got other
To
games.
get there, we mix two of these colors together to make a brand new color. You
Yeah.
want
All
a
right.
color that
Here's
will
a
match
mixture
Gotta
of
make
colors.
that
I remember
brand new
this game.
color, man.
It was
Yeah.
like, dude, this is the coolest thing. I always won because I knew my colors. I'm like, I'm a freaking genius, man. I'm the smartest 3-year-old in history.
Then you
But
discovered Pokemon.
I played that.
Until-
I played that game, and then my aunt, because my aunt was 16, and she still lived with my mom. Lived with her parents still, and my aunt was 16. Had a Game Boy Color, and she had Pokemon Silver. This is where Pokemon comes in, Cash.
I'm shocked.
But I was like, oh, it's that TV show, because I didn't know it was a game yet. I always knew it as a TV show up to this point. And I really wanted to play it, but I wasn't supposed to touch the Game Boy Color. And one day she was at school, my aunt, and I was like, oh, I guess I can, look, she left her Game Boy out. I want to play the Game Boy. And they had a Pokemon in it. And I'm like, oh, heck yeah. I love Pokemon, even though I didn't know what it was at this point. But
You do have a request from Godzillionaire
Yep.
for your next game stream.
I Yes, I'll make sure to put that at the top of the list. A big review stream. But I used to play that. I remember I got the Pokemon Silver, put the cartridge in, and I'm like, oh, awesome. Well, I'm going to start a new game because I don't want to mess up her old game, not knowing at the time that there's only one save slot. So I overwrote the game that she'd been playing for hours so I could start a new game. And she got really mad at me for a couple of days and then ended up just saying, okay, you can have the Game Boy. So that's how I got the Game Boy. Just go mess with your aunt's stuff and then she'll be like, oh, okay, here you go. So and then I just played a bunch of Pokemon. I eventually got Pokemon Blue. I started with Generation 2, went to Generation 1 after that. I had 4 Pokemon games. I had all of Gen 2, Silver, Gold, and Crystal, though I have all of them except for Crystal. I don't know what happened to that one. And then I got Blue later on. And then I had this game. I had Bomberman Max Blue Champion. I'm assuming you guys know Bomberman.
Yes, I've heard of Bomberman. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then I had this game. I don't know what it is. I've only ever seen it that I had it and never seen it before. And even finding out what it was really hard. But it was it's called Bust a Move Millennium. It was like, you know, those games where you shoot, like your character has the balls and they're different colors. That doesn't sound good.
I was going to say, you should better see a doctor about that.
Yeah, you might want to see a doctor about that. I agree.
You know, you're shooting the balls up in it's kind of like the Brick Breaker, but instead with balls, and once you group enough with a certain color, it'll break off and then everything falls off. Again,
that
sounds
like Jim, like the puzzle fighter, like the Street Fighter. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I don't know what it's like specifically called. I know there's a bunch of different kinds of that, but it was basically that game, and you'd fight against someone else who was, you know, some AI who was doing the same thing, and you had to be quicker than them to move on. And I remember playing that for a bit. I never got too much into it, but it was one of the 6 games that I had on that. So
that's cool.
Very cool. Very cool. So my next question for you all is, what's your favorite type of game to play?
Can I go first?
Pokemon.
Go ahead, Brian.
My favorite type of game to play is...
Oh, wait. Can I answer for him? His favorite kind of game to play are open world games like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
I'm shocked.
I've never heard of that game. What is that? But yeah, going back, but he's right. He's pretty close. My favorite type of game is a game where you start out with stuff and then you end up with nothing, and then you have to kind of build yourself back up. And you do this for exploring, looking for ways to access newer areas. In other words, a Metroidvania, or even more like a Zelda type of game, or earlier, not the open world stuff that they're doing now, but you know, games where you feel like you're truly progressing in the game. And because I grew up I grew up playing video games by myself. First player or one player games were, you know, my jam. So whenever I started playing against other people, especially with, you know, shooters and fighter games, I always sucked. I always sucked and got last place because of my my attitude towards typical video gamer attitude towards gaming, which is, you know, once you see it, you kill it. You just go off and you just bash it and you just fight it until it's dead. Whereas when you play against other people, you have to be more strategic. You have to be more tactical. And I lacked that tactical nature, so to speak. So, but yeah, like some of my favorite games of all time, Ocarina of Time, which is what I'm currently working on as a retrospective right now, is one of them. Super Metroid for Super NES.
Great game.
Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Great game.
Alucard, what is your business here?
Yeah, I mean stuff that is, I mean the combination of adventure and platformer. So I've grew up on platformers like Nintendo and Super Nintendo games that I grew up playing as a kid were platformers. I didn't play RPGs until I was in college because I didn't even. I mean, the only RPG I played as a kid was Mario RPG, and I didn't even know what the hell RPG meant when it came out. I rented it. I was like, "What the hell is this?" And then it took me like a couple of rentals to learn, but I finally figured out how to play the game. I was like, what is this? Like, what's with these numbers? And why can't I keep using the special attack? Like, what's going on here? But yeah, platformers, yeah, because I grew up on Mario games. I played Mega Man X. And of course later on I played all the Mega Man games. I mean, I recently played Mega Man 1, which was a blast in my head. Like it was like I thought I was gonna freaking throw my controller down a couple days ago because I forgot how hard that game is.
The Mega Man games can be hard, man.
Especially
you gotta
1 and
learn
2.
those patterns. Yep.
Especially 1 and 2. Jeez, like 1 they didn't. One you kind of wonder if they even finished the game. Like it is just almost impossible. Like usually when you play a Mega Man game, you fight, usually 8 robot masters, and then you go to Dr. Wily's castle where it's usually 4 stages.
Yes.
And then usually in the last stage, right before you fight Wily himself, you refight the robot masters. Usually, one after another. And usually after you beat them, you usually get like a health, like a little bit of a health increase to allow you to, continue. Well, the version of Mega Man 1 that I played on the Switch did not have that. So I had to use I've never done this before. I used the rewind feature so that I could cheat and win because I didn't want to be playing this all fucking day. Excuse my language.
It's all right, brother. There are no rules as far as language on this channel.
Baron, I am so okay, Baron. For a second, I thought you were all Fred Sanford on me.
I'm coming, Elizabeth.
I'm coming, Elizabeth. Yeah.
I'm right next to the guy that says the F word, the admiral or whatever. So, but yeah, platformers were just everywhere on the NES and Super NES, and then of course N64 really revolutionized it with Mario 64 because I don't think there ever truly was a 3D platformer before that. I mean, if there was, then I don't know about it, but like every other platformer that came out after Mario 64 like copied like how they did it, like on the structure, the whole idea of having a hub world and then accessing levels from there. But they just like when I was doing my Mario 64 retrospective, one thing I learned is that there was no frame, they had no reference to how to calculate how to jump or how to make the jump mechanic work in a 3D space.
Right.
Because in the 2D games they had pixels. They just simply counted how many pixels he jumped. It was quantitative. Whereas in the N64 it was more intuitive. They had to kind of guess their way through it. So. But yeah, platformers, Mario. I mean, Mario games are still some of the funnest games I've ever played. I still play new Mario games. It's too bad they don't come out with Mario games that often. That usually shows that Nintendo really cares about its craft and its creativity, and what they put out. And the 3D games are basically the flagship of the series. So it was, everyone knows the 2D game. It started off with the 2D games, and then it switched over to Mario 64, then Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxies, and then 3D World, and now then Mario Odyssey, which is an excellent game. And I think the next Mario game is going to be an open world game, kind of like the Bowser's Fury, which they just came out with about a year ago. But they also came out with new Super Mario Brothers games where it was more banked on nostalgia. Like they did come up with a few new mechanics, but it felt more like copy paste from the earlier, from taking the best from all the earlier games, without as much creativity. And they came out with like 2 games in a single year. They came out with like New Super Mario Brothers 2 in like August for the 3DS, and they came out with New Super Mario Brothers for Wii U a couple months later as a launch title. And people were like, I mean, thank you for Mario, but we're sick of these games. These games are not creative enough. So, and then they stopped making them. Then ultimately after that, they replaced those with the Mario Maker games where you can actually build your own Mario
Yes.
levels. And those actually, you need to really think about, design. Like once I played Mario Maker and built a couple of levels on my own, it made me really appreciate like all the work and the testing that the people at Nintendo, that the developers at Nintendo have to deal with when they're creating a level. I mean, the thing that Mr. Miyamoto, who was, in charge of, was producer of the Mario series since the very beginning, and he's still there. Like he'll probably never leave that job. The main thing is like he basically lets people bring ideas to the table, and he says the main thing that this needs to be is fun. If the level or if the game is not fun, then we have to rethink our strategy. And that's basically it's all he tells his developers. And of course he gives his own ideas, and then he lets the developers come up with their own ideas and they bring them to the table. I mean, that's how Mario 64 came out, because of ideas that were shuffled between different members of the development team, no matter how weird it was. Like they were really that's one thing that I wish Jobs did more, and it's something that I need to do too. Is like if you're working a job, you have to really, if you really invest in your job, you have to really bring ideas to the table. That's what helps build your value in the company, and that's what a lot of people did. And that's why we got such great stuff with Mario and Zelda and all the other Nintendo games. That's why people like looked at Miyamoto as like the god of game development, because of how fun and iconic the Mario series is. But yeah, I know I'm going too far on this, but Metroidvanias and platformers are my jam that I grew up with, and I'll probably always enjoy. I love 2D platformers. I love 3D platformers, not as much, but almost as much. I just love exploration too. Zelda and Metroid and the Castlevanias are great. They're really fun games to I love exploration too, as long as there's things to explore, not open, empty worlds like in Breath of the Wild, Jake D. In my opinion. So a lot of people love the game.
It does get barren because it's an open world game.
Hey! No, don't need to make fun of Baron. He's not Baron. He's full of great ideas. He's awesome.
But yeah, I mean, what is it? You can, in one of the Mario games, you can turn into a cat. I was like, well, that's kind of lazy, Nintendo. Like wasn't the raccoon?
That's a great mechanic. You could climb the walls.
Oh,
and then you could actually, home in on bad guys and go,
so you would suggest that game then, even though you can be a cat? Even
3D World's a great game. 3D World's a great game. It's got a great soundtrack. It's got great ideas. It's like they're trying to build a 2D Mario's, but in a 3D space. So it feels like you're playing a 2D game, but it's actually a 3D game. It's in 3 dimensions. I mean, you just basically go from point A to point B, either get to the top or get to the other side, to the flagpole, just like in classic Mario, and that's it.
Okay.
And the ideas that they brought to that are really cool. Like there's one where you have a red platform and a blue platform, and they switch. Like the red platforms can only exist when the blue platforms are off, and the blue platforms can only exist when the red ones are off. And the thing is that the music in the game provides the cue of when to jump. So there's like dun 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 D, and then that's when the other platform appears. So you have to be ready. So that was the one type of level of many that brought a lot of value to the 3D world.
Okay. So I might have to check that game out then. I've played a lot of Mario games and beaten a lot of them, but I haven't played those. So.
Play the one with Yoshi and the cape.
Okay.
That's okay. 24. What's your favorite type of games?
Ooh, I like is
Pimpin'
good
board
question.
games.
Actually, RPGs like Mass Effect is pretty awesome. I love Mass Effect. The only game that I know that you can actually carry over your progress from one game to the next. Every game that I've ever played, even if it's like a part 2 and a part 3 and a part 4, you always start at the bottom, of a new ladder. And with Mass Effect, you get to carry all your progress from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. And I thought even to today I had never seen a game that can do that. So the Mass Effect RPG that was pretty awesome, along with like Red Dead Redemption is a good one.
Great game.
Then you also have like you got your Batman Arkham games that are pretty good. And then of course you have your classic LucasArts video games that they had a whole slew of games that were pretty awesome back in their day. And then also you have your like your Left 4 Dead, games like that. They and I love zombie games, so of course your horror genre. There's so much shit, man. Damn.
Yeah, those Left 4 Dead games are great, man. They're
Yeah, I mean
great.
Skyrim, shit.
Skyrim's a great game. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, man. Yeah, I would have to say RPGs probably would be my big thing.
All right. Very cool, brother. Okay, let's see, Loki.
What is up? I'd probably immediately jump off the bat with JRPGs because I fell in love with a little lesser known series called Final Fantasy that you get completely wrapped up in and on the NES and then on the Super NES. But I would love to, because 24 brought up something interesting, and I'd like to kind of bank off that if I can, even though that is my favorite kind of video game, I guess, of all time. There is a strategy game out there, and it's a series of games, and basically you can take over an army of the Roman Empire or something cool like that. It's called the Total War games. They came out with a very interesting series called Total War Warhammer. For you Warhammer fans out there that love Warhammer, that love 40K, that love the old world, this is all in the old world. I would love for them to do a 40K version of it, but this is all in the old. But the really interesting thing about this game, and there are 3 of them now, is if you bought the first game like I did, and you bought all of the, I'm going to pull it up here, if you bought all the extra stuff for it, it was a pretty expensive proposition. You're looking at, give me just a second, go to the store page, you're looking at $60 if you bought it while it was new, and then you've got the Norska expansion, Bretonia expansion, Isabella von Karstein, some of these are free, Realm of the Wood Elves, the King and the Warlord, the Grim and the Grave, Call of the Beastmen, Chaos Warriors, Blood for the Blood God, all these little things that you can buy with some freebie DLC from the company that makes this. Oh my god, because I can't think of their name right now. Creative Assembly. So you get this. You buy some extra stuff for it. Guess what? If you buy the second game, everything you purchased in the first game is brought over to the second game. So all the cool extra stuff, including all the factions, all the empires, everything gets ported over to the second game, and suddenly your second game is mixed with the first game. Well, guess what? With the third game, you've got Immortal Empires, which is going to take everything from the first game, the base game of the second game, and all the DLC you bought, and bring all of that over into the third game. So if you bought the expansions, the bonus packs, all the stuff that you bought over the years for the first 2 games, everything will be accessible in the new game. So everything you paid for, everything you've put into it, the money you've spent, they're not going to charge you again for all that shit. They're just going to let you carry that over into the new game. The Blood DLC, Blood for the Blood God, that carries over to every single game, so you don't have to buy it again. So as soon as that's incorporated into it, bam, you've got everything you purchased over the years in your new game. I've never seen any other company do that before, where it's like, no, we're gonna reward you for being with us, for buying our product, and we're gonna let you keep all this stuff the more of these games we make. And there's a giant map which incorporates everything once Immortal Empires comes online. So you don't just have the map of the third game. The third game has its own map, its own story, but once Immortal Empires hits, you're going to have a giant map that incorporates everything from the first two games with the third. You don't get that in other games. I've never ever seen that where you just get to carry everything into all the games. Imagine if everything you bought, DLC, all that stuff from Mass Effect, bonus weapons, bonus maps, all that shit, you carried over into your third game along with the story. That'd be nuts. They would have said BioWare and EA were nuts for doing that.
Yeah, because most of the time you buy a new edition of a game, you have to start from scratch.
That's right. That's right. Not now. Anyway, that's all I was going to say. That's all I got.
Very cool, brother. All right, Cash.
I mean, probably Japanese RPGs, because I've played so many of them, from Final Fantasy, Breath of Fire. I grew up with those games and first-person shooters, playing in ladder tournaments in TFC, Team Fortress Classic, and playing Half-Life, Half-Life 2, hours and hours of playing that. Doom, Quake. Those are probably some of my favorite genres. But the Japanese RPG games can be great and help kids to read. There's a lot of reading involved. There's a great adventure you go on. There's interesting characters, and even though to some extent Japanese RPGs have changed a bit, some of them, there's still ones you can find out there that are worth your time.
What about Chrono Trigger, Cash? Do you like Chrono Trigger?
Of course.
Probably my favorite JRPG on the Super Nintendo.
It's incredible. I mean, I never owned a Nintendo, which is my friends did, but I started with the Super Nintendo. I know. But when I got the Super Nintendo, all your friends are really like, "Oh, bring it over, man, bring it over." I'm like, "Don't you guys have your own?" But it was Final Fantasy II. That was probably one of the big Japanese RPG games I got involved in. But I played everything from Baldur's Gate to what else was there? There's been so many. Well, Diablo is somewhat of a RPG, but Breath of Fire, as I mentioned, and there was just also a number of Japanese RPGs, of course, on the Super Nintendo that were great. And some of these games I got later on, like I got when I got into the Dragon Quest series. I don't know if any of you have played any of those, 11 or 9 or.
I played the original on NES.
11 is just
on Switch. Have you played the Switch version? That's like the definitive. I think it's called 11S or something.
I have not. I just had the one for PC for 11. So that one, yeah, the best version supposedly, I guess, on the Switch. And
what's funny is they did not release because it was made by Enix. Enix did not have a North American branch in the 90s. So a lot of JRPGs that came out that were made by Enix, like Star Ocean and like Dragon Quest 5 and 6, did not come out on Super Nintendo because it was Japanese only, it was Super Famicom only. So so they ended up re-releasing those, if I remember correctly, on Nintendo DS.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm sure they did. Yeah, because I'm sure that's where 9. Because 9, the only way you can play 9 is on the 3DS.
Yeah.
And that's a great game. Those games they're just great. If you like the characters, a lot of this stuff, even the Tales games, they're all about the end of the world, but it's the way that they come together. And it's the characters, it's the journey. It's also just if you enjoy that combat, turn-based combat, building your characters, I've always enjoyed that. From everything from where they had RPG elements, from like Quest of Glory, to where they went after that, or even before that, where you just had like typing and you were going on a journey like a Dungeons and Dragons game with orange graphics, like with the older computers. But I've always enjoyed that, and I've always grown up with that. But first-person shooters from Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein, I enjoyed all that. And when you got online playing with people, even some Call of Duty games, now not so much, but before, yeah. Hale mentioned Titanfall 2. That's a really fun game, especially it has a quality campaign, and the AI robot in that game is really good. It's a very good game. But yeah, there's just so many. Was it Illusion of Gaia? I think it was called on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, Illusion of Gaia.
I think that was a really good game. There was a lot, but the Breath of Fire games, just a lot of cool stuff. But I definitely grew up with Japanese RPGs. I remember when I was like in high school, and I just stayed up because I was playing Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 1. But I needed to go to school the next day because I had to get up early. But I had to stay up and play a few more hours.
I used to do that. I did that for Super Mario RPG when I first played it. I got so into it. I don't know what it is about RPGs. There's like an addictive quality to it. And it was my very first RPG. So I used to stay up. I was 11, summer of '96. And I would be up till like 2 or 3 in the morning during that summer, just playing the hell out of this game, just like cranking or what do you call it, grinding Mario and Geno and Mallow to like at least to like level 10, which I thought was a lot. But then years later, I played Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy, and I was like, wow, Mario RPG is nothing compared to these games, like in terms of difficulty and story.
Yeah, it gets crazy. There's also the Trails of Cold Steel. Like if you like the whole thing, there's then later on, I would recommend, like, if you guys like a social atmosphere and you want to also have the dungeons and you've got this interesting characters talking to each other, the Persona games, Persona 5, Persona 4, Golden is a lot of fun. There's a lot to do, and it's really great. And you just got to find the weaknesses and beat the enemies. And I'm also probably a crazy person. I like to play a lot of these games on the hardest difficulty, and then I wonder why I die here and there.
I do not have the patience to do that.
It's brutal. It's brutal, but I enjoy it. So
I'll be honest, I'm sick of hearing about Persona games. Like it's usually Fire Emblem games I get sick of hearing about from Nintendo Directs. I'm sick of hearing about Xenoblade stuff. I'm sick of hearing about Monster Hunter stuff.
So what would you like to hear more about then?
For Nintendo, I want to hear about new Mario games that are not like Mario, some dumb Mario sports games. Just like like Mario being Mario, jumping around.
Mario.
Yeah. I want to hear about Zelda games. I want to hear about Metroid games. And I want to hear about Donkey Kong games. And they never talk about those 4. They always talk about Fire Emblem, which they did not release Fire Emblem until like the 2000s.
Yeah,
because the first Fire Emblem came out in 89 or 90 for the Famicom. And they never brought over, they never brought the original 8-bit version over until like recently, like literally last year for the Switch. I did try to play it. It was kind of fun, but I just don't understand strategy. I love those type of strategy RPGs. I know you love them. Because you don't feel like you're in control. Like you strategize and that's it, but that's all. You don't really feel like you're in control of everything. So, but that's just me. But I'm just sick of hearing about like Capcom and Monster Hunter. They freaking love Monster Hunter. Yes. I'm like, just how about announce another Mega Man game?
Explain this one to me, brother. Okay, so Capcom just came out with the Fighting Collection. It's got all these games on it, right? And it's come out on Steam, it's come out on Xbox, it's come out on PS5, all new Fighting Collection. Now they're coming out with the Capcom Arcade Classic 2, and half the games that are in the Fighting Collection are in the Capcom Classic 2 collection.
horrible. Just
Why?
lazy. I don't know.
Why?
It's lazy, man. I'm
I
guessing.
mean, I'm all up for paying for classics. I can play them
Yeah.
all through emulation. I've got my emulator. I can do all that shit, but I still pay for them when they come out because I want to support the old shit. You want to support, old Street Fighter, old Mega Man, all that old stuff. But then they dump half the collection they just came out with in another collection they're coming out with a month later. Like you said, Cash, lazy. And I don't want to pay for that shit.
You know what was the ultimate lazy compilation? And this was something that a lot of us were looking forward to. Super Mario 3D All-Stars, which was supposed to be Mario 64, Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and the first Mario Galaxy. Well, first problem I had was why not include this Mario Galaxy 2?
Right.
Make it 4 games like the original Mario All-Stars was. And the only thing that they included with it, like all the other compilations had like art, they had like, you could like if you earned like whatever coins or whatever, you could like unlock like concept art, or like nuggets that was never revealed about the development, stuff like that. And the Capcom Mega Man collection did that, and there's like a whole lot of reasons to play them and to unlock stuff. Mario 3D All Stars, not only, and here's the other thing. When they announced it, like, oh, you after 4 months, we're not going to sell them anymore. We're not going to let you buy them anymore. So you have to buy them now, which I thought was a shameless tactic on Nintendo's part, and it pissed a lot of people off. And
Everything they did with that was all really scummy. I mean, I bought, I think Activision, the Spyro, the original trilogy remaster, and the Crash remaster. And Crash wasn't as good as I remember it. But like, that's
Crash Bandicoot.
Crash is so fun, though.
Yeah.
Those three were like, I think they were all remastered. Like the Spyro graphics look much better than, obviously than the original, but like they definitely put work into those. And that's 3 games each. I got them on like 50% off, so it's total $40. So 6 games for $40, and this is going to be 3 games for $60. And I don't think they touched up the graphics too much, did they? Like
no, like Mario 64 is still freaking is not even in full 16:9 frame.
Yeah,
it's still the 4:3 frame. It does look better. It does look slightly better. But I'll be honest, the controls. I tried playing Mario 64. I can't aim with that cannon for shit. The sensitivity of aiming, I can't get into the position I want to get into, which I've never had that problem with the original N64 version, or heck, even the Wii U version, to be honest.
Yeah.
So they really botched this one. And then Sunshine, I have the same problem with, and then Galaxy with the motion controls for the Switch are not that great. Like they're very unreliable.
Yeah, I bought that because I didn't own those games, so I was like, oh, let's buy this for $60, and then they're like, oh, a limited time, and I'm like, oh, you guys are doing this limited time crap again.
Yeah, like this whole limited time thing is bullshit on Nintendo's part. Like they will not let people buy a digital version of it. Like I could, the physical part, sure. I'm sure that there's reasons for that, but to take the digital version off for no reason, why? I'm like, why? Why? So that you could, why? So people, if you don't buy it right away, you're never gonna buy it. Bullshit.
It's stupid. It's just
Well, they did the same thing with the mini consoles, with the NES Mini and the NES
that was
Mini.
bullshit too.
They did that. If you didn't buy one, you didn't get one.
They,
There were people paying, $200-$300 for a NES Mini on eBay because they didn't get one.
They got stupid fucking scalpers. Excuse my language again. Scalpers. Scalpers are buying up all the minis, all the minis, all the special edition video games, because every video game now comes out with like a special physical copy that usually comes with like a figurine or an art book or something. All the scalpers buy up that shit, and they buy everything, so they have like bots buying it for them, and nobody themselves can purchase it unless you pay like triple the price.
You still can't even get certain figures of Amiibo. Like I've had a pretty good collection of Amiibo figures, and some of them they just won't reprint. It's just so annoying. And so then they jack up the price if you want to get like this female version of this character, like it's like $80 or something. People are like, the cheapest is probably like 60. I'm like, I don't want to pay $60 for an amiibo.
It's so frustrating because
It
so much
is.
of this stuff doesn't even make sense. Like
Nope.
with a lot of like Pokemon stuff, the 3DS store was the virtual console was awesome because it was like, hey, you don't have these original games here. You can buy every Gen 1 and Gen 2 stuff. They didn't put Gen 3 on there because I don't know. They hate me.
Oh, they did come out with Gen 1. I forgot about that. Yeah, they did do that.
But they had so much stuff, and it was great that they had it, and you could buy it there. Like instead of just downloading, emulating it, or spending hundreds of dollars for an original copy, you could actually just give Nintendo money and play it right there on your 3DS. It made perfect sense. Now they're closing down that store. They're refusing to put any of these games on the Switch. Like, dude, I give you money. I want to give you money so I can play these games so that I don't have to spend, because I'll tell you right now, not even like mint condition, just any sort of cartridge for the Pokemon Emerald. Any cartridge is like $150 just for any normal, it's not like a real pristine one. It's just any normal one that you can play because they don't have it on anything else. So if you don't have Emerald anymore, you don't have Ruby or Sapphire, it's going to be hard to get. And it's just so frustrating because Nintendo could throw that on there for $20 because they don't get any money.
Make some of the worst. Sorry.
They don't make any money if they sell it second hand. Like they're literally setting up to where your only choices are give someone else money for it or pirate it. And they're like, well, don't do that.
Whoever's
So
in
what else
charge
am I
of that
supposed to
makes
do?
whoever's in charge of that, between putting games on the Switch or the virtual console to what's on the library right now, the Switch Online, is a retard. People are like they have a library of so much stuff that they could use, and they don't. It's like they don't have a brain. But I know Loki has to go, so I'll hand the floor to Loki, even though this is not my stream. Sorry, Mike.
That's okay. I was just gonna say, I know Loki, you got to go here soon, brother. So, is there anything you'd like to add?
Keep your hard copies. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you something. As a video game collector, as a long-term time collector, keep your hard copies. I just bought a green label Final Fantasy VIII in the package, never been opened, for $100. I could have got that for like $10 at Walmart 10 years ago and just kept it in the plastic. I've got probably 5 copies of that game. Do not sell your stuff. Keep your hard copies. It's getting harder and harder to find stuff. Just getting a Metal Gear set. I was looking at Retropalooza in Houston just a couple months ago. I ended up paying $150 for a Metal Gear game still in the plastic. These things are crazy. They're only going up at price. Hold on to them. Don't sell them at GameStops. Don't sell them at game exchanges. Do not get rid of this stuff because it is going to be gold because it's getting harder and harder to get. Don't sell your stuff.
Okay.
Amen.
Keep collecting. Guys, thank you, Pacific 414, for having me. Guys, it's always a pleasure to get to hang out with you and talk video games. I love talking video games. Take care.
Man.
Take care,
Thank
guys.
you for coming on,
Great
Loki.
having you,
Really
so, Loki.
appreciate
Talk
it.
to you soon.
Thank
Loki.
you for the
Loki.
invite. Thank you for the invite, brother. Anytime. I'd love
Anytime,
to come
brother.
back.
You're
Take it
welcome
easy,
on the
brother.
channel anytime.
Later 24. Take it easy, bro.
All right.
Yep.
All right, Whoopa, what's your favorite type of game or games?
It's hard to say because my preferences have changed over time. But like obviously, the first game, the kind of game that I played, Nerdporial knows what's going on. The first kind I played was Pokemon, and that was like my life. I mean, I would ask for, I got my Game Boy Color, I got Game Boy Advance SP, I got the DS, and pretty much those were just Pokemon machines. Like I had other games, but it was at least 50%, probably more than 50% were all Pokemon. That was just anything with Pokemon, but that kind of style of game. And then I got to play. My dad's friend brought over Assassin's Creed, the first one at the time, but eventually the second one as well. And that was kind of like the first time I played a game that was not either Pokemon or a sports game, pretty much. Because that was all I used to play, Pokemon and sports games. Back when sports games were good. What is it? Hail the Lore was talking about Madden 08. That was a great game. It's like one of the last amazing Maddens. But anyways, besides the point. Those were... it was kind of an open world game, Assassin's Creed. The first one didn't have a great open world aspect. The second one really did, and it was the first like really good storyline. I mean, Ezio was an amazingly made character.
Yes.
And like, so that introduced me to a lot more of those story games and kind of open world quest kind of, side quest kind of stuff. And that's the kind of games that I really started to like for a while there. Because I did not play a lot with other people. It was mostly me. So, I mean, it still is mostly me. But that's what I like to play, those open world, really story-based games. There's a lot to do. You're paying for a $60 game. You're going to get like, 40 hours out of it, something like that. And yeah, so those are the kind of the games that I really like to play. As I've gone, I mean, like when I went through college, it was a lot of more of that as well. But then, like over the last couple of years, I've started to get into. I found some people playing these grand strategy games, which I've really started to like. I finally, got a real computer, well, a laptop, but like a heavy. 2 years ago, started playing them.
Look at Nerdporeal. He's not. No, it's just his eyes when like that. When you said he got a laptop, it's a real computer. It's good enough.
Yeah, it's what I got. But I know some people might say, "Oh, you got a computer." You say, "Oh yeah, I have a laptop." Like, don't you dare even.
I wasn't
compare
paying
the two.
attention, so I don't even know. I was looking at something else. So
We're talking about how much you love. We're talking about how much you love.
Quit looking at porn.
But yeah, it was I like to play these grand strategy games. A lot of like based in history. It's like I say like Civilization, except it's nothing like Civilization, but it's much more in depth, really heavy duty stuff, and it's a lot of fun. I've started really playing those because I bought these games 2 years ago, and I can tell you there's this game, Europa Universalis 4. I was playing it this morning. I have 689 hours in it in 2 years. And in another game, I have Hearts of Iron 4, which is the one I'm playing on stream. I have 454 hours in 2 years. Just because there's so much you can do. You can play different nations. You can go through so many different tracks. You can do so many. You have to think a lot, and you can do so much random. A lot of time into it. I still suck at the games because it's just.
Aren't you
really
getting
hard.
pretty good at Ironheart, right?
Hearts of Iron? I mean,
Hearts
I
of
say
Iron?
that. I did a Mongolia run, and it went better than anything I've ever done because it was a hard nation, and I came out with a lot of land, so I was pretty happy with myself there. But then right after that, I did a Germany playthrough and tried to do something without the focus tree and lost twice in a row because I sucked. So hopefully this one doesn't go as bad as those.
Those aren't easy games to play, though. There's a lot of strategy involved, and
there's a ton. Like I've always been told, like there's stuff I learned. I remember learning like 200 hours in, like, oh, that's something you're supposed to do. And someone said, like, if you're under 100 hours, you're basically a newbie. Like, because there's just so much that you learn, and there's things in that game, like especially in Europa Universalis, like the game starts in 1444 and goes to 1820, I believe, or 1815 maybe. I forget because I've only gotten there like twice. Like if you don't go to the end of that game, you won't know like that something happened. And I'll tell you, most of the time I don't get to the end because either I lose or you get to the point where like 200, 300 years in, you're like, okay, I do this one thing, and then I fast forward for 10 years because I'm there's nothing I can do. It's still really fun. I'm not selling it very well right now, but like there's a ton of fun that you can do. I mean, there's there's so many games, like so many countries in this game. There's so many ways you can win. There's a bunch of different mods. It's just very in depth, and like that's kind of what I really like.
I got a question for you, Whoopa.
All right.
In this game, do you get to take back the colonies from the new world? Do you get to conquer some pilgrims and some Native Americans?
I'm pretty sure that there is in the Hearts of Iron. I'm pretty sure there's an option where you can revive the British Empire, but I know in Europa Universalis, I mean, it takes place during colonization. It's a big part of the game. I remember making.
Can I call you colonizer, Whoopa?
You can. 'Cause I remember making Austrian Greenland. That was my contribution to the world. So yeah, there's a lot of random stuff you can.
Greenland's not really green, everybody.
There's like a patch of grass or two. You know?
Yeah, just a patch. Yeah, I can. I can agree with that. Isn't it just like a massive iceberg or something?
A lot of it is. I mean, it's like ice and rocks, from what I understand.
Whereas Iceland is actually lush and beautiful.
And then has a giant volcano in the middle.
Really? Really?
Oh yeah, it's.
Oh yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, roughly not many years ago caused flight cancellations in Europe because of all the soot that got shot out of it. Yeah, that was about 10 years ago or whatever. Yeah.
I remember watching something like some Nat Geo thing where they're just walking around next to, lava flowing out, and there's like, oh yeah, look at this, acting like it's normal. This happens all the time. Like, I don't know if I want to be near that. I'm clumsy enough that I'd be near it, and that's of course the time I'd trip and face plant right there.
Baba whoopa.
Yeah.
All right. How about you, Baron? What type of games do you like to play?
I mean, I like playing all sorts of games. Obviously going back, you have the old style arcade games, where everything from Pac-Man to Berserk to that, and go ahead and call up the image on that one on the 2600, going for one of the first D&D style video games that they had for the Atari 2600 Adventure. I mean, I saved up my pennies for this game. And it was, it's a laughable game when you think about it, but it also is the first one to have an Easter egg in there. Being that
So I see that a dragon dinosaur looking game. So you bought this before the dinosaurs went extinct, right?
Right, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Precisely. And the programmers never got credited for the game, so the guy who did the work on this game created a secret room with his name on it and the little way to be able to do it with the tools that you had in the game. But this was like the first kind of D&D graphic type of game that we had to play with. And, it was fun. It was for what it was at that time.
Right.
I mean, I like the Dungeons and Dragons style games. On the Apple IIe, played Ultima 2, Ultima 3.
Yes.
And, of course, on the green screen. And I was around, I knew all the hackers. So I got all my games free. So because of that. Yeah, I mean, I hardly ever paid for a game at all. I know it was. And they sometimes changed the names. Sometimes changed, like Jungle Hunt was Jungle, and then changed the H to a C. Someone did that for the game.
Of course.
Because immature kids and all that.
Right.
Of course, I played the original Wolfenstein and Wolfenstein 2.
Yep.
Which was like kind of like the Berserk, map type game, trying to get around and out. Someone actually redid the game and called it Smurfenstein. So instead of Nazis, you were going after Smurfs. And shooting Smurfs in the game.
Man, I missed that episode of this TV show.
Yeah, he did. Of course, when Wolfenstein 3D came out, it's like, whoa, this is a great, definitely switch up on there. Of
Mhm.
course, first game shooters, played around with it. Not that I was good at it. Of course, the Wolfenstein 3D. When Dark Forces came out, that was the ultimate first game experience
Yes.
to run
Yep.
around and
Mhm.
shoot stormtroopers, imperial officers,
Yes.
and 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 actually be enmeshed inside the Star Wars universe like no one had before. And uh, played many hours of that game on there.
Yeah,
Of
that was
course,
one
when
of the first games I bought for my PS1 back in the day.
Just
Mhm.
I still have my discs, my CDs
Yep.
or whatever of those games. I know at Fusion mentioned Lucas Art Games 2. I'm sure he played the
Mhm.
Dark Forces 1 and 2. I'm guessing.
Yep. Yep. And I even got them
Yeah, I
on
played
CD.
all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Lucasfilm also had a good one called Outlaws, which where you were playing cowboy.
I
It's
didn't
kind of
play
like a
that
spaghetti
one.
western
Okay.
one. Yeah, that was a fun one. It has a great soundtrack to it too. I mean, you can actually have the soundtrack off to the side and listen to the soundtrack off of there. Done up, kind of like the spaghetti western, good, bad, and the ugly style type of
Mm-hmm.
music and in gameplay on that one. Um, so so it's like when it comes around to your classic type of arcade game, a Rampage has always been a favorite. Who doesn't want to be one of the giant monsters going in and trashing down a town? Uh,
Crashing down
uh,
the town and eating the civilians.
yep, exactly. Yeah, and that was always I played it in the arcades, and I finally do have it for like I think it's on the Xbox for the they have all sorts of the classic games in that aspect. Joust, I mean, Joust was a fun game to play, and Joust 2
Wow.
Defender.
Mm-hmm.
You go out
Yes.
there and burn your quarters through playing those games, and of course. It turned out to be a little bit of a competition game between you and the other person because you could kill the other one, the person you're playing with. One particular game, Wizard of War, WOR. That was a fun, strange game where you're going around shooting monsters. If you're doing a two-player mode, you can work together, but you gotta be careful. You can kill each other in that game as well. Uh, those were always fun. Tron came out
Oh, yeah.
when Tron was there. That was a game he burned a lot of money on. Of course, the original console Star Wars game, where even though
Mm-hmm.
it's all line graphics, I mean, here you are,
Yeah.
you're doing battle against Tie fighters and such.
Yes.
It's always frustrating. You couldn't kill Darth Vader; you could only knock him off to the side, and such.
Yeah.
I never
Yeah.
played Empire. Sorry.
Go ahead. No.
Oh, I
Go
was going
ahead.
to say I never played the Empire Strikes Back one, but of course they had the Return of the Jedi version, which
Mhm.
was a lot more, better graphics and such, and it was kind of that odd 3D Zaxxon style. Um,
Wow, look at that. You started talking about Star Wars and the man himself popped in the chat.
Yeah, George.
Yeah,
George,
I
we
just-
miss you.
Yeah, I said, hey, when are you going to make a sequel to American Graffiti?
Yeah. Well, he did.
Never.
I
Did
mean,
he?
come on, the Adventures in
There-
Modesto, California. It's the
There was
best shit ever.
There was American Graffiti too. George didn't have much work in it, and it wasn't that popular. But there was American.
Oh, that's
Graffiti.
right. That's right. I actually forgot about
Wow.
that. I never saw it.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
you didn't miss much. Just keep it to the original. I mean, the original's a classic.
Mhm.
I mean, I like the games like like Neverwinter Night, stuff like that.
Yes. Yes.
D&D style playing game that
Mhm.
we have on that one. Space Marines for 40K. I know Stone Loki ran off on that one, but that was one of the best 40K games that they have on there, which is a shooter. You're running around blasting orcs and
Yes.
and it just the blood, the gore would be that you have on there, especially when you get the chainsaw going and the chainsword, going and all that. It's just a fun, wild ride. Unfortunately, my Steam version doesn't work, so I'm gonna have to play it on the Xbox. I got it for both.
That game, it's so good. Quality
It
story. It's gosh, that was what, early 2000s, I think.
Yeah,
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
2006, 2000. I can't
That
remember
was-
something like
That's
that.
a lot of fun. They're making a new one. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they have someone who's kind of woke working on it. I heard. So it's like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know anymore.
you never know, and they're battling the
Unfortunately.
Tyranids this time. Yeah, so it's the Tyranids, and I'm not a big fan of the Tyranids, so we'll have to see how that goes on that aspect. Of course, MMOs are kind of fun. I mean, I enjoy farting around on Star Trek Online now and then, or
Sure.
the Old Republic. Now I know they got emulators for it, but you have to buy
Yes.
the game. I'd love to get for the Star Wars Galaxy and play around on those little, because I was never involved in it back.
Yes,
in the day.
there's somebody working actually still on it, so I guess I can send you the files and so on. I'll have to talk to my friend also and see if they're still working on it. They
Yeah.
were working on it. They were trying to get that space combat in there, and yeah.
Yeah, there's several out there. In fact, the popular one is called Star Wars Galaxy Legends, or SWG Legends, and I guess that's the big popular one. If you remember, they did the Clone Wars kind of MMO-ish type of game, aimed more for the younger set, but it was still fun. There's actually I'm a part of an alpha testing group for that one. They were bringing it back with an emulator, so on that one. So. That's kind of fun. So everything across the way there. I mean, I play Call of Duty. The thing is just like I think it was Ed Morrill. When it comes around to shooter games and all that, I suck. I mean,
it's like a lot of this stuff, Baron. The people tell you need this and that, whatever, but it's just a lot of practice and just figuring out where these people are. That's a lot of this stuff is if you're willing to put in the time. Put in the time, you're going to get a lot better at these games. And whatever people want to believe, games you don't play or games you do play, you put in the time, you're going to get better at it. I mean, I still am bothered by the fact that my brother gave up on Symphony of the Night after he died and didn't find the first save point. I was like, no, you got to go back, and he just. But everybody has a different style of gaming, so.
Right, exactly. I mean, when it comes around to it, the original Battlefront for Star Wars. I'm not talking about the new Disney ones.
Oh my! Well, the
original.
Disney ones, the newest one is pretty good with friends, the heroes and villains. But it's just there's just opportunities that they could have added. They abandoned the game, and those games should have felt like the old ones, the old Battlefront 1 and 2. I wish they did. They just were not. Even the campaign of Battlefront 2, like it could have been just better. It just became really repetitive. Some of it was fun, but other stuff it's just repetitive.
Plus, they want to push the new lore, and I'm not interested in that new lore at all. I mean, I'm so anti it. I mean, so I'll just stay with the original two that they have on it, which I got on Steam, which is fun to play.
Yeah, 1 and 2, man, they're great. They're still great.
You can always play Fallen Order.
Fallen Order is a great game too if you like that.
Game's
Dark
awesome.
Souls battle type combat.
I didn't even think it was. I mean, I think it was hard. I guess I've never played a Dark Souls game, but I've watched people play. I don't think it was because that Dark Souls is like put holes in your wall hard. This was
it can be
frustrating but reward. Like it was doable. Every time I died, I'm like, I can do this. Dark Souls seems like I see people like they get 2 hits in and they're dead, and it's like, oh gosh.
You just got to learn the patterns over and over again.
Right.
You got to when to dodge, when to not dodge, when to hit.
That game was it had a decent story. It was good, and compared to other Star Wars, it was Shakespearean. But I mean, other Disney.
It was
Star Wars.
some of the best Star Wars to come out in a while. So hopefully.
Yeah.
I wish Squadrons. We had people play Squadrons, but Squadrons can be fun to some extent, but it's just the maps. They needed more maps. They miss opportunities where you can actually walk around the space station. I know it's little things, but it's just what we had before. So give it to us again. And it drives me nuts when people, even in that Pirates of the Burning Sea game, or like there was just so much to do, and that was an MMO. That was Sony of America or whatever, or SOC or something, but it was Sony was involved. And at least for the few years, you could blow up ships. You could go on the ship and fight the space. You fight other pirates. Not the. It was just cool. And so when you look at Sea of Thieves, it's like it's a good game, but it could be still so much more, because we've had more in the past where we could do more, go to places like when you go to ports, there's not guards, you can't go to jail, you can't break people out of jail. I miss that stuff, just little details like that.
Yeah, that's the thing with sports
Adds
games. I don't buy them as much anymore, but it's like
Right.
they're like, oh look, we added this feature. Like, oh, you mean the
Right.
feature that was in the game 15 years ago? You finally added it back? Like, you want me to say congratulations for that? Oh boy.
Yep.
Well,
No, it's
let
called
me
a
ask
woo-
you
it's
guys
called a-
this- Let me ask you guys this question. How do you feel about them remaking games but changing things that made the original games, memorable, nostalgic?
Sucks.
My question is, how many of the consumers really want this? That's my question. Can't they? I would love them to put out a poll. Do you guys want this? Do you want this coming back? Because I mean, KOTOR's going to be a remake. They got rid of that Sam Maggs person who was causing all kinds of drama, but I'm fine if they want to change the combat. They want to do this, like they want to update the combat of KOTOR. Fine. I understand not everybody likes that D&D type turn-based combat, but it's still got to feel fun, and you got to feel satisfying.
Some remakes I like, but there were a few that I felt they cut parts out for no reason. Example is Resident Evil 3. There were a few areas that they had in the original game that they did not include for some reason in the PS4 version. And my guess is because they had a very limited time. Like this came out like a year after the remake of Resident Evil 2 came out. I love the remake of Resident Evil 2. Like the remake of Resident Evil 2 really hits more on the horror than action. Like the original game was more action than horror, but this remake was horror. But here's the thing though, like they're remaking Resident Evil 4.
I know.
And I don't understand why they're remaking Resident Evil 4. Like the first game came out back in 2004, 2005. So it hasn't even been 2 decades. And the game looks very good. Like the game does not need to be, in my opinion, the game does not need to be updated.
No, it doesn't.
But there are remakes that I really did like. Link's Awakening for the Switch is a great remake. Now, I remember seeing the new look of Link. He looks like one of those little toys, little Fisher Price toys. Yes. Well, I was wrong. I initially felt that way, the same way I felt about Wind Waker. When Wind Waker first came out, they showed it as cell shaded instead of the how it looked in like Ocarina and Majora's Mask. But then again, I was totally wrong with that. And I like how I have to keep mirroring my camera every time. But the remakes, like I'm not as black-pilled about remakes of video games as movies and TV shows, because video games can be better. Like the remake of Wind Waker that came out on the Wii U, to me is the definitive version. Like they didn't change anything; they just added to it.
Right.
And that's what you would want from a remake of anything, of any media. That you keep what made it special, you keep the core element, and then you just add more to it. You have more time to think about it. You have like, what can we do to make this better? And that doesn't seem to be the case. Now it's always, what can we do to spread our ideology, like many bigger YouTubers say, and that just pisses people off. Like if you don't care about what the core thing is, then don't even bother with the property. But that's the only way they can shoehorn all this crap in, is to use existing properties. And they're using video games. I mean, look at the shows they're making with video games now. Look at the Halo show. Yeah. Look at the new Resident Evil. The new Resident Evil does not look like you wouldn't if you didn't. No. I have to mirror it again. Jeez. But the new Resident Evil, like, have you seen how that looks? Yeah. Like the guy from freaking I love the actor. He's awesome in John Wick and a whole bunch of other movies, but he plays freaking Wesker. The guy, the hotel guy. Oh my, not again. I'm looking the other way. All right. But yeah, what is this?
The only thing Bone brings up Diablo 2 Resurrected. The thing I can say about that Bone is it didn't need an always online connection, and it's a small thing, but they didn't need to have the Amazon lady's face look more mannish. It's just so weird to me. It looked better in the original, but
yeah, going back to Resident Evil, geez, like
Mhm.
there's a character, Albert Wesker.
Yes.
Everyone knows what Albert Wesker looks like. He's basically Caucasian. He has
Yes.
hair that's slicked all the way back. He's a tall
Yep.
dude. He wears this white lab coat and he's got sunglasses.
Yep.
And that's his look. And they had the guy for the hotel guy from John Wick play Wesker. And then he's got nothing but a bunch of girls that
Yeah.
he's surrounded by a bunch of girls and,
Yep.
and
It's weird.
it's more of it's just like a high school CW show
Right.
and a Resident Evil show. Resident Evil
Right.
shows about an evil pharmaceutical company that's experimenting on people to make them into bioweapons. That's
Yep.
basically what Resident Evil is.
Yes, it
And
is.
the stuff that and the shit they leave behind is horrific and will eat you.
They say also, I was reading that the reason this also happened is because of global warming. I don't know. I just brought that up because it's funny to me. That's why the zombie invasion happened, because of global warming. I'm like,
Or maybe the zombie, or maybe the energy that goes into creating these bioweapons contributes to global warming. So that makes the umbrella even more evil.
maybe so. Maybe, but yeah, I like that. We need to have a shirt that says that this new Resident Evil looks like a CW show. It's just one man surrounded by all these women.
I'd have to ask Whoopa, but
compliment.
Yep.
I'd have to ask Whoopa because they've remade a lot of Pokemon games. I'm not sure if those stack up to the originals.
Bone, did they add that just now? Because before it was always an online connection. So you had to, even when you're offline, you had to be playing it still. The connection was still going to always online. But if they change that, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, and switch to the original graphics. Well, that is pretty cool.
Is there any particular game that you guys are playing right now that you're enjoying?
I mean, I'm still kind of playing everything that I play now. I stream. So
Nice.
if I'm not streaming it, then I'm not playing any video games. I was playing Mario Odyssey, Super Mario Odyssey
Great
for the
game.
Switch. Probably still my favorite Switch game on the
It's a great
system.
game, dude. Yep.
It's like if you love Mario 64 and
Mhm.
and if you can stand Mario Sunshine was just it was a hard game. But if you like both of those games, you'll love Mario Odyssey. Like it just takes that open stage and just put, like they design it so well. Like it makes you want to check every corner, every nook and cranny of the level, because you never know where you're going to find like a secret recess where there's a moon. Because in those games you collect power moons. You don't collect stars, you collect moons. So, but I played a little bit of that, and then Sonic Origins came out, and I started playing Sonic Origins. And Sonic Origins, Sega committed the biggest sin of all. They didn't include Michael Jackson's 3 zones.
Is Origins
Carnival-
actually worth buying? You would say, or
I mean, they changed stuff. Like I remember playing the original Genesis and like all the little quirks of some of the levels and some of the bosses. Like they fixed everything was fixed. Like there are things that have changed, and there are bugs. So I would say wait for a patch to come out before buying it, because like.
Right.
I don't think it was worth the 40. It was I bought the version that had all the content for $45, and it was just I mean they added cool cutscenes, cool animated cutscenes like Sonic Mania did. But I was talking to a friend of mine earlier about this, and we are like, why not just make another Sonic Mania game instead of putting all that effort into this? And it doesn't even really live up to the originals, in my opinion. I mean, it was. I mean, I still enjoyed it, but it was like there were bugs that didn't even exist with the old Genesis version. So how's there bugs for this? So it's like they didn't finish it, and they announced this over a year ago. They announced this for the 30th anniversary last year. I think it was May or like the week before June. So the week before Sonic turned 30. So, but I played them. I still, I mean, it's Sonic. It's classic Sonic, and classic Sonic is still the best in the series, in my opinion. But
I don't want to hear that he's 30.
Yeah.
1991.
Yeah.
I love the Sonic Spinball.
But
that game was tough.
I wanted to ask you. I know you have to leave soon, Fusion. But you know, the one thing I didn't understand. You know, they bring out the Legendary Collection of Mass Effect, and for whatever reason, they won't add that fun horde mode that we had in Mass Effect 3. That was a lot of fun. You get together with friends. You get gold, silver, platinum. You're trying to work towards that. Did you play that one?
Yeah, actually, I did.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually that was pretty cool. That was actually, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only game, that was the only Mass Effect game that had that.
Yes, it was. Yep.
And actually, it was funny because me and my friend, we'd go up against each other, and we'd be the only two in the whole, like, we'd be the only ones going against each other. Nobody else would show up. So it was cool. But the thing is, they bought it in too late.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it took, you know, and if that would have been something implemented from the first game, then people would have been expecting it and enjoying it by the time it got around to 3.
Yep. Yeah, and when you get, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, when you get to 3, you're like, this is a good game, but you can tell that there was some of it was rushed, and you know, they made it very important because I spent a lot of time when I finally played through these games. I read a lot of the comics. I read a lot of the graphic novels. I did a lot of research on these games. And it blew my mind that in the 3rd game, you didn't get to be with the person that you wanted to be with because they made that very important, Fusion. And it was like only certain people you could pick. Like I like Liara, but other people you weren't able to pick. And you couldn't be with them throughout the game. And then when you get to the ending, even with the extended cut, like you could understand people's anger and frustration because it's like, I wanted my choices to matter because when I did these things in 1 and then they didn't happen in 3, it's like, that's not what I did. And it was very frustrating. And yet it was still a good game. I would always tell people that Mass Effect 3 is still a good game, but it still feels rushed. I still would say 2 is the best out of all 3 of them.
Right.
I just, you know, and I always make the joke where Shepard is, you know, in the rubble, and then of course Joker stole all his women.
Yeah, actually, I hated that when it came out with the Legendary Edition, they weren't able to add in the DLCs.
Right.
To some of the games, and I was like, what? I don't know. I just don't see how they couldn't
exactly,
you know, how they couldn't get it back or redo it again. If you know, if it's still in house, it's still the same company. I don't even see how they could have lost the information. And I don't know what the fuck they did, but it's yeah,
but sense, man. It really doesn't. And I know they got attacked. The developers got attacked at that time, but it was like, you know, you guys came out and you said all our choices are going to matter, and so it's always going to sting with people when they think about that game and all the mixed feelings they have. Right. And there's still so much. There's a lot of fun times in those games, but when you get to that 3rd game, it's like, do I want to play through this campaign again? I played through it once. It was good, but it just missed opportunities. So
that's like with the Telltale games. A lot of those.
I miss those.
Yeah,
I miss them too.
Really good.
Did you guys feel that at the end of, if you played the first Walking Dead game and they had this decision, it's like, don't make me do this game. Don't make me do this. It actually made you feel like, fuck, why do I have to do this?
That was
you guys.
That was tough,
brutal.
but honestly, like the toughest thing for me was the ending of the episode before that. Like, because the ending, I guess for me, it's like, well, you have to do it, but like at the end, right. before the second, the second to last, I guess was episode 4, when they show he gets bit. You're like, because you see it once it happens, you're like, no, because you know what that means, and it sets in right then. You're like, oh no.
Yep.
And they made. I still remember when they had that decision to like, oh, just cut your arm off. Like only a little bit to think about it. It's like, dude, you can't just spring this on me. What are you doing?
I know.
I hesitated.
I kept trying to also go back and save that one woman who got shot in the head. It was around the hotel area, the motel.
Oh yeah.
I want to save her. I want to. No, you're not going to let me save her. So I kept going back a few times. You're not going to let me save her. Dang it, game. She didn't deserve that. That was brutal.
That was the thing though. Like the first one was amazing.
Yes.
The second one I thought was pretty good. I got kind of annoyed with the ending, just because. I feel like one of the characters was just really dumb, and it's like, well, if you could just explain something, I would have understood. But
yeah, but get back to your point. In the first one, when Lee, he's dying. It's like, no.
Yes. It was brutal. I was like, no, don't make me do this, Clementine. I don't want to have to shoot him or whatever. It doesn't matter if I guess we spoil it, whatever. But
that game's probably old.
Yeah, that game's so 10 years old. So
too bad.
Yeah, it was.
When's that stupid Star Trek game coming out?
I don't know. Is it going to be?
I haven't seen a release date.
It's like stuff with what the hell's the name of that studio again? I keep forgetting.
I don't remember.
But they it's like because I remember following it for Game of Thrones. Okay, not Epic Games.
No, I don't think it's Epic Games.
Well, yeah, Epic Games is a platform that's going to be on along with the current systems, but
they just they just give the money.
I can look at the developer of it real quick.
Like I got it right here. It's
I guess I'm a little bit out of it.
It's Telltale. Telltale Games. So one thing I remember with Telltale Games is I used to like this show. It's called Game of Thrones. You ever hear of it? I know not a lot of people have heard of it, but they came out with
never heard of it.
Okay, well, it's a show about boobs and dragons.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. I think. But I followed the show, and they came out with episodes of. They had a game version of it, and they came out with episodes. And I think they didn't announce when the chapters would come out until like a week before, and that's the way it is with a lot of digital only video games. You don't hear about it until like a week before, or maybe even sooner, when they're going to drop. So I'm thinking that's going to be the case with Star Trek, and apparently Star Trek is going to be a single thing. It's not going to be split into chapters like Back to the Future or Game of Thrones or Walking. What was it called? Walking Dead. Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead. Walking Dead.
Well, what era are you?
Walking Fake Out Deaths.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped watching Walking Dead. It became Walking Fake Out Deaths.
Do you actually shock value? Yeah. Do you actually have some hope for this Star Trek game?
Hope.
It's been a while since we've had one. So
isn't the game going to star like Michael Burnham, and she's going to be supported by Soji and Daj from Picard, and Girardi, who murders men and gets away with it, and the annoying girl, or the annoying character Lon Noonien Singh from Strange New Worlds.
The annoying character, which one?
And what's her name? Ortegas, who always has to open her mouth every time the captain makes a decision. Those five. It's gonna be a hell of a game. It's gonna be a hell of a game. New Trek is. Yeah. This is the best time to be a Star Trek fan, everybody. Okay, sorry, my rant's over.
No. This is the worst time to be a Star Trek fan, and that's just my own personal opinion.
So you believe me, Mike? You didn't read my sarcasm?
I've read it.
If the new Star Trek game is all centered around the new crap, forget it. It's gonna be crap no matter what, no matter how well it's made.
Remember, it's all retcon now. Everything is retconning the original series. So if you think it's gonna be in the same universe, it's not. It's not.
All new, all different.
Yeah. it's-
Or no, they're just retelling the same stories, but they're just making it take place. They're like, oh, we're going to do this now. We're going to retcon the original series. We're not going to even. Who cares about that? It's fake. It's fake. Nobody. It's fiction. Who cares? Who cares about a timeline? Who
Here,
cares
I'm not
about
gonna play the
continuity?
first 4 minutes of the game, but this is Star Trek Resurgence.
Is this a recent drop, or is this?
It's a few months old.
I thought that thing was totally fried.
Well, you did, didn't you?
Nice work, Carter.
Nothing to it, Neely.
And not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering. Like, now.
Like now.
As in transporter now?
They fly now?
Ooh, nice. Walk out in space.
Come on!
As long as they give you a lot to do in this game, it could actually be like fun. But
I got the
No.
Star Trek and Across the Universe song stuck in my head now.
I guess I wondered because Telltale went under and then new people bought them, right? So this
Yes.
is
Yeah.
a different thing.
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because I know I've still been waiting for, and they said they're going to do it, but Wolf Among Us 2.
yes,
Wolf Among Us was fantastic.
This looks
And they
nice.
just never, they gave us like too many Walking Deads, but wouldn't give us a new Wolf Among Us.
Was that a horror? A Wolf Among Us? What was that? What kind of story is that?
It's I wouldn't say horror. It's like
Engineer.
mystery, I guess.
all right.
I heard the new Ecto just arrived. Won't be long before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for is something good. I can
Chovak?
never tell with him. I'd rather not end up
Yep.
gousing
Worst
That's your
she's-
same as Chovak.
Worst, she's a trill.
What's the matter, Neely? Afraid of a little hard work?
A little hard work? Really? A little? 6 months of putting this ship back together is a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and here we are. Just about ready to go.
I doubt she's carrying a symbiont with that attitude.
Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
At least they put a little booty on her, so I ain't mad.
Petty officers.
All right, y'all. I gotta head on
I
out
was
there.
beginning to think you
Hey,
would.
All right,
take care,
brother.
24.
All right,
God
Fusion.
All right, man. Y'all
Take
take it
care.
easy, man. You have a good night.
Thanks for coming by, man.
You
Yeah,
too. Thank you
man.
for coming
All right,
on,
man.
brother. I really appreciate it.
Oh man, had a great time, man. Shit, look forward to catching up with y'all again. You know, after I move, man.
All right,
Fusion,
brother.
are
If
you
ever
on?
wanna,
Oh, go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
if you ever want to pop in on Pop Talk on Wednesday nights at 8 or Sunday mornings at 11, you're more than welcome, brother.
Oh shit. All right, thank you, man. I'll take you up on that, man.
Yeah, Fusion, are you on Discord at all?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. Same name, or you want to?
Yeah, actually, yeah, it should be 24/7. Yeah, exact same name.
Okay, you want to just put it in private chat for people if they want.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I'll do that for you. Let me.
Sure, man.
Star booties across the universe.
Yeah,
That
and
Vulcan,
Baron,
that
Baron, are
Vulcan
you gonna
reminded
start-
me of the Vulcan reminded me of the Vulcan that Cisco hated. That he wrestled, that he challenged to a wrestling match with, and then takes him on a game of
Takes him
baseball.
on and
Look-
take me out to the Hollow Suite.
That's him. I think that's him. Mike. I think it's him.
I'm sorry. That's just one of my favorite episodes of the series because you get to see Cisco, get real passionate about the game of baseball. Sorry.
It has nothing to do with the sport itself being in the episode.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. If you
We,
believe that, I got a plot of land I can sell you.
those Cardinals and Dodger games were interesting. That's for sure. They were. Those
Well,
were
we-
not. Those
I
were
don't
not
remember
easy
this.
games.
Well, you remember Red Sox? Remember, socks are important. Remember, socks are important. Mike, do you have a? I have a question. Do you have a Buck Bokai baseball card by any chance? You know how rare those.
No,
rare
I
those
do
type
not.
Of cards are. You know,
No, I do not have
future player. You
a
know,
London Keynes Buck Bokai baseball card. I'm sorry, I do not.
what's the name of the Cestus 3 team? Do you remember? That they sent
Pike City Pioneers. Pike City Pioneers.
on Cestus 3. And Cestus 3 is where the Gorn destroyed that base.
If this will
In
make it
Arena.
easier for you, Fusion, I just put my Discord name in the private chat. So.
Oh, I was yeah, I'm putting it in there, but I'll definitely take yours too. So that's cool.
All right, dude.
Yeah, I gotta get your Discord. I don't have your Discord, brother, man.
Are you gonna actually start using Discord more, Baron?
Hey.
I like
Hey,
to
go
I like
easy
to
on him.
Baron.
Go easy on him.
I'm old.
He knows
remember?
this stuff. You're
Dinosaur.
not old. You're good. You can do this.
I've been using Twitter more, believe it or not, lately.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and put the link to my Discord in there for you guys. And also go ahead and put it in the chat for anybody in the chat who would like to join. So there you are. There's the link to my Discord if any of you would like to join.
Rules of conduct. Screw that.
We don't follow them rules.
Rules? What rules specific?
Where we're going, we don't need rules. I mean roads.
Roads. All right. There you go, Fusion. I sent you a friend request. Make it a little easier on you there, man. 'Cause I know you're packing.
Cash, you
I
got
know.
a friend. That's
Oh my
That's so
gosh.
nice.
Yeah,
I'm so
and
proud of
so
you.
I got a whole bunch actually, Nerdporial, including you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fusion, before you leave, we've got a guy. We've got an anime guy.
Oh,
welcome, Brandon.
No.
It's Brandon.
Hey everybody. Yeah,
lives.
it's me. I do live. My main internet still doesn't live, so I'm actually on my tablet using the cellular service. So I'm not too sure how good it's going to be for a bit, but I thought I'd come make my presence felt and give some 2 cents here and there before it decides to croak out on me.
Do you have unlimited service or by the gig?
I've got unlimited, so I'm good.
Okay, it's good because the only reason I bring that up is I was doing accounts for my boring job, and someone managed to accrue on a by the gig account 111 gigs of usage in 1 month. So their bill was rather high, and they were not happy.
Yeah, I bet they weren't too happy. So how is everybody? It's been a while since I've seen a few of you.
Doing good, Brandon. I appreciate you taking the time to come on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I've asked everybody this question already, but how old were you when you started playing games, and do you remember what the first game was?
Oh, I remember being way young, like 4 or 5. Before we had an NES, we had a Intellivision by Mattel and an Atari 2600 VCS Junior. I wish I would have kept the 2600 Junior because that's not a very common model. But that's what I had to start with, and then let's see, it was 87. They got us a Nintendo for Christmas, and it was the triple pack: the Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt with World Class Track Meet.
Nice, very nice. And I've heard you talk about having a TurboGrafx 16.
Yeah.
Tell me about that experience.
As I got a little older and into the 90s, I started doing some work, some lawn mowing and stuff, and I had let's see, what year was that? That would have been like 92 or thereabouts. I had done some lawn mowing, and there was a kid that I knew in school that had one that was wanting to sell it. So I bought it from him right before. Yeah, I had it. I had it right before I had my leg surgery done. I was out most of my 7th grade year, so I had the TurboGrafx 16 with the Turbo Tap and 4 controllers, and had a few multiplayer games. The one that I remember the most about it was Dungeon Explorer, and I wish that I could have gotten the CD attachment add-on. So Turbo Duo or the TurboGrafx 16 portable CD player, and wish I would have had the ability to get the Super Graphics set up on it, because they were pushing some pretty good stuff on that thing, even though it was only an 8-bit main processor. It had twin graphics cards in it, hence the 16-bit nature of it. But if I remember correctly, I had R-Type on that, which I think was the best home version of R-Type at the time. It was way better than all the others, and we didn't get anything even close on the Super Nintendo till R-Type 3. But yeah, I had the TurboGrafx, had the Super Nintendo, had the Genesis, had all of them from that 16-bit era. And then going into the next generation, I had 2 Saturns. I should have had my ass kicked for getting rid of either of them. I had my PlayStation. My brother had an N64, and then we all had. I had a computer, and my folks had a computer. So we were pretty loaded on all that stuff. But yeah, any of those things I purchased myself. So.
How was Dungeon Explorer? Was it like Zelda? I'm looking at images of it right now.
It basically was a multiplayer dungeon crawler.
Oh.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I remember my 2 younger brothers and I. We started going through that, and we got as far as we could before we basically couldn't go any further because we were too low level and lost interest in it. But that one was one of the good multiplayer, more than 2-player games. Was
it like simultaneous multiplayer? Or did you have to take turns?
Yeah, it was simultaneous. If I remember correctly, that one I think supported, it was either 4 or 5 players, if I remember correctly. I think it could do that. So it was it was a great game, great system. Definitely a lot more Japanese influenced, and if you could speak Japanese, or if you could at least now get translated ROMs, that the TurboGrafx 16 was stacked, but it was mostly stacked on the Japanese side.
Did you play Newtopia at all?
What was that?
Did you play Newtopia at all on TurboGrafx?
No, I did have all of Bonk's Adventures, and I did have Bonk's Adventure. Bonk's Adventure was fun. That was a good one.
A fun game, man.
If you want a Zelda clone, play Newtopia 1 and 2. I played the first one. It's just like the original Zelda.
Yeah. And what was that, Baron? What were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say all your bases belong to us.
All of your bases belongs to us now. Oh yeah. Some of the games that I wish that I would have got was oh shit, I can see it. Lords of Thunder. That was a badass shooter game, and I wish that I would have got the Book of Ys. The original ones on there, because they're really good too. And the one that I wish that they would have brought here, but Konami in their infinite wisdom didn't, was Castlevania Rondo of Blood.
That's a hard game.
Well, what's funny is, like, with these collections, and my friend and I were talking about this recently, Brandon, that they're missing still games. Like, are they going to make a 3rd collection now? Because it's like they could put some more games in these collections, and they've done 2 already.
Yeah, as far as for Konami themselves, they probably could. And actually, I think it's actually Konami that now owns all of the rights to the TurboGrafx system. It was NEC, which was co-developed with Hudson, But when NEC decided to get out of it, Konami is the one that bought it, and they on the little TurboGrafx 16 Mini that they did, then the PC Engine variant for Japan, and then the PC Engine variant that they had for Europe, they did include most of these games on there, and some of them did have translations. But I would absolutely love to get a hold of an original version of Rondo of Blood with a translation pack, subtitle pack installed with it to be able to actually play it, because it's out of all of them, it and Symphony of the Night by far have the best story. They have the best characters, and they have the best music. If you haven't listened to the Rondo of Blood's music, you're missing out, because it's right up there with Symphony. It's top notch. And
it's the prequel to Symphony.
Yes. It's the prequel to Symphony, and Symphony is the direct sequel to it, and that was pretty rare. That was the first time for them doing something like that, other than Castlevania 2. But I don't really consider Castlevania 2 a real
Simon's Quest.
Yeah, Simon's Quest was
it's a brutal game.
A bugger.
I hate that game to this day still.
Yeah,
Angry Video Game Nerd had the best video on Castlevania 2.
Yeah,
especially when you have to like, how are you supposed to know that tornado is going to come if you go against the wall and duck? I think that's what the idea.
Yeah, you're not. Whoever commissioned that one and designed that one, I think they were just being assholes and playing the biggest joke on everybody who could actually get through the first Castlevania. Because let's face it, that's not exactly an easy game to get through either.
No, it's not.
Mm-mm.
And neither is the third one. But at least with the third one, you had other people you could play as, and that one was probably peak NES. And as far as originality in game design and some of the things that they tried with it, it probably in that respect would be either a top 5 or a top 3 best of the system, if not right up there with like Super Mario Brothers 2 or 3, or even something like a Zelda or Zelda 2. Castlevania 3 really is that good. Konami was absolutely on top of their game with that one.
Yeah, Zelda 2 is still pretty brutal, though. I still need to finish that. I think I have that on
Zelda 2 is brutal. It is massively brutal.
Talking about NES games, could you think of any game, and this is for all of you, any game that really pushed the system's limits?
Mario Brothers 3 did.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no Pokemon on the NES, so.
Kirby's Adventure on the NES was pretty good. That
was fun. That was fun on Game Boy too. Yeah.
I just got that on because I went through the 3DS store since I know they're closing. Got everything I could. I just got that one.
Are they still closing? I guess I should probably look.
Yeah,
I think they might be.
They don't stop when they decide to do something like that.
The emulator works well enough though, but yeah.
I know they stopped like at one point. You can't deposit money in, and then they closed the store sometime after that. So I just when I heard the news, I'm like, I'm going in right now. They're not gonna waste any time.
Yeah,
I have my issues with Nintendo, especially when it goes to game preservation. They're the worst
whole
about it, without
that.
question.
They get rid of these these sites, and it's like it's their property. And I've made this comment before on other even articles about this. It's like I get it, it's their property, but can you guys find a way to put it on the Nintendo Online that people pay for the year for $20 or whatever? Can you do that?
Get the whole library up there. How
much can you put on there?
How hard is that?
Right. And so if there's a copyright problem, they still could be. There should be at least, I would say, 80 to 100 games on the Nintendo Online. I think right now there's only about maybe 40, at least 40 or 41. That's not many.
No,
And
it's not
there's
many
so
at
many of
all.
these
It's
things.
ridiculous.
Yes.
It's like they have a massive library, like, and they choose the stupidest games, like games that
Yes.
people don't remember or even give a crap about. Like, where's Castlevania? Where's Mega Man? Where are all these where are all these games that people know and like?
That's because Konami and Capcom are doing their own things with them, and it's because since the proliferation of other systems beyond the Nintendo having a bigger reach than Nintendo, like the computer, they're just going to keep doing their own classics releases. And actually, speaking of classics, that is one thing that I did want to touch upon, because Sega is doing a Genesis Mini 2. It's coming to the
Yes.
US, and they
Yes.
released another 11 games that they've got
Yes.
coming onto there, and holy shit, they're putting out the best Sega CD games on there. They are putting out Final Fight CD on there. That is the holy grail version of the home console version, and I believe it's actually better than the arcade version.
Do
It
you?
really
This is a Sega
that
CD
good.
Mini?
Do you think this one might actually be worth it? Because we have the emulation, you have the Steam stuff you can buy, and that seems to be quite good still, and it's gonna still keep
as far as the
upgrading that.
emulation goes, let me give me just a second. Let me take a look at it here, because I know they had their first set of games they showed, but they did release another 11. The Mega Drive 2 or the Genesis Mini, they're not doing an attachment add-on looking thing. It's just the Mini 2, but they're including a Sega CD emulator on top of it, which is basically just a Mega Drive emulator. Although technically the Sega CD, it had a faster Z68000 CPU in it, and it could do some of the scaling effects that their super scalers could do, even though only one of the games or two of the games really used it. But let me see if I can find it here.
Okay.
Is it modeled after the second Sega? The
Yes,
second Genesis?
it's modeled after the second one.
All right.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that second one was crap.
If they really have a lot of cool games on it, then it probably would be worth the money.
Yeah, well, the first one it looked like the original Fat Boy, the actual Mega Drive HD. That one, the original one, if you can get a hold of a Genesis, the original model that actually says on it HD graphics, that is the one to get, because it does had the superior, both the superior sound chip in it, but also the better capacitors, and it also had a better video output system on it. Whereas the games that they included with that one were pretty good, but they only included the 3-button controllers. You could buy the 6-button controllers, but they didn't include it. Whereas with the Mini 2, they're including the 6-button controller. And I know that one of the games that was one of the hardest ones to emulate was Virtua Racer. They're including it. So
you're saying this may finally be a Mini that is actually going to be worth it? Because I haven't bought any of these minis. So there was still supposed to be a Dreamcast Mini that was going to come out. But,
I wish Sega would get off their ass on that one and do it.
I know,
Especially since Dreamcast emulation is actually fairly easy. I actually have Redream for the computer.
Oh yeah, my friend
perfect.
showed me that the other day. Yeah, that's really cool.
Good. Let me see if I can find the list of games. They had a bunch of them that were Japanese only, and a few of them did come over here. The one game that I did absolutely want was Final Fight CD. That one's good. The other one is Snatcher, and I'm not entirely sure if Hideo Kojima is going to if that one's going to be on there. But let me. They did release the original, the first 22. They did another 11. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
All right, so here's what is for the North American one.
How many
Sonic
games
CD.
did that?
Oh
Okay.
yes, I had the Super Nintendo Mini. I should get my ass kicked for getting rid of it.
How
The only
many
problem with
games
it-
did that come with? Oh, go ahead, Brandon.
That one came with 21, 22, but both the NES Mini and the Super Nintendo Mini were very easy to unlock, and their emulators could play. It was like in the neighborhood of 85 to 90% of the games. So I loaded up a whole ton of other games that I've had in my collection that weren't on there, like Turtles in Time, et cetera, et cetera. But
yep, I got it on here. I got it on here.
What Steve brought up, that's what we really do need. We need a new Pilot Wings. A Pilot Wings for the Switch would be awesome.
Yes,
awesome.
That's one of the series that they've let go dormant. There's a ton of series that Nintendo
F-Zero?
has let go dormant.
F-Zero.
Earthbound,
I agree with Steve. Also, if we got another Rock and Roll Racing, if you guys played that on the Super Nintendo,
That's Blizzard. Blizzard won't
yeah,
do
that's
that
right.
because
That was
Blizzard sucks.
That's right.
Yeah, Blizzard sucks complete
Rock and
total
roll.
ass. They're not.
Wouldn't it be a
gonna do it.
nightmare just to get all the rights for all the songs that they use? In
Oh
Rock and
yeah,
Roll
that's
Racing?
why.
So
that's why
awesome.
Rock and Roll Racing isn't on there because of all the rights issues with the songs. But here's what's going to be on the Mega Drive Mini 2. We got Sonic CD, Shining Force, Silpede, Mansion of Hidden Souls, Night Stalker, the Ninja Warriors, and then from the Genesis, we're going to get Afterburner 2, Outrun and Outrunners, Virtua Racing, Super Hang-On. Now, some of these were early Genesis games, so they're not as good as their arcade counterparts, but for the time, as good as they could do. Sonic 3D Blast, which is really good. Shining in the Darkness, Vector Man 2, The Ooze, Bonanza Brothers. That's a sleeper game. That's a great one.
I was going to say, that's a real fun game.
Yes, it is. Rainbow Island Extra, Splatterhouse 2 for the ultra violence out there. Got to have some Splatterhouse.
Wow, there was a Splatterhouse 2? I didn't even know.
There's a Splatterhouse 3.
Wow.
Yeah. Then they're including Rolling Thunder 2, and then Thunder Force 4, Fantasy Zone. Fantasy Zone on the Genesis was totes. That is an excellent side-scrolling shooter, cute 'em up shooter.
Okay.
And then Star Mobile. But there's supposed to be 50 games on here, and I know that there's a few more games that were released only either in the European market or in Japan that could still be in the US version. And if they find a way to include Snatcher with this, game over. This mini would win for the best overall as far as the Sega CD goes for the games.
Yes, Snatcher came with the TurboGrafx mini, but it's the Japanese version.
But it's the
so
Japanese
you can't even freaking play it. I'm like, are these people morons who made the TurboGrafx mini? Like people here don't speak.
Well,
the
that
majority
was
of people here don't
Konami,
speak Japanese.
yeah.
Or read Japanese.
It's Konami, so yeah, they're idiots. And
Hiragana,
unfortunately,
The only thing that
Konami.
The only thing Konami does right now, Brandon, is that they have these collections, and even those, and I agree with my friend, like they could be bigger, even for the $20
they absolutely could
or
be
whatever.
bigger. They could be better emulation. That's the main problem
Mhm.
with the TurboGrafx 16 minis is the emulation isn't quite right. There's a bit too much lag in there, whereas with the SNES mini there isn't, or it's so minimal you don't notice it. But the guys that did the emulation for the Master. The original one, I think it's M2 that was doing it. They haven't said if they're the ones that's doing this one, but if they are, then you're basically going to have as good as if it was running on original hardware or running on a FPGA based hardware system like an FPS Mister, Frame Meister, whatever the hell it's called, one of the FPGA projects out there. But for the Japanese, here's the Mega CD games that they're doing, and some of these, there is an English version or a fan translation that you can get. So they've got Mansion of Hidden Souls again, Popful Mail. We have to have Popful Mail. That is one of the hardest games to get for the Sega CD and one of the most expensive games on the Sega CD, but also one of the better games on the Sega CD. So let's see. They're also
looks like Resident Evil.
As Steve also pointed out, Steve, if the best I can tell you right now, and I just downloaded it recently, is probably Dolphin. If you've got a nice enough computer, I would go with Dolphin because it's about 60 100% of the games that work on there, and they look pretty dang
Yeah.
good. So
Yeah,
you know.
the Dolphin emulator for the GameCube.
Yep.
Is
And it works
extremely
Wii games
good.
too. Yep.
Yeah.
It's for Wii.
I heard
as
it
The only
requires a
thing that I would
lot of
say-
power. I heard it requires a lot of
Yeah.
power to run the Dolphin.
Oh yeah, it takes that. You know, when you look back at the different consoles, the GameCube is by far, out of that generation, the hardest to emulate. But it also was one of the most powerful, both in terms of its CPU capabilities for the speed and its graphics card capability for the speed. That thing was highly customized, and it was designed to move data in and out super quick. But yeah, it's a tough one to emulate. And the only thing that I'll say is, if you are going to try that, get yourself either a GameCube controller that's USB plugged, or get your GameCube controllers, and then get the little adapter box that they released for the Wii U and for the Switch, because you've got to have that to play those games. If you try to use an Xbox controller or a PlayStation style controller, it don't work for jack.
It worked for me. I used an Xbox One controller. I've been using that
It's
for
not
Dolphin,
as easy.
so.
It's not the same. The
I
way
did-
that GameCube controller
Yeah.
is set up,
Mhm.
it just doesn't quite work right, or at least it didn't for me. But that's
Oh,
me. But
I can help you with it then later.
okay, so
Okay.
here are the other games. The Japanese one has been confirmed, and almost every single one of these has a US variant.
Okay.
Besides Final Fight CD, Lunar, the Silver Star story, and Lunar Eternal Blue from GameWorks. I
Lunar,
wish that company
wow.
was still around. They were so good at localizing a lot of these games. So those are huge. Those are two other ones that if you can find complete in box in good shape, you're going to pay hundreds upon hundreds of dollars for. Let's see. Then they have Wonder Mega Collection, Tatsujin. They're also doing their version of Super Street Fighter 2, which, depending upon who you ask, is the superior version to the Super Nintendo one. I don't believe that, but some people think it is.
Interesting.
They're also including,
I didn't think so. I rented
Yeah.
the Genesis version, and I didn't think it was better than the Super Nintendo version.
No, I didn't think so either, but they do have a few things that they do a little different with that. The Capcom did a little different than what they did with the Super Nintendo. But they're also including Fatal Fury 2. And that's the one thing that is kind of lost, is SNK did port over a lot of their better fighting games to both the Genesis and the Sega CD and to the Super Nintendo. If this would be a really great fighting setup, if they would do Fatal Fury Special CD or Samurai Showdown CD onto this, because those two were decent ports.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna probably. How many more games do you think they might add, Brandon? Maybe.
They said that this is going to have a total of 50, and right now for the Japanese list, they're up to about 30.
Okay.
So there's still a ton of room. There's personally on the Mega Drive side, there's probably not a whole lot else that they could dive into that they didn't already do with the original one. You know, they got their Streets of Rage and Sonics and all that, all of the standard Sega fare. There were a lot of games that were made by EA at the time that are extremely unique, but I doubt that they would be able to get some of them. Same with some of the other American developers. I just don't think that they'll be able to get most of those because of rights issues and things like that. Of course, we can always sideload them, but that's as far as official, I don't see them adding a whole lot more or anything really, really, grade A, top notch from the Mega Drive side.
Okay.
The rest of this collection is going to hinge upon what they include from the Sega CD side. So far, they're hitting a lot of this out of the park, but there are still a few here and there that if they could do, none of the full motion video crap. That would be stupid. But some of these other ones that there was a version of Battle Chess. There's a Star Wars Battle Chess that was on Sega CD. There's what else was there? There was a Jurassic Park game, but that's kind of the full motion video-ish type game, and of course, your Sewer Shark and Night Trap. But Terminator, they have to have Terminator and they have to have the Batman game. They have to. Those two are two of the better games that they had for that system.
Well, let me ask you this, Brandon. What do you think of the odds being that we'll one day get a mini that has some of the 32X games on it?
That was something that I was hearing in the rumblings that this was possibly going to have. Now, on the 32X,
Knuckles
not
Chaotix.
a whole ton of games there, but well, they could do their for the 32X version of Virtua Fighter. They could do the 32X version of Virtua Racing, but then again, if they're including the Sega version or the Genesis version, they don't need to do that. But they would have to include with it the 32X version of Star Wars Arcade.
Mm-hmm.
But I doubt they'll do that because Disney completely and utterly sucks the old fatty there. But we can always dream.
True.
Yeah.
NBA Jam. NBA Jam.
Yes, NBA Jam or NBA Jam or Tournament Edition, the Sega CD version of them. They were the superior version. Or Mortal Kombat on the Sega CD. That one was the superior version compared to the Genesis. Yeah, they could easily do Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3. And if I remember correctly, the Super Nintendo version of 2 and 3 was better, but not so far out there to where it completely blew them out of the water. But the first one, yeah, you have to have the Genesis version, no question. It's basically like how the Chinese censor it now. Instead of the blood, it looks like someone spooged all over them, and it's just so wrong. So wrong. What are they thinking? It doesn't make it better.
It's funny how now Nintendo, even though they have their other issues, they are so much less about censorship. And yet Microsoft and Sony are like, we'll censor this or we'll do this, but Nintendo's like, yes.
It's weird because Nintendo of America used to censor stuff from Japan all the time. Like if there was anything Christian, if there was anything like any crosses or anything Christian looking, they get rid of it.
Yeah. It's really strange how that has completely flipped on its head. So as it stands right now, I hate Sony with passion. I'll never own it. That's why I'll never own a new PlayStation. Precisely because
it's really hard for me to really support Sony, and especially what's going on lately. They just don't have enough for the PS5 for me to justify that price, Brandon. They just don't.
Yeah, exactly.
What is Sony been doing in particular, Brandon?
What was that?
What has Sony been doing in particular?
Censorship and just being jackasses. Well, I know it doesn't tie into the gaming side, but it's just how Sony is overall. Yep. You heard that they're losing a whole entire movie studio's worth of movies, and instead of just not selling them anymore, they're removing them from people's libraries. That's a dick move.
Oh,
yeah, and it's not a small library; it's a big library. But that just typifies the entertainment side of Sony to a T. It doesn't help that Sony Computer Entertainment is no longer mainly headquartered in Japan. It is now headquartered in San Francisco. So you can take a guess at what type of leanings and shit they do there.
Yeah, there was one good game that came out of San Francisco. It's called Sonic 2. Remember Sonic 2?
Yes.
Cool game.
And all the thing with Sony, it seems like, not everyone, but a lot of people, like after the most recent Spider-Man, which was really good. I really liked that movie.
Yeah.
No Way Home.
Oh yeah,
that was great in my opinion.
Yeah.
And were there Pokemon in that movie?
No,
no, I don't think so.
How did you watch it then? I'm baffled.
But
yeah, they did a great job with that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but everyone's like, "Oh, Sony's great. They're gonna save media,"
back.
And it's like, let's
then you watch Morbius and it's like, oh, it's
Mm.
Morbin time.
It's Morbin time.
Yeah, that's the biggest. Man. Sony is ending up like a lot of these other companies, very schizophrenic. With that big of a company, you've got several sides of it. You have the entertainment side, which includes the movies, the TV, the music, and then the games, versus the consumer electronic side, which is the traditional business, which is still based in Japan, and that side of things is still going pretty strong. They're not doing the wokey woke stuff, but all the rest of it, no longer has that influence of Japanese businessmen to keep them in line, to keep them from doing stupid shit. So because of that, they're now doing stupid shit like this, where they're censoring things that it's up. If they just don't want to have it on there, that's fine. But it's rather annoying. Sony used to be the rebel kid and everything, and PlayStation 2, they completely and utterly wiped the floor with anything that was ever made. They're still the highest single selling system out there, but once we got into the PS4 era, that started to erode a bit. But let me go back to the Sega CD games, because I've got a listing of other games that should be in this, but I doubt they will. One of them is the KO Flying Squadron. That is another extremely great cute-em-up shooter, super expensive to get, and it was released here in the States. Let's see here. There's an RPG called They. There's Soul Feast, which is a side-scroll shooter. NHL 94 Sega CD, that would be the definitive edition of that, because that was the definitive edition of hockey games, period. No other game past that was anywhere near as good. Let's see here. Flashback.
They did remake that. I don't know if that'll change, but they if you pre-ordered NHL 21, you got a whole copy of 94.
That would be good. But then
smart move.
US. Go ahead. Go.
I just said it's a smart move.
Yeah. Well, as I said, that 94 edition of that game was by far the best 16-bit version of it. And with a lot of people, it's still the best version to play. It's like, people that still play Super Tecmo Bowl, but get the hacks and patches to bring in the current roster to all of their teams. And adjust.
I know it's a little later, but in NFL 2K5, I still there's still a very active community that uploads the modern rosters now, because that game still, because this is and Madden was good back then too. So it's not, that was a really good game, but Madden back then was also good. Madden 08 was spectacular, but it's so frustrating with these damn sports games where it's like, look, we put the Pro Bowl back in. Oh, you mean the thing that was there 10, 15 years ago? You're only adding it back because you took it away.
One of the best things was these tournaments. Like, you'd play with your friends with I think hockey still has it. But they took it out of FIFA, and it's like, oh, well, now you have to buy the World Cup edition. Like, screw you guys. Like, that's just stupid.
Well, it's like with Madden, they keep saying, because they took away the refs in recent things. They said, well, we used to render in the refs, but now we took them out so that we can have this Pro Bowl because we're running out of memory. And look, maybe I don't understand. Right, that's what I'm saying. But maybe I don't understand.
Exactly.
Like, you're telling me the games from 20 years ago had more memory somehow than what you have right now? There's no way.
I'm with as much storage as they have, which is pretty much unlimited now. I claim bullshit on that. That's
totally.
That's
the same thing.
Stupid.
The same thing with Pokemon when they said, "Oh, we can't have the national dex because we're running out of memory."
Sword and Shield. That was Sword and Shield nonsense. Yeah.
I don't particularly care. I've never been one to catch them all. I'm usually the type that I have my favorite. I'll beat the Elite Four with 6 Woopas. You can do it.
Well, you know why they say that, Woopa, is because they've given those people those decks before, and then they're like, why are you being cheap? And so when Arceus came out, it's just a better game, and it's more challenging than Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield, you can do one move on a trainer, one move and win. That's not
the thing
best.
Though with that. It's like with Arceus, they just said, oh, we're doing region specifics. These are the people in this region at that time. And I'm like, hey, that's fair. They give you like I don't really care about the national decks. If they just give me a reason, it's fine. If you're gonna say,
Right.
well, we don't have the memory, it's like, well, you're full of shit. There's no way
Yeah,
that
yeah,
it's a memory
exactly.
issue. You just
Exactly.
are
Yeah,
lazy.
that they are.
That's what ticks me off about it.
Yep.
Well, there's a few more games from the Sega CD that if they would include it would be great. One of them is from US Gold. It was Flashback, and then they also had Heart of the Alien, which is Out of This World 1 and 2. Those would be great because they're a great piece of early 3D tech ingenuity history. Let's see here. No, that's not a good one. BC Racers. That's a very unique game. The Amazing Spider-Man versus the Kingpin. That'll never happen, but that would be a good one. Let's see here. Nope. Well, maybe Rise of the Dragon. That one's more of a storytelling in the vein of a Snatcher type of game. It was rated, MA-17, so I doubt it. Let's see here. Nope, that's a nope. That's a nope. Eternal Champions. They might do that because that one was.
I was just going to ask you about that one.
Yeah,
that was one of my favorite games from back in the day.
So you would say, Brandon, that if you didn't own a Sega CD or even you owned a Sega Genesis, then this probably would be worth getting, this mini.
Oh yeah, this one, and then loaded up with all the games from the original one. Absolutely, it'll get you the best of the Genesis and the best of the Sega CD. But yeah, definitely got to have Snatcher. Got to have the Lunar games. Got to have them. Star Wars Rebel Assault. Now that was an interesting game. That was a full motion video on rail shooter. That was a lot of fun because you could do the Death Star trench run if I remember correctly. And you also could do a training out at Beggar's Canyon back home. But that won't ever happen because it's old Star Wars and JVC owned the right to it.
JVC, wow, that's an old company.
Yeah. Got to have Popful Mail, which they are, so we're good there. Road Avenger. Now, that's a unique type of game. For no other reason than the artwork in that one would be good to have. Final Fight CD, that's included. I completely forgot. They did have some Lucasfilm games. They had The Secret of Monkey Island.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Wish you can get that on PC, but yeah.
Yeah, the Sega CD version of it is unique in certain respects.
Huh. Okay.
I think so. Well, for the fact that it's on the Sega CD at all.
Should we pull it up?
Yeah,
all right, let me try pulling it up.
And then I forgot about it, but there was Earthworm Jim special
edition. Earthworm Jim was a fun game. Yeah, it's a fun
and
game.
Then there's one game that's more of a tactics type game, Dark Wizard. Yeah, that one's a little out there, but if you like your Final Fantasy Tactics, this one is
yes.
This came before it, and of course you got to have Sonic CD, which they're doing. So,
I think you can buy that on Steam too. I think still, yeah.
Yeah, you can still. I've got Sonic CD for the computer. The only thing is, if you have a high refresh rate monitor, you've got to go into your control panel and set a specific game profile to keep the game from going above 60. Because if you let it go at full rate,
yeah,
it doesn't have the ability to time itself differently other than to those 60 frames a second. So it goes, you burn through your time, several times faster than what it should. So. Yes, Lucasfilm games.
Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that YouTube, whenever it officially wherever it goes, that they make sure this stuff is always archived, because there's a lot of people over the certain amount of time since 06 or 04, whenever it started putting up these gameplays. And, some of these companies are like, well, we don't like that. Like Nintendo, I get, is getting on people's asses too about why are you putting up some game footage? My friend was telling me about that. I guess Gamers Workshop is getting upset too.
I haven't had any problems with Nintendo. for
You haven't?
putting up
Okay.
retrospectives or anything.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Not even copyright stuff. So
Good. I'm glad.
I haven't
real
had any
quick,
trouble,
when
but I haven't done much.
When I started playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was getting some claims on the music. It's like it's in-game music.
Whatever.
same
Oh,
with
that's what
the
freaks me
final.
out.
Same with Final Fantasy IV when I was playing that.
Stupid.
I don't know what it is about Square Enix, but
They need to
they're
get
freaking
over
greedy.
Squeenix.
They're freaking greedy.
Squeenix. They can be.
Yeah.
I got in trouble for a lot
They-
of that with my
They've
Guardians
done
of the
some good
Galaxy
work
stuff.
too, but I just don't know where they're going to go with Final Fantasy 16. Is it going to feel like some of these other ones? I mean, 15 was pretty decent, but I wouldn't say it was a great game.
I always say, like, when are they going to finish this?
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
move
it's called
forward to some of the
Final
gameplay.
Fantasy, right?
Okay.
And it never ends. Like, what's up with that?
Fire!
Hey, that looks very relevant to today.
If you overthink this game, because I was playing this with a friend of mine, one of these games, if you overthink them, you just get lost so much. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
what do they want you to do? You're like, oh, that's what they wanted me to do. Gosh, I feel silly. Yeah.
I haven't played these games, but I've seen some stuff about them, and it does seem like they're just like sometimes it's just they hide it in plain sight, and sometimes they're like, I was supposed to do that. What the heck?
It's like,
Okay.
man, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. There's about 170, 180 Sega CD games. So there's a lot of them that aren't worth the damn.
I'm
But there
sure.
are some that are marginal to possibly pretty decent. You know, I'm looking at the full list here. There was the Three Ninjas game. Give me a break. The Adventures of Batman and Robin is terrible. Don't wish that upon your worst enemy.
What's
But I
wrong
forgot-
with it? Is it just
Oh,
I hated that game.
glitchy?
It sucks. Let's just
Did I
come
get
out and
that
say
on
it.
Game
It
Boy?
sucks.
I got one. No, it was like Batman Adventures or something. It was a pretty good
Was it
game.
based on the animated show?
Yeah,
Adventures
there
of
was
Batman and
one.
Robin?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I
this
know
version
someone
of it was
named,
complete total
I know someone
trash.
named Pop Culture Mechanic who's playing that game Cash Money every
Yeah.
Saturday morning. You should go check him out. You know.
Yeah, he was playing the Game Boy version this morning.
Check that out.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun actually. I enjoy watching.
But
it.
Whoop, my
I'm
ears are
looking-
bleeding now that I've heard that. How dare you?
I'm looking at this here.
Hey,
And
now I
there
can charge
are-
him $5. You know.
There's a few games on here that I forgot that were done. Sierra through Dynamics released The Adventures of Willie Beamish. That's an old ass adventure game, you know, primarily PC style, but they did release it for the Sega CD. They also did Afterburner 3. A few of these I don't recognize, like Isle Lord, Owl Shark.
I've never
A few of
heard
the ones that I do
these games.
recognize, there is the Batman Returns. That one's pretty good. Bill Walsh, rest his soul, had college football. They had a college football game. There's a game called Bouncers that was done by Dynamics. They also had, from Psygnosis of Sony ImageSoft fame, Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Ooh.
Yes, The Adventures of Willie Beamish.
Oh, I've never played this. Wow,
This is old school 486 DOS type game. You know, this is going back into the way back machine.
Wow.
I'll get to some gameplay here real quick.
Sorry, championships, here I come.
Sounds like the voice of Charlie Brown.
Oh yeah.
It does.
We gotta play these YouTube videos on Brave, on the Brave browser, and then you can skip all the
Yeah.
ads or something.
Yeah, I need to download it.
It's
I'll
kind of
use
nice, actually.
Chrome
Those
for-
ads can be aggressive. So
There's one game.
Oh yeah, all Horny needs is a little practice.
hey, this animation is still better than that new Turtles movie coming out.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah, there's one game on here that I wish Capcom didn't do, but I wish they would have done their arcade version, not this, whatever the hell it was. And that was Cadillac and Dinosaurs, the second Cataclysm. That is not a good game.
Capcom Capcom is weird lately. I mean, yeah, I don't mind Monster Hunter games, but they are really focusing heavily on that, especially lately. Capcom should
Yeah.
do some more stuff again. It'd be nice to see Mega Man and
Ooh.
some other stuff.
Okay, here's a few more that I completely forgot about. That are there was a full motion video game of Demolition Man. And I remember that on the 3DO, and on the 3DO, if you got a certain score on a certain level, you could have a happy fun time with Sandra Bullock. Rocket
I saw,
Planet Team, which
Cash. I saw what you were talking about. How come animation's so freaking ugly now? Reminds me of the new DuckTales show at Ninja
Yeah.
Turtles.
There's absolutely no detail in animation anymore.
Cal Arts. Gotta love
Yep,
them.
Cal Arts. That's what it is.
Here, I'm gonna skip ahead.
Yeah, this is why it's bad. It's not the arcade game. It's this whatever.
What
the
game
hell
is this again?
Is.
Oh, is that the dinosaur with that's really dumb meme?
It's-
What is it?
The
Cadillacs
thing
and
is,
dinosaurs.
the thing is with DuckTales, man, is that it's not that all that animation was bad. It was more like the old school original comics, Admiral, Nerdporial, but it just wasn't as great as the original. The
Oh yeah,
animation.
the original
Mhm.
had way more detail. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I know they made Scrooge's coat red like in the original comics.
Right.
But,
Let's
yeah.
see. Here's a few others. Now this one, even though it is a full motion video game, this one needs to be one that everybody needs to own and play and beat at least once. Dragon's Lair.
Oh, I've beaten that.
Oh,
on
I had it for the
Switch.
PC.
They had the whole
Yep.
trilogy on the Switch, but Time Warp is terrible.
Yeah, Time Warp.
Time Warp is
Dragon's
like,
Lair is
okay,
good.
here you go through the same scenario over and over again until you find the item. You better find it. Oh, you're gonna have to do it again. You're just like, oh, this is painful.
Well,
But the
they
first
also
Dragon's
had-
Lair is fun. Yeah.
They also had Dune, which was done by Cryo
Oh,
Interactive and
right.
Virgin Interactive. And speaking
Ah.
of Hudson Soft,
Dune,
they had
wow.
Dungeon Explorer on the Sega CD.
Yes. And there was a
That's-
series of this too. It's just crazy. Like I played this in the arcade and a bit.
But yeah, it was for its time. It
Yep.
was extremely pretty and very precise. But yeah, there's Eco the Dolphin.
Cool.
Then there was
Yeah.
also Eco the Tides of Time. They
Oh,
could do
heck
that.
Oh,
they were
if you
full
guys get
Sega
the Dragon Quest trilogy, you get Space Ace, right? Yeah, Space Ace. You get that. Yeah. You get Space Ace with that collection, which is pretty cool. You can get that on the Switch, and I think you can get that on PC and some other ones.
I completely forgot they did have a Sega CD version of Joe Montana's Sports Talk Football.
Yeah.
There we go. Ooh, now this would be cool if we could get the justifiers to work. Lethal Enforcers and Lethal Enforcers 2.
Lethal Enforcers.
Is
that one of those
love for
arcade-
Konami to release the arcade ports of those games? Because I
Yes.
played the Genesis port of Lethal Enforcers 2 and also the Lethal Enforcers port that was on Sega CD, and I enjoyed it. Of course, I enjoyed the original arcades too, but
Yep.
Mike, did you see that trilogy of Dragon's Lair that has Space Ace in it? And I think it's a trilogy pack. I don't know. I know it's for the Switch and.
no, I haven't seen it.
Okay. All right.
Oh man, I've got a few more for you. That was out on the Sega CD. You know, they had the NXS thing, and you know all those. They were trying those things, but Mickey Mania: The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse by Traveler's Tales and Sony ImageSoft, and they also had Microcosm, and from New World Computing, they had Might and Magic 3: Isles of Terror on there. Now
Oh
that's
my
going
God.
into the extreme way back machine as far as classic computer-based RPGs.
Might and
Oof.
Magic. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember playing that on the old PC. It's a fun game.
Yeah. Then there's let's see. There was
Does,
a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game.
Did Brandon no. Did Baron know he was muted before?
No. I hate to say this, so I gotta get going here. I'd like to
dude.
thank you for having me on, and you all have a great night.
Take
You're
care,
welcome,
Baron.
brother. Is there
man.
anything
Talk
you'd
to you
like
soon,
to
buddy.
say before you leave?
It was fun being here, and catch everybody, and then of course Cash Money and Mike will be on my show Wednesdays, so I can't wait for that.
It's nothing I said, right? You're not leaving because of me.
Yeah, it is actually.
I'm sorry, Mike. I had this effect on your
He
co-panelists.
does. He has his effect. No, not at all, Memorial. Okay,
No.
well, take care, everybody, and you all have
Alright,
a
dude.
great night.
Yep.
Thank you,
See you,
Baron.
man.
Have a good night,
See you,
brother.
man.
Yeah.
Yep. See you, buddy.
Oh, let's see. There was they had NBA Jam, but they didn't do Tournament Edition on the CD.
Wow.
Yes,
This looks
this
terrible.
one.
This is
Yep. And well, I got to be honest. I played this game back when
Yeah.
it came out, and I thought it was one of the best looking games on Genesis at the time.
Back in the day.
back in the day, man.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Ever play
actually,
Castle
for a
of Castle's
Genesis
Illusion?
game-
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, I've heard of that one.
They made a remake too on PS3.
yeah. I
That's the one I
have that
played.
for the computer. It really is a good game, considering it's modern Disney, but it's still a good game. But the originals are really good. But a few others that are on here: Pitfall, the Mayan Adventure, or the Mayan Adventure. That was really good.
That was good. And what was nice about that one is there was a part in the game where you can actually play the original.
Yep, they had that in there. And of course, going back before they did the Sands of Time, there is the original Prince of
Persia. Oh, that's still a fun game.
JVC brought it over to
Yeah.
the Sega CD.
Wow.
And there's a few games on the Japanese side that I wish they would have brought over, like Ranma 1/2 by Yukakan Aika.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
good luck getting
Ranma.
anime stuff over here, especially
Yes.
back then.
And
Wow, yeah.
they also have a version of Record of Lodoss War.
Lotus, that's an awesome anime.
You know,
Yeah.
they made there's a platform game that came out, Brandon, for Record of Lotus.
Yeah.
Did you see that one?
Was.
You get to play as Dietlit.
I think I've
through
seen
the
it, but it's
game.
been so long.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
It came
there's-
out, what, 2 years ago or something? Yeah, they decided to do a platform version of that anime. It was crazy.
that is good. That would be. I'll have to check that out. I'll have to check it.
Mm-hmm.
But let's
Yep.
see here. There was the Fatal Fury Special and Samurai Showdown, the original ones on Sega CD.
Oh, nice.
There's Sega Classic Arcade Collection 4-in-1 and 5-in-1. And let's see. Shadowrun. There you go. You want to talk about going into, prior to Cyberpunk? Shadowrun is it.
All right. Can you bring up Shadowrun? I'm sure somebody's got some gameplay for it, Mike,
I will do that.
since you have the power.
All right,
got
here's
the power.
one that's that has had many iterations of it, but was only in Japan. Shin Megami Tensei. They have Sega
Oh.
CD version of it.
Wow,
Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah. There were quite a few that they didn't bring over here. But they,
That's what is missing on PC. We got to get some of those games on PC, man. They're bringing these Persona games now. They got Atlas has to bring in those.
yeah. They just they need to.
SMT.
Well, Sega owns Atlas now, but they need to go
Right.
back into their history and
Yes, bring
release.
these games. People want these on PC. They want them.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, FASA. They were the corporation that also did Mech Warrior.
'89. Wow. And then copyright '94 for Sega.
Yep.
And let's get into some gameplay here.
Yep. Huh.
Top down, like a Sunsoft game.
Yep. Yeah, I remember I've read some comments from some people. They said, "Man, if these companies keep going in this direction, I'll just play retro games for the rest of my life."
Yeah, it really is getting that way. I
A lot
forgot
of
they
this stuff
also
is not even, they're not even creative anymore. I mean, it's getting less and less creative every time.
The art, yeah, it blows my mind though, like the art and how lazy it looks, and just like that's acceptable. You had brought up the new Monkey Island, Mike, before on there. It just, the other animation style just looks better, and so the people who originally worked on it is like, oh well, they were tired hours. That's great, but people aren't gonna just like this blocky. It's fine if you like it. If you like that blocky style, I just
the old pixel art. The
I love
I like that better.
Polygons.
Yes.
I love that look.
Me too.
It's
the old,
it just
VGA
looks
or lower. Yeah.
looks bad. Like, and I'm not one for graphics. Like, I'm out here playing Pokemon Gen 1. Everything looks like a pixel, but that was the best they could do at the time. This is not the best that they can do right now.
No,
It just shows that they don't give a shit.
No, they just, and then when they get criticism from the art, and it's just like, man, this art should look so much better because we know it can be, and it's just like, man, this looks kind of lazy.
And
like, I would even see like the cyberpunk art still looks quality, I would say.
That game was completely broke.
It's a mess, especially on consoles, but it worked much better on PC. I've seen my friends play it. Yeah.
It has some nice stuff. It just, if I liked the story, I could tell that the art would be good if I was not on Xbox One, but I can't. I see a lot of people kind of saying, "Oh, people are just overreacting." Like, look, at launch, because I pre-ordered it because I'm an idiot. I was playing it, and if you played it for more than half an hour, bricked your whole Xbox One. And from what I understand, that's not just Xbox One. That was for PlayStation 4 as well. Anything on which at that time it was not next gen. Like, they released that, I think, either right before or right during the launch of the new title, and it was supposed to release well before then, the new console. So it's not like, because I remember seeing all that. Oh, what'd you expect? It's a next gen on an old console.
Yeah.
How'd you expect it to work? Like, well, first of all, I expect the game that you sold me to work, but second of all, it was originally supposed to release before the next gen consoles were even out, so you can't give me that shit.
CD Projekt Red really screwed the pooch with
it's
Cyberpunk.
Especially with the Cyberpunk, but it runs still well on PC, and they're still updating it, and they could have just abandoned it, but they we know we screwed up, and there's still problems with it, but they're still working on patches and trying to fix it. So
just like when Duke Nukem Forever finally came out, that game was a mess.
That game was ass, and some people are like, "Oh, it's so funny." I'm like, "Yeah, when you grab basically feces, and that's an achievement from the toilet, like that's exciting."
Yeah.
Why would Duke Nukem do that? I don't know.
Yeah, Duke Nukem would not grab shit. He would shit down their necks and then get the babes. Not grab the poop and fling it himself. Here's a few other games that if they put on the Sega CD or on one of these minis would be really good.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Hey, that's from They Live. Come on.
I love
It's time to kick ass and use Ice Punch, and
I've
all
got
out of
balls of
PowerPoints.
steel.
Balls, balls, balls. I've got balls of steel.
One more. All right, enough of that.
Yeah, that'll get you. Get you a claim from Megadeth.
That'll get a claim.
Yes,
but
that stream taken down in 3, 2, 1.
Yep, pretty much.
There was Star Wars Chess that was done by Software Toolworks.
I would.
There's the Terminator that was Virgin Games and Probe Software. That's a must-have. Let's see, Time Gal.
So
let's
here's
see,
a game that's coming back, Brandon. What did you think? Did you see the gameplay of RoboCop?
There's a new RoboCop game coming out.
Yes.
I saw it, and
do you think it has potential?
it does, because they're using Unreal Engine 5, and that's an extremely powerful and easy to program for.
Is that the one
only
called
thing-
Rogue City? Is this what? Is this what you're talking about?
Yes. The only thing that I'm a little
bring it up. I want to see it. I want to see the game.
I'm bringing it up.
Oh, that's so good.
The only
I'm
thing
just
I'm a
waiting for
little
this.
concerned about.
Waiting for this
is
ad
how-
to disappear.
Yeah. The only
When
thing
you're
I'm concerned
alive, you're
about
coming
is-
with me. Are we going to see that guy
Yes,
get shot
Peter-
up?
Peter
We have to
Weller
see that guy
is-
get shot up really badly.
Peter Weller is actually providing the voice in his image.
Awesome.
Member Berry,
Yep.
I smell a member berry from that comment.
What are you worried about, Brandon?
The look, it looks very unpolished. Now when he's got his helmet on, he looks right.
Yep.
But when he has his helmet
pretty
off,
cool.
it didn't look quite right. But I think that's something that they can fix with more time to smooth things out.
Yeah.
And off the ledge he goes.
I just think it's funny too because I can see people just getting so upset about this game. It's so violent. It's this. It's like, oh.
Well,
remember when Clarence Boddiger's like, I was like, oh. Especially the uncut. You ever see the unrated version of RoboCop? Holy.
Yes.
Dude, I remember those figures when I was growing up, when I was a little kid.
Like the
getting them for your
OCP
birthday.
executive gets
So
shot
cool.
up like for like 5 to 10 seconds, just like just turns into complete mush.
Kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch.
1 and 2 are great movies.
Here we go.
Member Berry.
It doesn't look quite right, but I think that if they work on it a bit more, they could probably get it. But
yeah,
Is this
yeah,
is
that'll
is this another dumb? Is this Telltale that's doing this?
No.
No.
No. Somebody else.
No, Telltale doesn't exist anymore.
No, they do.
don't.
Well,
They've
well,
they
they
started
do.
coming back.
They went
As a
bankrupt
third-
and they were
making a new
done.
Star
And then
Trek
someone
game.
else bought them out, so they're
Mhm.
making.
Yep.
They got revived. I think they're cut a lot of their projects, but I know because I don't think they're making another Tales of the Borderlands, which is sad. But
Oh,
I
the
would
first
love
game
another
was
Tales of
so
the
good.
Dude,
Handsome
and
Jack is still such a great villain. He really is.
still to this day, the best gunfight in video game history, Tales of the Borderlands. You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking
Even better
about?
than regular
It was
Borderlands.
It's just a really
Oh,
good
way
game.
better.
It's a really good game to stream. It's just a fun game.
I'll have to send it
It
to
really
you,
is.
Mr. Admiral. It's
The
actually we can play
Admiral.
it. If you want me to play it here or send you the link, I don't know if it would. I think it'd be okay. There's no music or anything in it. If I can find it, it's just
All right.
so dumb, but it's hilarious.
There's only 2 more games on here from the Sega CD that I would say I wish we could get. One of them is a Yurese Yatsura, My Dear Friends, and from Origin Systems, which unfortunately is now EA, Wing Commander.
Oh,
Oh yes,
a wing. Yes,
I would love to play
Starring
that
Mark
game again.
Hamill.
No, this is before. This is the first Wing Commander, not the third one. The
Oh,
first
he's
one,
only in the third one.
the third, the fourth, and the fifth one is the ones that he was in. The first
Okay.
2 were
Malcolm
made
McDowell?
before. They were made before CD-ROMs became relevant, but they did port or they did have the Sega CD version.
I'm
of
bringing it
Wing
up. I'm
Commander.
bringing it up.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Now is the Wing Commander movie related to the games? The one with
No,
Freddie
No,
Prinze
it-
Jr.
Wing
To some
Commander
extent, I
movie is
guess,
just a
but
pile of
not.
crap.
Yeah, it's not.
We don't talk about that.
DOS.
Too late. Yep, DOS.
Yeah, it's amazing what they did bring over the Sega CD, and the TurboGrafx CD had quite a few games too, but nothing.
I
At least not in the
remember at
US,
my
nothing
friend's
like
house
this.
playing Bonk's Adventure on the TurboGrafx, on the handheld one, and then playing Splatterhouse. Brandon.
Yes.
Splatterhouse. Yeah.
I was disappointed in Splatterhouse. He looks like Jason, but yet he can die.
Right.
That's terrible.
It's true.
I'm gonna move through the credits and get to some of the actual gameplay.
Yes. Call sign, asshole. Keep firing, asshole.
Hey, I'm surrounded by assholes.
Wait, I can play that real quick. I'll pause that and I'll play that clip.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Just gotta scroll down and get to it.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Keep firing, assholes.
Yes. I have to get that clip too.
Yep.
He's an asshole, sir. Well, I knew that, but what's his name?
Yeah, major. He's a major asshole. He's major asshole, sir.
Yeah, Wing Commander is one of those games that help get Origin on the map, and unfortunately EA, back then they weren't complete and total dicks, but they eventually became that.
Is Wing Commander anything like Star Wars? I'm just curious.
Not really, no.
Like is it like Rogue Squadron or something? You play as pilots and you go on missions. What kind of game is Wing Commander?
As soon as it stops buffering, I can show you. Let's.
Here we go.
I might have to refresh it. Well, never mind. This does bring back great memories.
Looks very Star Wars to me.
Yeah, except this was made a few years before LucasArts did X-Wing and TIE Fighter.
True.
Didn't they make games like this at the time in the 80s and early 90s?
Yeah, this was 1990.
You jerk.
Yeah. You go on missions and you I can't remember everything of Wing Commander, but I remember you go on missions and blow up ships and
I want to play Star Fox now.
I know, right?
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Have you do that, Star Fox? Fox, get this guy off me.
No, I'd rather see you burn.
Yeah, Falco's such a dick. I guess I should have been thankful.
Yes.
Do the booster, Jack.
Yeah.
Jet or whatever.
And the thing is, you had to use your keyboard, you had to use your mouse in order to have any kind of control.
Or you had the joystick.
Yeah, I've never been able to get used to that. Like I need a controller.
Take some time.
I could play JRPGs with the keyboard.
Controllers.
Why? Because it's very simple commands compared to like playing a platformer.
Oh yeah, that was great times back in the old days.
That's fun, man.
Yep.
We don't really have many space games much anymore. What we have now is just
Starfield.
Starfield's coming out, but like there's a whole bunch. I don't know if you guys saw during the summer of games or whatever, because there's no E3. But there's a lot of space games, but there's not like a focus more on a space combat. I know Starfield will have some of that, but
you can build your own ships in that game.
Yes, yes.
Elite Dangerous was the last.
But they said, "Oh, you're gonna be able to explore like thousands of planets." I'm like, "Oh no, this sounds just like No Man's Sky." It means they're gonna just copy and paste up. They're just gonna do a copy and paste a bunch of stuff.
People were so upset about how No Man's Sky thing, and look where No Man's Sky is now, and hopefully that's where Cyberpunk 2077 will go, that they'll just keep working on it and not give up on it.
Yeah.
Did they even like? It's been I think a whole year since over a year and a half since Cyberpunk came out. Did they improve it at all?
Yeah, they're keep improving it. Yes,
But
they have to keep
I know, like, the problem with a lot of it is I don't think it's ever because they fixed it because I have it on Xbox One and I started playing, and like I said, you played it for more than 30 minutes and bricked your console. You had to restart, and it was just
horrible.
Like I stopped playing it, waited for some updates, and
because when you play that on the PC, it runs well. Even when it first
runs
came
a
out,
lot
it runs
better
pretty
now.
well. Yeah,
but there's still a lot of glitches. It's like randomly skips dialogue sometimes. It's better.
Yeah,
In
they
the
had
end, like,
promised.
I think it's a decent gameplay and really good story, but there's so many glitches still, and it's like I don't think it'll ever be good on the last gen consoles.
If
Xbox
you're gonna
One.
play
it won't be.
if you're gonna
It
play,
But that's
it,
where
play it on
most of the people
PC,
bought it.
yeah.
That's
Yes,
the thing, though.
they do.
Yes, but most people already spent $60
know.
on that last gen. So it's
Yeah.
like they're never going to get that experience unless they rebuy it. Are they going to want to
I
rebuy
finally-
that?
Yeah, I finally picked it up on Steam for like 30. So.
Yeah, that's one of those
It
games.
was-
I'll
Keep
probably
talking,
never
guys. I'll be
play.
right back.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
a fun
so-
game. Like it's
What
just
shall we talk about?
Oh, there was someone that was thinking about making a PC Mini, and there was talk about what type of hardware specs and years they would do.
Yeah,
I was hearing
Isn't
they
that
were
just a
thinking
Steam
of
Deck?
kinda, but actually make it like the little mini arcade, like the little Neo Geo mini arcades, but make it where you could plug in the computer or plug into a monitor or that. But they were thinking of doing the games and doing a system based around a 486 DX4 100. So
Huh.
all of these early DOS games would play, but also games like Doom and Hexen and Heretic.
Oh
Not
my
quite up
gosh,
to Quake, because
Hexen
Quake
and
needed a
Heretic.
Pentium.
Mhm.
But
That would be cool, man. Yeah, those were fun games back in the day. I remember Heretic. Yeah. Hexen.
yeah, the ID Tech software was for their Doom clones were pretty.
I
good.
mean, Doom is still great because they want to make sure Doom is still great and there's still love and passion put into
Yeah.
Doom. So I'm happy about that.
Well, let's see, other games from that early time frame that would be good. SimCity CD-ROM Collector Edition,
Ooh.
any of the Sierra Adventure games from
Yeah,
King's
man,
Quest,
those are- yep.
Space Quest, etc.
Yep.
Let's see. There was also the original Heroes of Might and Magic. That
Well,
was
the best we
turn-based
have
strategy game.
right now is DOSBox. DOSBox is probably the best we have right now to play a lot of those old games, and some of those old games or most of them are on Steam. I couldn't believe there were some old Dungeons and Dragon games that you can get on Steam.
Oh yeah, all the old
It's
SSI
crazy.
games.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's quite amazing how much of it has been preserved, and there's still quite a bit of it that hasn't.
Yeah,
But,
it's true.
there's just a ton of good stuff and a ton of history that a lot of these games are still really playable today. In fact, here's one for you.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever play the original Sid Meier's Pirates?
No.
No.
Oh, we've got Tales of Portland. Sid Meier's Pirates. I played that, dude. Yeah, on the. I originally played it on a Macintosh, though.
I forgot about this. The finger guns.
Yeah,
The best gunfight in video game history.
it's so funny. Because he's got a.
Wait! Don't shoot, please!
It's like Mr. Bean with the fingers,
This
with the
is
with
a
the
really
with
good
the, with the handgun.
Just the sound effects get me.
No.
Bring it on!
It's like the one guy who's annoyed in the middle of the office.
Gotcha, Cash.
You got me. Yeah. Anonymous.
Oh crap! It jammed on me.
No.
Ah crap! I can't get Mike. I think Mike is manipulating my handgun.
Perhaps I am.
Oh,
That's your stream.
Hyperion. Oh man.
This
There's no one I'm done.
it's great.
Badass account.
I've been counting. Get down.
Oh gosh.
Greatest game ever.
Yes.
This is a really good game.
Is there going to be a slow clap? Please let there be a slow clap from the boss.
No.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the loader bots are like, what the hell's going on?
They're all okay.
Oh,
They're fine.
Oh gosh. No, I love that game, but it was a good game regardless. But just that whole scene, every time I watch.
But Mike,
when
Mike,
it was happening, I'm like, no way. What is going on?
Yes,
Mike, I have to
yes,
call
sir, for you.
Look who's in the chat. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Anono Moss is in the chat. I'm so excited to see him.
It's anonymous.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and invite him.
Oh, don't do that. I hope I owe some money.
Well, gentlemen, it's been real fun. I gotta start taking care of a few things. I gotta tear apart my computer and rebuild it. So I gotta get started on it.
Brandon,
are you sure it's
we
not
got
because of
you,
me,
brother?
Are you sure
I
it's not 'cause of
appreciate you
something I
coming
said?
on.
Yeah, dude, it was good to hear from you, man. We
Yeah.
got to. We still got anime to watch, Brandon. Whenever your connection's better, dude.
Oh,
I'm
Yeah.
saving
Speaking of-
Black,
speaking of-
Lagoon for you and stuff. I mean, I've watched it before, but
Speaking of anime, I've been thinking about this for the last couple of months.
nope.
For
Mm-hmm.
the August Saturday stream, I want it to be an anime stream, but me being the one who's still in the shallow end of the pool is going to need some help.
Oh, we'll help you out, dude.
Oh yeah.
So
It's not hard.
I
We'll
was
help you
wondering
out.
if you, Nerdporial, Cash, Whoopa, if you guys wouldn't mind being on that stream and pretty much hyping up anime.
Absolutely.
You know,
Of course.
I don't know anything about anime unless you're talking about Pokemon. So
That
We can
counts.
talk up some Pokemon. There's a
Yeah,
ton of
that
good
counts.
Pokemon.
Yeah, there is. There's like
isn't
what,
an-
5
wait.
series or something.
Isn't anime
There's
for
tons.
isn't the anime for nerds though? Who wants to nerds?
Oh,
Nerds.
Yes,
Jeez.
but so what?
Makes
Yeah,
me
so
cringe
what?
hearing the
So
word
we're
nerd
nerds.
for some reason. I don't know why.
Nerd alert!
Did you hear that?
Spectacles,
Did you-
testicles, wallet, and watch.
Where'd that come from? I don't know where that came from. Oh, good night, input latency. Good night.
I didn't hear anything. Huh?
Dude,
Oh
put.
yeah. Good night. Good night, friend. Put.
Dude put.
Good night,
He's dude
input.
Dude. Put. Oh, okay.
Dude
Yeah.
put.
Yeah, dude
Okay.
put.
Alright.
Because I'm cool.
All right, gentlemen.
I'm not a
what?
nerd. I'm
You know when
cool.
you start a YouTube stream, it always
man.
asks for normal input or low input. Like are those as family or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Or,
Thank you for coming on,
normal
Brandon.
latency,
Yeah, Brandon. Talk to
You're
you
so
soon,
welcome,
man.
guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. You take care, everybody, and yeah, we'll catch you later.
Don't
We'll
change,
see you.
Brandon.
guys.
Don't
All right,
change.
brother.
I don't plan on changing too much, so we'll see.
Neither
later.
for me. Oh.
Well, No, I'm not going to get all emotional for you. No, I'm not Isaac. No.
He's trying to manipulate you.
Yes.
Manipulation. Yeah.
I finally did watch that episode, and I liked it better than the last one, but I seem to be in the minority on that. But whatever. So, all right, guys, take care.
It's all good,
Night,
dude.
brother.
See you.
We'll
man.
see you.
Oh, you said Saul. You said Saul good, Cash.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Nice.
old man.
Yes, we got a few more. Dude, that last episode we'll have to talk about it. I know we haven't. I talked about it with.
Like, I mean, you should if you can, you should watch it when it comes out, and then
I'll try.
Pop in. I do after shows every week on new
I
episodes.
know, dude. I know. No.
And gentlemen, please welcome. He's a regular here on Pop Talk.
Oh,
Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Calm down. Don't cream yourself.
Nerd
Oh,
Porio
okay.
was like, "Oh my gosh, he's here! He's finally here!"
I do that to him whenever he's like on someone else's stream. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's him. He's like, why is he saying that to me?
He's trolling.
Just because I'm being an ass.
Nerd Poriel's like Elf when he sees the Santa in the.
Oh my gosh,
in
it's
the
an
high-rise.
You finally here! Oh my gosh! Yay!
Well, part of the oh my gosh comes from Red Letter Media when they're like, oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Red
So
letter
tonight,
media.
Anonymous, we've been talking about video games.
I played a few.
No way.
Yeah.
Have you played Pokemon?
Man.
No, I never played.
He played
Pokemon.
Pong. No one
Oh,
wants
you
to play
gotta play-
Pong back
you
in
gotta
like
play
100 years ago.
I did play Pong.
Did you ever play?
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Did you ever play Super Tennis on Super Nintendo? It's a great game.
Yeah, I played Mario Tennis. I don't know if it was Super Tennis.
No, that
And
can be a fun
N64.
game. Oh yeah.
Well, I played it on the Game Boy.
Oh, okay.
Played on the
Also,
GameCube. Mario
the actual
Tennis
Game Boy,
Aces.
the first one.
So I do have a question that I've asked everybody tonight.
Anonymous.
How old were you when you played your first game? And do you remember what that game was?
Yeah, that was Pong. The actual game Pong with the paddles. It wasn't Atari Pong. It was.
You mean ping pong? Like
No,
the table
no,
tennis?
that's not a video game. I have played that, yes, too. But no.
Are you? Oh, never mind. That's
Pong used to come
pinball.
before Atari. It came with the little round paddles you turn up and down stuff.
Mhm.
And it was just one game on a console.
Mhm.
And that's my first game.
Nice. Yeah, that was Barron's also.
See, we're old as freaking Pong.
Not me.
I'm
Born
not.
in the 80s.
You're almost there.
I was born in the 90s.
You're catching
You
up.
guys are all ancient.
Whatever, Whoopa.
Your fault, Whoopa. I'm not
I'm
the
gonna put
youngest
you in a
here.
Pokeball.
Hey, no, none of that here. None of that.
I'm gonna
No-
put
no
you
hate
in a
speech here.
Pokeball. I'm gonna put you in a
I'll report you.
Pokeball, Whoopa. And I'm gonna release
I'm
you.
being
to
harassed.
fight.
I mean,
You are
he's
not
a
being
water
harassed.
Pokemon. He can live. He can stay in the water.
That's true. It's true.
Whoopa sleeps with the fishes.
Yeah,
I do.
believe
I
it.
am the fishes, sort of.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that this Whoopa guy sleeps with the fishes? Is
Yeah,
that what
it's
you're saying?
It's a Sicilian message, Mike.
Oh my gosh.
It means Whoopa broke the wrong rule. He broke the wrong person's nose. Wait, I don't know what I just said.
Okay.
He fought the wrong trainer. You feel me?
Michael, he's spit in my face. Whoopa spit in my face.
He fought the wrong trainer. You feel me? Capiche?
Maybe you deserved it, man.
It was you, Whoopa. You broke my heart. You broke my heart. You gotta watch Godfathers, Whoopa. You love them. They're awesome.
I've heard they're good. Well, I think the
Don't
first
get
two are
Phil
good.
McCracken started on
Michael
Godfather.
Corleone. Can you imagine a Godfather Pokemon crossover? Instead of having
Phil-
his guys do the
Giovanni
killing, he
would
would have his
be
Pokemon do
would
the
be the
killing.
boss.
Phil can be like Beetlejuice. If you say it 3 times, he'll probably show up.
I'm sure
Probably
he's still
will show
lurking
up.
somewhere.
That's what
Whoopa
Punk
might
Waddle
be.
says about me. He says like whenever he says Nerporeal 3 times, I just show up.
That
like a
that
spider
Punk Wall
sense.
guy, he's big time now. Did you know that? He's a big deal.
He's a big deal, man.
The tad that shouldn't be says it is very cold in space.
Real quick, guys, I gotta
can
do
someone hear
a
you when you
reset.
scream?
So, Nerdporial, you're in command.
Oh boy.
Well, I
Admiral on
identify
deck.
as an admiral, so you know.
Admiral on deck.
I'm only captain.
So
I'll be right
Captain
back.
of my own ship.
I'm just a lowly trooper.
See, Phil.
So any favorite Nintendo games? Because you know I'm a big Nintendo guy.
I love Nintendo. Nintendo
Ocarina of
is like my favorite
Time,
game.
Final
Ocarina.
Fantasy 2.
I think don't we
Pokemon.
know somebody that's working on a Ocarina of Time retrospective?
I think so.
I can't think
Maybe
of
so.
anyone. No one comes to
I didn't
mind
think.
on
Okay,
that.
I don't know. They're
I'm
doing
actually writing the Fire Temple portion right now. I'm trying to figure out trying to remember everything. So
right.
it's-
I got you. Yeah.
So I'm actually reading
and-
I have a copy of the old game guide PDF format.
I mean, there's just you got, of course, GoldenEye. I mean, are we talking about exclusively for Nintendo? Are we talking about like on Nintendo?
Yeah, it could be.
64,
Yeah, it could be.
NES?
It could be any game. You know, I was thinking NES or Super NES. Start with those.
Rock and Roll Racing. I played a lot of that. On Super
Phil's
Nintendo. That
here.
was closer.
Did you
Yeah,
guys
he is.
play NES? I'm trying to think. You guys ever play Faxanadu?
No, I never played that one.
It's kind of like Adventure. If you ever played Adventure, like it's like a platformer / like an open, like it's like a 2D. It's almost like a Metroidvania of sorts. Like it's
Yeah.
not level based. Like you go from one area to another, and you have to basically progress and stuff. It's kind of Faxanadu is kind of like that.
The did you ever play Mystical Ninja on Super Nintendo?
I don't think so. I have it. I do have it though on
Okay.
my SNES Mini, but
Oh,
I don't
that's
think I
fun
play. I don't
to
think
me.
I played it. It's that really weird anime looking one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah,
a fun game,
Mystical
though.
Ninja, yeah, with all the anthropomorphic
Mhm.
animals running around too.
I think
believe.
so. Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
top down. I think that game is it top down or is it platformer?
I thought it was a platformer.
Mystical Ninja. I'm gonna
We'll
look
pull
that
it up. Yeah, pull it up. Yeah. I thought it was a platformer, but maybe it was top down. It's been so many years since I played it.
Mystical Ninja. You know what they did come out with? All right, here it is.
Yeah, Phil's in the shadows. I agree, Anonymous. He is.
Ninja Gaiden was the best one.
It's just, yeah.
Share.
I don't know. I guess you can share since.
I need Mike to. I need
Still
Michael
named
to
Mike, right?
approve
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
He needs
Yeah.
to approve it. So,
Okay.
what about ActRaiser? You guys ever play
Yes,
ActRaiser? Where
great
you're
Great game.
The first one I played on when
Yes.
we were able to rent when Super Nintendo came out.
Mhm. Yep.
yeah, I think
great
it was
game.
one of the. I think it came out. I think it was a launch title, wasn't it? Or
Yeah,
it
I
was
don't
one of the
know.
earliest.
I was hearing from people. I guess the remake is not. I thought about getting the remake, but I was like, at the time, it was like $30. I don't know. I think it's
Yeah, I
on
got the
PS
remake.
well.
I haven't played it yet.
Okay.
But they brought back they made 2 ActRaiser games. So the first
Mhm.
ActRaiser has, kind of like a Sims type of deal where you're basically an angel or god, and you basically help this civilization grow. But then when demons come, you have to go down and then take out the demons, and then it becomes like a Castlevania like platformer, which is pretty tough. Those segments are pretty tough.
Yeah, they
But
are.
ActRaiser 2 is all platformer
Mhm.
fighting, hack and slash. But this remake brought the God stuff back, the Sims stuff back. And there's I don't think there's any Pokemon in this game, Mupa.
No.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it doesn't sound good.
It's probably not for him.
And you already talked about Breath of Fire, Cash.
Breath of Fire, the
I-
first one. I remember.
How good is the
still-
story? I played the beginning. And it
Breath
was
of the
very
Wild,
hard.
Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, your favorite game?
No.
I don't know. Did Whoopa say
Breath
something?
of
I didn't hear
Fire.
him.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if
Breath
you
of
like, here's
Fire
the
is
thing.
a
I'm going to say,
quality
if you
story.
like open world games, if you
Mhm.
really like open world games, open-ended games, you will love Breath of the Wild. If you like the traditional storytelling of
Mhm.
games like Ocarina of Time or even
Yep.
or Link to the Past, you're probably not going to like it so much.
Right.
One thing I will give Breath of the Wild, I mean, the way the technical stuff, the controls are excellent.
Mhm.
Using the gliders a lot of fun, and there's some really well designed shrines, which are better than even the main quest dungeons. Which I don't know. When I hear main quest in a Zelda game, it just pisses me off because they've never called any. The game is the game. No main quest this, and it just sounds like a typical run of the mill open world game.
Well, I finally got Skyward Sword because it came out on the Switch, and I found it on eBay for a cheaper price. And there's a few things that are a little confusing. Like you have to, it's like, well, I twirled the sword, and it's like you look it up, and I don't usually ever like to look up stuff, but I said, what am I actually doing something wrong? It's like, no, you weren't twirling the sword enough for the eyeball to get messed up to open the door. And I was like, oh, really? This is what you did to me, Nintendo.
It sounds like Mario 64. You had to run around the eyeball.
Gosh, it's so
to beat it.
annoying, dude. It's just like, ugh. Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So here's Legend
There
of
it is.
Mystical Ninja. And
Yep. All right. Welcome back, Pacific. Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome
Appreciate
to your
you
own
guys.
filter.
There it is. Yeah, this is a fun game. It's challenging too, but it's a fun game. Yeah. You have the little yo-yo. You got the weird looking dudes. With
I know when I'm going out in my ninja outfit, I want my yo-yo.
I knew it, Anonymous. I knew it.
It's the best weapon ever.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a fun game. Get scrolls, and gosh, it's been so long since I played this one. Yep.
This reminds me of a Mario level in Mario 3D World, actually.
Mm-hmm. It's a fun game, though.
Kind of a cross of
I think there's Pokemon in this game, Moopa.
Kung Fu. Kind of. Well, it looks like Kung Fu, but it plays like something else.
Those aren't Pokemon.
How do you know? Maybe they are.
Maybe they're
Well,
distant
then-
cousins.
There are no Pokemon I know.
Yeah, this was a fun game. There was just so many good games on Super Nintendo. I mean, I wish I didn't. I
On
don't
the
know why I
SNES?
went from Atari to Super Nintendo. I don't know, because my friend had Nintendo, and it was like, well, so I'm just started catching up on that, I guess. Yes, ActRaiser, such a really good game. The first one was really good.
So this is where you play. This is the angel part.
Yep.
Basically, you have to. It's like playing like Zelda 2 Overworld, and you're just
Mhm.
flying around killing demons and keeping them from messing stuff
You're
up. And
rebuilding the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yep. Mhm.
And you have to basically take out these portals to hell or something.
Yep.
I like the
Good
music
game.
in this game.
Yep. I think we can play the music, right? I don't know. Whatever.
Should be able to, no problem.
I think it should be fine. Who cares? Screw you, YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. But
No, you don't screw YouTube. YouTube screws you.
that's right.
And then here's an example of the platforming fighter segment right here.
Yep. I like
this
this.
is not
segment
easy. Like
too.
this is
No, it's not. It's not easy. It reminds me of the old like Ultima games. Like I remember playing the way it was on Ultima on Game Boy, I think it was. Yeah.
A little bit of Altered Beast, a little.
Yep. Rise from the grave.
The game was badass in the day.
It was. It's still fun, man. Like these retro games are still fun. They're still fun to stream. They're still people still want to watch this stuff, and just good stuff.
I don't remember a whole lot of them. I played this game, but I don't remember a ton about it, I think. But were you able to? You're not able to save your game, right? How many?
I think you can save your game. I think you can.
Can you? Well,
I think so.
Here's a boss.
And then, of course, I'm sure you guys remember Super Castlevania. That was a great game.
Yes.
Still a great game, actually. Still a great game.
I'm glad it was one of the ones included on SNES Mini.
Yes. Oh, nice. Yeah, that is cool.
I actually added this one to my SNES Mini. I hacked the crap out of it. I hacked the crap out of all my.
Well, why not?
I didn't hack the turbo though.
Did you find a video on YouTube how to do that? Or
oh yeah, they're like everywhere. It's really easy to do for NES and Super NES. PlayStation 1 took quite a bit of work to do, especially getting the ROMs. The ROMs were freaking.
Well, remember, save your PS2 games, because if you got a nice enough PC, you can run all your PS2 games. You just got to change a few settings on the emulator. You can run them all. It's impressive.
Oh my gosh, Wakizashi's here.
Oh no.
Hey, Gray.
Straight out of Japan.
Oh, it's Wakazishi.
Wakizashi.
Yeah, this just quality game.
Anybody here had the PS2 network adapter and hard drive?
I did.
I don't know if I had that.
That was fun. I got two hard drives full of video games.
Nice.
On it. My HD Advance. That was so good.
Remember this game?
Oh, how could I forget?
It's actually coming out on the Cowabunga collection.
Oh, did they finally announce that?
Yes.
They announced the
it coming
Cowabunga
out?
collection, but they haven't
It's
announced
coming out
release
later
date
this
yet.
year. There was a video recently on the PlayStation that they were showing this, but this is coming out for Steam, and there's
So what's
going to
be on the
13
Cowabunga?
games.
What's
You're going to have the fighting game, the Turtles fighting game. You've got the Sega Genesis.
Yeah, Tournament
one.
Fighters,
Yeah.
Hyperstone Heist, the 3 Game Boy games,
Yes.
plus the 3 that were on NES.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike, I don't know what this the name of this level's referencing. Can you help me here? Starbase, where no turtle has gone before.
It doesn't ring a bell.
I didn't think so. Yeah, you know what's funny is I got this game for like right after I turned 8. Like this came out in 91 or 92.
Yeah,
I got this with Mario Kart, so I got 2 games for that Christmas.
Nice.
And I played the heck out of this. I used to play this with my dad. He would we'd play 2 players in this together. So, but yeah, this was a cool concept. Like it was the first time you could throw the foot soldier towards the screen.
Yep. It still looks good to this day. I mean, I still like this art style. I got the Battletoads or the Turtles, and
Did you guys play the remake of this?
I
that
did.
Ubisoft made?
I didn't enjoy it as much.
Yeah, the music
original.
was the one thing that really got me was the music was just terrible, because like the music in these original Konami games are freaking awesome.
Yes,
I remember that. You spin
I still don't understand why they did what they did to Battletoads. It's like, guys, this is not really Battletoads. They also changed the design of the Queen, and I know people were very not happy about that. I said nothing was wrong with the old design of the Dark Queen. You guys play Battletoads, right?
Yeah, I played Battletoads.
Yeah.
Honestly, I did not play it growing up. I've seen it, the box everywhere.
Challenging game. Yeah, it brought in a lot of rage.
Yes. Look, you got to look. When I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of money, so we rented our video games on the weekend.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We only
Blockbuster or something. Yeah.
No, at local video stores.
Oh,
you know.
okay. Yeah.
We didn't have anything Blockbuster and Hometown
You and your
Video or
friends.
whatever.
Hometown Video.
Yeah, so you rent it on Saturday. They're closed
Yeah.
on Sunday, so you got to keep it for 2 days. And you know, if you pick a crapper, then you know you're screwed for 2 days, and especially playing games that are so freaking hard.
Yeah.
You know, Battletoads was one we played as best we could, but we never, never got through it.
Brutal game.
Yep.
I think Angry Video Game Nerd did a review on that one too. Yeah, Battletoads. What about Ninja Gaiden?
Oh yeah,
Ninja Gaiden 3. Yeah.
Rented every one of those.
The only way I ever beat Ninja Gaiden was through the game Genie. I'm admitting it right here, right now.
I heard 3. I heard 3 is like almost impossible to beat. And I thought the first one was tough.
It's tough.
I got real far on the first one. I don't remember where I got on the second and third. But it's how much time you want to dedicate to it, like playing Bionic Commando. I played the ever-loving crap out of that game.
Yes.
And I never did defeat it, but I got close. And man, that's a frustrating game.
So are you guys going to get that, because speaking of arcade games, are you going to get that Stadium 2 that's coming out? It's coming out for PC or Switch. I have the first one on the Switch, the old arcade games. There's going to be a list of more of them, but it's going to be, if you want to get them all, it's going to be like $40. It's a little steep.
I don't know.
What's it called? Stadium 2?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Capcom Stadium 2. It's going to have more arcade games.
Pokemon Stadium 2? That's the first thing I get.
No.
Ooh, Pokemon Stadium.
You ever play that one, Lupo?
I haven't even played that one.
I didn't play the original one, but my buddy had Stadium 2 because I didn't actually have any Nintendo consoles. I had Nintendo consoles. I didn't have like the NES or the SNES.
Yeah,
But my buddy did have Pokemon Stadium 2, and I'd go over and play with him sometimes. He'd usually beat me, but
I wonder how many times this person died actually before he finally figured out all these patterns.
I have no idea. But that first game, just cheap. Like you fight the final boss in the first game, and there's 3 parts of that final boss. But if you die at any point, you get taken back 3 levels. You get taken back 3 levels, even though you have plenty of health or you have plenty of lives. You still have to start 3 levels back if you lose or die to the main final boss. Like whoever came up with that
in the
idea,
fire and not get killed in the lava. What the?
Yep, I saw that.
Did you see that?
He's hacked.
Mm-hmm.
He's a hack,
dude. Okay, is this? That was
hack.
weird. That was weird. He jumped in the fire. Aren't you supposed to die instantly in the lava? Wait a second.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess not.
Maybe not. Maybe if you do it quick enough, maybe there's a little glitch or trick to it. I don't know. No, he's getting hit now. So I don't know.
I guess he can't.
Yeah.
Can't hit those.
Oh, he's got 2 health. That'd be funny if he was hacking. I don't know. Never sure, but.
That was another good Super Nintendo game. I'm trying to remember what I rented.
Oh, there's been so many. Well, Rock and Roll Racing, that was a lot of fun. That Captain America game wasn't very good, though. I don't know why I ever bought that. I remember.
What about Clay Fighters?
Oh, yes. Yes. Clay Fighters is really good. Wasn't there also one called Balls, which was a fighting game too, right? Balls, I think. Mike?
I think so.
I think it was called Balls. That was fun too. It was like a. Yes, I played this a lot.
So this is a fighter game, Clay Fighters? I guess it is.
Yep. Don't forget about Killer Instinct on the Super
Oh,
Nintendo.
yeah.
That was a great fighting game.
What was the wrestling games on there? Did we get a WWF?
There were a
We
few.
had
yeah.
WWF Superstars. There was Raw. It seems to me that there was another one.
Yeah, there were a few. Those were fun fighting games. I remember
Yeah.
a friend of mine had those at his house. Yeah.
That was a big step up from the NES wrestling game.
Oh,
Man.
yeah.
Is this the one that you're talking about?
Yep. Oh God, we played this to death.
You talk about button mashing. That's exactly what we did.
Yep.
My brother used to play No Mercy quite a bit on the N64.
Isn't the latest wrestling game still really good? Was it from 2K or something?
I've heard it's pretty good. It's WWE 22, and I was going to ask Loki about it, but I'll have to ask him another time, and because he bought the game and he actually streamed it a few times.
Okay.
All I remember was, what was it, 2K19, the one where like on launch day, it was one of the buggiest games ever released.
Yeah, it was complete and total garbage from what I heard.
That's terrible.
I just remember seeing some of the things because I watched Penguin Zero, Critical, the homie, watching him play it. It was just like, I was laughing because I didn't pay for it. Like, I'm sure if I bought it, I would have been ticked off seeing it. It was hilarious.
Super Ghouls and Ghosts. That game, my friend says I hate that game so much. I said, yeah.
Yeah, remember this? Oh my gosh.
So crazy.
First NES version was just as bad too.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I think that's called Ghosts and Goblins.
Ghosts and Goblins, yeah, but man, it was hard. Another one of those. You die 3 times, you start the game all over.
The Pitfall game on Super Nintendo was really good too. I remember that was a lot of fun.
I'll tell you one game I really hated. It was based on one of my favorite movies, and it was the Back to the Future game.
All right, well, we're going to definitely put that game. Oh, the one where you throw bowling balls at people? Yep, that's it.
Yep.
Oh, wait, is this the one that Angry Video Game Nerd talked about?
Yeah.
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 I only got past this stage once the whole time I played the game.
It's like they copied a freaking Paperboy.
Yep, this is the one. Yeah, Angry Video Game.
Yeah, you're just freaking throwing bowling balls at people.
Yep.
Wow, that is like.
Yep.
That's exactly Paperboy. That's not even pretending to.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Like, doesn't this game just do such a good job resembling Back to the Future?
Oh yes.
Yeah, when I think
yeah.
Remember when Marty threw bowling balls at Biff?
It's so great.
What are you bowling for, butthead?
I thought I told you never to come back here.
He's just trying to make it to the clock tower, guys. Come on.
Why don't you make like a tree and get out of here?
It's leave, you idiot. Make like a tree and leave.
And leave.
Like a damn fool when you
that was
stand
my
alone.
favorite thing. How would you make like a tree?
So
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello?
Anybody home?
McFry.
Fly, think.
I need time to recopy. Can you imagine if I turned in my homework in your handwriting?
In your
I'd get kicked out of
handwriting?
school. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
Yeah.
Would you? No, of course not, Biff.
Hey, kid.
Imperial, you're my density.
Yeah.
I
What?
mean,
What?
my destiny.
Yeah.
But last night, Darth Vader came to my room and said, if I didn't take Lorraine to the dance, he'd melt my brain.
Darth Vader for the planet Vulcan.
He's an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan. Mike.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, kid.
There's so
Say
much
hi
of
to
that.
your mom for me.
Yep. Funny.
Excuse me.
The way he says it, it's great.
He's an idiot. His parents are idiots.
Yeah,
Probably
his
idiots too.
parents
Who the hell is
not
Mike? Who the
sorry.
hell is John F. Kennedy?
He's
Oh, I've seen this one. It's a classic.
It's a one.
Lorraine.
how would you
Lorraine,
know?
I don't want you to
Messing
grow
with
up
him.
like-
If
yeah.
you do, I'll disown you.
Better enjoy those bars,
Darth
kid.
kid.
That was terrible. Better get used to these.
Better
bars,
get used to
kid.
those
These
bars.
kid.
Yeah.
What
See,
can I
throwing
get
bowling
you?
balls.
Yeah.
What can I get you, kid? Pepsi free.
If you want a Pepsi, pal,
you gotta
gotta
pay
have
for
to
it.
pay for it.
You gotta get
Give me some without any sugar.
Give me some of that. Yeah.
Give me a tab.
I can't give you a
You
tab
gotta
unless
order
you order
something.
something.
Yeah, unless you order something.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Then give me a Pepsi free. I forget, is Pepsi free different from Diet Pepsi? I don't even.
I never looked at the
1985 was
formula, but
I
it was.
don't know. Yeah.
Like, do they still
I think it was
sell
supposed
it?
to be a little different. No, they don't. They canceled that just alongside of Crystal Pepsi and all the weird crap that they came out with back then.
Then they came out with a Back to the Future 2 game.
Yeah.
I was a sucker and asked for that game for Christmas.
Was it any better than the first one? Because I guess
Not by much. Not
all
by
right,
much.
let's get those.
Well, it's not a Paperboy remake.
Are those chickens' legs he's picking up?
I don't know, but that guy's on the hoverboard. There is a DeLorean here.
Yeah, that was supposed to be Griff.
You don't want to turn on any
Yeah,
sound, Mike? Oh,
Now it's burger time.
You worried about turning on sound or something, Mike?
And I don't think I clicked sound.
Oh,
I
you
don't
didn't
know.
click sound. Oh, you turn it. Okay, that's fine.
Anybody
even
play
know-
Rygar?
Yes.
Yes.
You can get that. You can play that on the Switch Online. Actually,
Yeah.
Nintendo Online. Rygar. Yep.
That was another one you had to invest a buttload of time
A
into.
lot of time because
I actually defeated that.
everything's confusing in that game, pretty much. Yeah. You gotta figure out what to do. You gotta go back and forth, back and forth.
Constantly beat those things so you can get like health jars and stuff.
Yeah. And no saving, so you got to keep playing.
That's right. Time suckers.
You got to put in the time.
So it looks like there's a side-scrolling view and there's a top-down view. Looks like in this game.
Yeah, the top down part is where you go to get to the levels areas.
Oh, so kind of like a hub.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Zelda 2 sort of. See, that's the door you go through to get to the side scrolling part. There's a glitch in this part here where I was able to get up on the grass and walk around.
Nice.
And then I couldn't ever get off.
Oh, no. Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
You guys ever play the game Vice Project Doom?
What's it called? Vice Project Doom?
I don't think
Yeah.
I played that one.
I'm guessing it's a crime type of game.
Yeah. Side scroller.
Oh, I've seen this game. Yeah.
A crime game with wizards, apparently.
Was this originally in the arcade?
I think it was. Let me see.
And samurai, evil samurai. Wizards doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
It was fun to play.
It looks fun. Yeah.
That's another.
I need to get you guys together and play some Double Dragon.
Oh.
There we go.
Dragon was,
Speaking of which, if you go to GOG, you can purchase the trilogy of the arcade ports for only $3.
I'd buy that for $1.
They were like, we're not gonna put this game on here, Devotion or something. Ever since then, I just never bought anything from GOG again. I couldn't believe they did some pandering because China was upset about it. So,
Did you
hear about that, Mike?
but they just don't have a lot of stuff ever that I'm like, yeah, I pretty much buy everything on. What I have is I have Steam to buy everything.
Yep.
And then
Can you
Epic
buy this on
Games
Steam,
to
the
get the
Double
free
Dragon
games.
stuff?
and then I downloaded GOG, but I don't use it really. And then I have the Bethesda game launcher just so I could download. It's going away, but I just got that so I could download the first and second Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, I remember this game. So much fun. Yeah.
See, I got the MAME emulator. I don't know if you guys ever done that. The actual arcade game.
I have the arcade one. Yep. Double Dragon. Did they? I guess they never got those like shooter games to work, like Area 51 that well, and some of that other stuff.
Some of it did. Some of the updates to the MAME emulator were like when they come out with a new one, it would break some games and then make some other games work. It was so weird. So I tried to keep a stable version. That I had some of the
Area
gun
51.
games that actually worked.
Yes,
You mean Area 88?
No, 51. You went around killing
Time Cop.
aliens and stuff. Yep, Time Cop. Mm-hmm.
I even got guns. I haven't finished my main my arcade cabinet yet, but I got like all the stuff. I got a trackball. I got like a joystick with a button on top, so I can play Tron, and
Nice.
And I got a couple guns that I've tested out, and they do work. So
Yeah.
some of them still didn't work. Like Carnival, I wanted to play Carnival so bad, but it still won't
Hey,
work.
look at the sidebar there. It said Pacific 414 is streaming.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
He's being advertised.
I don't know what you mean.
Illusion of Gaia was really good game.
This is probably like the only Enix game I think that came out in North America. Because anything later, like just like Dragon
Wasn't this
Quest
still
or-
under SquareSoft before Square Enix? Because of course SquareSoft came.
this
and then
was
Square was first, and
Square and
well,
Enix were separate companies in the 90s. It wasn't
Okay,
until like
yeah.
2004 when Square had to go bankrupt that they merged with Enix. But Enix was its own company. And they made like the Dragon Quest games. They made the Star Ocean, a whole bunch of RPGs that they didn't release outside of Japan. Or
yeah,
Europe,
this
maybe.
was a great game. Then you can also show Breath of Fire, another great Japanese RPG.
Yeah, the beginning of that game is relatively dark. The first game, because I played a little bit of it on Switch.
Yep. It's a great game. I remember coming home, I had gone on this trip and it didn't go that well, and I remember coming home playing more Breath of Fire.
Nothing like a good game to take your mind off your crap.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And then the game gets hard and you get all annoyed all over again.
Yes.
Yeah, for all new reasons.
That's right. That was a great game.
No, I'm
Yeah,
probably
I
gonna
can
get my
see
ass
her
kicked 'cause it's been a
panties.
while.
Yeah.
How we remember is this? You could actually like hit your own guy with this, right? Your partner.
Yep.
Yeah, that was so much contention, man. We getting fights over, you hit me. Then we getting fights on the screen. I love this game.
Yep, it's a great one.
I
Then there was
always
stuff
loved
like
that.
Narc. There was Narc on the NES. That
Yep.
was a fun game. I think there was Narc, of course, in the.
I always love those games where like, oh, is friendly fire on? Just turn to your buddy, start shooting him.
Yeah, and then there was the Narc
I guess
arcade,
so.
which was a lot of fun.
Okay, gents. I gotta
right.
do a few things. So 4 hours. Thanks for having me
Yeah.
on, Mike.
You're welcome, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming on.
All right, Nerd Portal. Good seeing you, man.
Miss
Good
it, Adam
seeing you.
Nerdo.
Yep. And
Be
y'all
good,
know,
man.
Y'all know where to find me. Y'all know where to find me. I'm like
Chicago?
I'm like a magnet. People are just drawn to me.
Say maggot or magnet?
Magnet.
Oh, okay. Headphones. These headphones are terrible.
So, all right, everybody, have a good night.
See you, man.
All right, man.
Have a good night, brother.
See ya.
All right. Well,
And then there were 4. But yeah, to this day, games are still fun to play.
oh, of course.
Oh yeah. That's all I
Bought me
do.
a whole handful of games off Steam the other day. Just got like a bunch of Star Wars games for like $3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of sales, and especially if you're a PC gamer, you're spoiled with sales all year
Heck
long.
yeah. You
It's
got
very-
Aliens Fire Elite. I'm gonna
Yep.
play that. So I got it for cheap.
Nice. Very, very cool.
I was almost thinking about downloading Final Fantasy VII, the original that they had on Steam.
You should, but wait
Listen.
for the voice module that they're gonna add. Wait for
Listen, Mike, you got a problem. You need help. You need to get it checked out. It's Final Fantasy VII. It's consuming you. You don't go outside anymore. You don't talk to our friends anymore. You just sit inside. All you do is play Final Fantasy. I can't take it. It's breaking my heart, Mike.
Are you kidding? It was worth beating that game last night.
Oh, good, you beat it. Nice. I'll have to go
Yes,
back.
yes.
You beat the first part, as they would say.
That's right. Because they're releasing. Is
I
it just
don't
2
care.
parts, or are they releasing like 3 parts? How's this? work?
Yes.
3 parts.
Yes, they changed where Sephiroth is because you're not actually supposed to fight him in the game, which is odd. In the original, you don't fight him. Not at that point. No.
That's interesting. I like
Yeah.
the way I've never played one of these.
But Mike's never played the
Wow.
original, so he wouldn't know that. But that's okay. He'll
I
get
never
to
played
it.
any of these, but I like how they're doing it because I also haven't played Resident Evil, but I know looking at the remakes, the RE makes, they don't have. It seems like they made odd choices. Like they changed the story. And even as like a person who hasn't played them, I watched someone play it, and it was kind of like, like you can tell something's weird about that. Like they have the 2 different storylines that you can play through, and but they're the same. Whether you're playing whatever person you are, they cross over a lot. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense because I was just playing this as Leon and I did that. So why am I doing the same thing here? But with the Final Fantasy VII remake, it seems like they're definitely adding stuff or changing stuff, but like they're going really in depth with it. They're fleshing out the story instead of like just changing the story.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. The
But
next
it's
one
better-
that's supposed to come out in March is Crisis Core.
Yeah, it's going to be a remake. I haven't played the original, and so
I haven't played the original either, so
I'm going to play
it
that.
seems worth picking up for me.
I think it'll be worth it for me as well. Yeah, Final Fantasy, there's a lot there. I don't know. 16 just seems like some recycled ideas. Maybe they'll do something cool with it. We'll see. But Final Fantasy has just kind of gotten weird. Final Fantasy 10 had like more of a, I guess, like a kind of emo kind of haircut thing with the Blitzball and the, wasn't it Blitzball? Yeah. But it was still a fun game. A lot of these Final Fantasy games are fun, but it stinks when the bosses want to yell at you and like, this is what's going to happen. It's like, shut up. It's just annoying. In Final Fantasy X. But this was Mike's first. This is your first Final Fantasy game, man. I mean, it's a.
I played the one on NES, but I never, spent a whole lot of time with it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of series, man. There's the Tales, like people that got me into that at GameSpot, or excuse me, GameStop. Yeah, not GameSpot. I don't think anyone gave me advice on that about those games, but Tales and then Persona, and there's a lot of cool stuff out there. Just hours and hours and hours of gameplay, and just depends what you like. But there are at least a number of Final Fantasy games that are definitely worth playing.
And I'm sure you and others who are watching, I know you guys saw me fight the same boss over and over and over again until I got it right.
It happens. You don't know how many times I died at certain bosses, man. When I was playing, when I was playing Dead Space, over and over again. But I was playing on hard, so yeah.
But that's the thing. I didn't want to lower the difficulty. I didn't want to ask anybody, for help on beating the boss. I wanted to figure it out on my own.
Yeah, and that's fine, dude. It's more rewarding that way, as I told you. So I knew you would figure it out. You have that persistence, so you definitely do. But
So
it's just rewarding. So
yeah. Is there any other video game talk that you guys want to talk about? I mean,
covered so much.
I was going to ask you guys what you felt about how these companies are taking, different stances on everything. If you think they should just focus on making games, or
if they're going to add politics, they should, right? Exactly, Whoopa. Which I wish a lot of these people would actually, or I should say, these companies would do that. But if they're going to put in politics, it needs to make sense. I mean, there's politics in like GTA, for example, but it makes sense. It fits with the story. But changing this stuff and making this ugly art and stuff, even like the new Monkey Island game that's going to be coming out, it just makes me not want to play that game. I look at that art and I'm like,
Yeah, not necessary unless you're making a political game. Why put it in there? Why, like they did with Last of Us 2? I mean, I didn't play the game, but that's been the big issue.
The Last of Us 2, like, however people, and I have friends who like the game, and some people even liked it better than the first one. I haven't played it yet, but I've read up on it, and I'm not gonna do any kind of gatekeeping or anything. Like, I'll play the game. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I know it sucks, but I haven't played it or whatever. But it just, the fact that you watch that for other people and you see what happens to Joel, and you just go, why would Joel's character ever be like that? He would never trust those people. He just wouldn't. And so for Druckmann and the rest of Naughty Dog to appreciate that, and of course it got leaked because I think a lot of people got pissed who worked on that game and said, this is not the vision that we wanted.
Well, from what I understand, it was that they were seriously overworking him. Sometimes I think people overreact. I always hear, oh, they're working long hours. Well, yeah, they get paid to do that. They signed up to do that.
Right.
From what I understand, they were withholding some sort of bonus that you usually get, or all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, they were ticked off. Like, hey, we didn't agree to this. We agreed to the previous deal, and now you're changing it last minute.
Yeah,
after we've done all this work.
Right. Yeah, and it split people. People got banned for making memes of making fun of Abby, and people got censored because they were talking about leaks that had been leaked, and that game split the fan base of Naughty Dog. And where Naughty Dog is now, they're more interested in politics. They're not really interested in giving us great games like Uncharted, and not recently they've pretty much just made Uncharted or Last of Us 2 or Last of Us, but it was just, these games were really good. And I don't know, the direction these companies are going now, Naughty Dog and even San Diego Studios getting involved in politics recently and changing history, and EA is still a mess, and Respawn is basically we still want to make quality games. So there's still some companies out there that want to give the consumers what they ask for pretty much, or give them a game that's at least worth $60. But even that nowadays, are a lot of these games, these newer games, worth $60? I don't think so. $70, I think
I
is
don't think they are.
ridiculous with these console games, with the PS5
Yeah.
and the Xbox Series X games.
As I say, they're trying
yeah.
to raise it to 70. At least I think PlayStation pretty much. I don't know.
Oh,
if
no,
Xbox
they are
has, but I
70.
know
They are at
PlayStation.
launch.
PlayStation
They are.
has raised it like across the board. I think.
Yeah, they did for PS5, and Xbox Series X did the same thing. They
Which
charging
is-
$70 or more for these games because it's more with tax.
Which always pisses me off
And-
because it's like they'll say, "Oh, well, we haven't changed it in years." Like, yeah, you haven't changed it in years, but you also have went like full digital. Everything's digital. Almost all the sales are digital. You're not selling these
Right.
physical copies, so sure, it costs more. You're hiring more people to make it, and the price is the same, but you're also cutting costs drastically with physical media, and that's saving a ton of money. I mean, you know how much it took to make those cartridges back in the day.
Right.
It was
Well,
a
they
lot
just
of money. And
they
now
make
they avoid that altogether.
Yeah, they just make excuses about this. Like it has to be. I'm like, no, it's greed on the part of these companies, and it's too bad.
They're trying to see how far they can push people before they push
costs and
back.
raise prices.
Yeah, and it's just a mess. But all these companies, they can do better. Capcom, all of them. Just the list goes on and on. But there's still quality stuff coming out. It's just you've got to dig through it. You got to dig through the mediocre trash or whatever to find good products or even great games. And I don't even think there's that many great games out there. I guess it depends what you like, but when you read, for example, Skate 4 coming out, I've played Skate 3. I played it on the Game Pass. And actually, Game Pass is pretty cool, but they're like, let's make this a live service game. And you're just like, you fucking assholes. Like, just you fucking assholes. Like, this is not cool. This is not cool at all. And if enough people defend this crap, and it is crap, then we're going to get more of it. And that is garbage. And it's
Isn't
like
that the
these
frustrating
games-
part?
It's frustrating because these games aren't built this way. And if they're free to play, fine. I've put money into free to play. I can admit that. But after a while, you want to stop.
Well, what's also frustrating is, back in the day, you would buy an NES game or a Super NES game or even a PS1 or Xbox game, and you would get the game as is. There would be no patches or any other fixes for the game. Whatever glitches existed in that game upon release stayed with that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it was. And when I bought
the
even
thing was-
a long time ago the BioShock Infinite, I bought it. It was a complete game, and I bought the DLC because I really liked the game. So, go ahead. Whoopi.
That's the thing is when they announced that it was supposed to be huge for games, like really positive, because they're saying, yeah, look, all these games that released had all these bugs. Now we can fix them if that happens. But instead of like releasing full games, then fixing if something doesn't work, people just started rushing out games and saying, oh, well, this isn't finished, but we can fix it later. And it ended up getting a worse product instead of a better one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at Forza 5, Horizon 5. Yeah, Forza Horizon 5, for example, and you see, the character models, they just look lazy. They don't look very good. And I'm just like, I mean, this is small. It doesn't matter for the game, but couldn't you guys put in more time into this, please? It could be nice. Yeah.
Again, it comes down to
Why are
caring
you
about their
why are you
product.
so toxic, Cash? You're so toxic.
I know, right? It's too funny, but yeah. And yet when I bring this up, like I still like, I'm looking at the art right now of Pokemon. I still like it. Of course, I like this Japanese art style, but I like it. I like this Arceus art style. I think it's quality.
Yeah, it's nice, and I think another thing is like, because it's not the best that Switch has to offer. It still has a lot of issues.
Sure.
One day I'm going to make a review of that. But like the thing is, it's thematic. Like it fits. Everything fits. When you're looking at it, like it looks in place. Some of these things just stick out like a sore thumb.
Yep.
Where you're like, well, this doesn't make sense in in this context. Like that Monkey Island. It's like what the heck is this? This looks
Yep.
so weird.
It looks weird. It looks lazy. It just looks, and I don't care how much time they put into it or that Ron Gilbert tells us. I would tell him to his face. I'd be like, I don't like that art style, man. I'm not giving you death threats or whatever you want to. You guys are getting from being criticized, but it's like you got criticized so much you don't want to talk about the game anymore. Oh no, should I get my little tiny fiddle out? Should I get my little violin? Like, it's just silly. What? So now these companies feel, I guess, they don't deserve criticism. It's like, whatever.
Oh yeah, that's
It's
the
stupid.
mentality nowadays.
Like, if you're calling
Yeah.
this shit just because it's shit, like, yeah, I feel that's unfair. But if you're actually breaking it down, there's constructive criticisms. Like, yeah, a lot of people don't like the art style. That doesn't mean you should send them death threats or any stupid thing like that. But it's just a lazy art style to me. I don't
Well-
like this blocky art style for Monkey Island. I just don't.
And that's the
Mike
thing,
doesn't
there's,
either.
like-
We've talked about it.
Mm-mm.
I'm
No,
not trying to
Cash and I
speak for
talked
him, but
at
yeah.
it. No, but you and I talked about it at length.
Yeah. Silly.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's like there's one guy who's an idiot and obviously goes too far and makes threats and all that. And that
Sure.
guy, you shouldn't do that. But it's one or two guys, and then they label the thousands of people who have
That's
legit
right.
criticism as trolls or bad actors or whatever. And it's like, no, that one guy is wrong for doing that, but it doesn't mean that everything's good. Like, it's still, there's still problems with it. But they, they have the one screenshot they can share, and they say that's everyone.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
And it's just, and I don't know how many people, and I like to see these tweets, and I would like to see a lot of them. I like to see all this harassment they're getting. I would like to see it. If it's there, fine, but show it. Show the harassment. I want to
Most of
see
the time,
it.
it's
Show the
not.
proof.
They
Please.
don't have receipts, and they're just using it as a shield to deflect any criticism because they cannot be bad. They can't do anything wrong. You guys are just racist and bigots,
Yeah, and
and evil people. So
Yeah,
your opinions don't count.
the gaming companies, all of them, PC Gamer, all these different ones, they jumped on that bandwagon too to defend these people and whatever. It's just crazy to me. I'm just like, just give us quality games, man. That's all people usually want, and the people they cater to are usually not people who care about their games.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm just blown away how much Activision Blizzard has changed. It just blows my mind because I remember when I was so excited about playing their games from StarCraft. Even StarCraft 2 was fun. StarCraft, the expansions were fun. I mean, I think WoW at this point is just limping along. And it just blows my mind. But this was a great company, though. They had
Speaking
this
of World of
vision.
Warcraft, apparently
Yeah.
they had released either a new patch or a new version
new
where
expansion or
there were
whatever.
no genders, and
Oh.
a lot of people were up in arms, going, "No, we want genders. We want to be able to create male or female orcs."
Yeah, it's crazy because even stuff like Overwatch, like, it was a fun game, but when all that stuff came to about the harassment, and then they did all the checking, these people did these committees, and they didn't find much there. It's like, well, then you know what? If that's the case, then make Cassidy turn back into McCree. Oh no, we can't do that. So I feel like you go on the game and you say, you know what? It's so cool playing McCree, just so you could trigger somebody. Now this is toxic, Whoopa. Just so you
Yeah.
can trigger somebody because you think he's always McCree, and he should always be McCree, not Cassidy. And when they looked up Cassidy, they found out it was a porn star. It's just so funny. I don't know. These
That's the
people
thing
just keep
that-
stabbing themselves in the foot. These companies over and over and over again.
That's the thing that always ticks me off about that too. Is like, I guess I didn't know that there wasn't much. From what I heard, it was pretty bad what they were doing. But it's just like, so you're telling me like the guy who you base this on is like a terrible person, and all you're gonna do is like rebrand the name, like that's not doing anything. Like if you're actually want to say, okay, this was bad and we don't, we want to disassociate from that, and remove him and make a totally new character. Don't just rebrand and be like, oh look, we did something. We really fixed the thing. No, you didn't do anything. You put a random name generator, you generated a name, slapped it on there, and it's like, oh look, we gave him a different color cowboy hat or whatever. It's like, are you kidding me?
At this point, I would tell more and more people, just start making your own stuff. And the people who want to cancel you, whatever, I don't want to get all into that, but just start making your own games, because these companies just they're forcing things in games that if you buy the games, you have to live with it, and it sucks. There's none of that stuff in like Monster Hunter, but there is a little bit of an agenda in Forza Horizon 5. Is the game still fun? Yes, I can admit the game is still fun, but there's no reason for it, and so it's just flipping a coin. What side is it going to land on? Is it going to be on this side or that side? Is this side going to be better than this one?
Yeah, I'm worried.
Who
Like,
knows?
The Star Wars game.
The Knights of the Old Republic?
Survivor?
The Knights of the Old Republic remake?
Not Knights of the not the Knights.
Jedi Survivor?
No,
like the sequel to Fallen Order.
Fallen Order. Yes. See, I can remember the name.
Yes,
I'm
Respawn. It should be okay. It's still Respawn. It should
I'm
be
hoping,
We'll
but
The thing
nowadays
is,
you
from
can't
what I
help but just feel like
yes,
you have to be walking on eggshells, you pins and needles and all that stuff, because you just don't know, because the first one was so good.
Oh yeah.
And are they going to suffer the same fate everybody else is? Are they going to bend the knee?
I don't know, man. They're lacking with the Star Wars games. They're lacking with this. It's not just that there's the politics. It's the lazy ports. It's the broken ports. It's a number of things. And when these companies are like, we didn't do anything wrong, look at all this harassment we're getting. I just laugh to an extent. I'm like, yeah, you guys probably are getting some harassment. Like somebody, I guess, sent a dick picture to somebody to Santa Monica Studios or studio, because that Ragnarok, that God of War Ragnarok game was delayed or something. I don't know, but people do stupid things.
Yeah. And real quick, I do want to welcome back to Pop Talk for the first time in a while, the Smoking Patriot.
It's a Smoking Patriot. Nice.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Sorry I haven't been able to join y'all in a long time. My job literally has me working till 10 p.m. So
wow.
Yeah, so I'm like on Sundays I'm going to work. On Wednesdays I'm still at work when like everything's going on. So
yeah, I mean, and Anonymous, I feel like I want to be more positive with gaming. I mean, it's a big part of my life, as in it's just playing these games, having an escape, building stuff, getting ideas, about making stories. And there has been in gaming a lot of great stories, but the way gaming is now, and I know when things get bigger and there's a broader audience, they want certain things, but it's going to be interesting when a lot of these companies just say, you know what, screw it. I don't want to listen to these people on Twitter anymore, on social media. I don't want to do that.
It's not just that. I think we all know what ESG is, and a lot of these companies are preparing. I think they think, and it may well be that we go that route as a society, and I pray we don't. But a lot of them are probably bought into that, and they're doing what they can now to raise their score, so to speak. So. I ain't saying all of them. I'm just saying, some of them, obviously, because there's a lot of other companies that aren't gaming companies that are on that bandwagon.
Right.
So you just have to watch out for that too.
Yep. Gamers Workshop. The list goes on with the companies. Yeah.
The thing that I think is always good, and that's why, because I think I've had people say like, "Oh, you're black-pilled about like film and stuff." And it's like, it's always like, oh, I just don't care. Like I can go to other things, and that's what I go to games. And that's why I think like games have so much of a better chance not because like the AAA developers are better, though I will say like even though there is some of this politics and wokeness in games, it's a lot less. Most of the problems are usually, you know, EA is just a bunch of scumbags, like, or you know, stuff like that. Which honestly, at this point, you know, I prefer that to, you know, that can be fixed. You can see with Battlefront 2, like, you know, it got so much backlash of like, oh crap, we can't do this, even though it wasn't great in the end. Like they fixed something.
And
you
that's
can
the
see
weird.
a lot of those wins, but it's also like stuff with, you know, indie gaming. It's hard to make an indie film. What the Daily Wire's doing, it's gonna be, you know, it's you know, not to be a downer, but it's gonna be hard to if they
need
succeed.
money.
And
Right.
they are a
Exactly.
big company putting money into this with
Yeah,
you know,
and-
a lot of big people. Gaming, I mean, look at Among Us. Wasn't that the game of the year in 2020? And that was a game that currently has 9 people developing it. Just 9 people. Some small
That's what I was
studio.
That's what I was gonna get at. It's like there are so many coders, so many game developer, or you know, just people, the guys that are just sitting in front of keyboards all day, and typing code and making the digital animations and stuff like that. Those guys could just like up and walk away. If 5 or 15 of them just gather together and create a freaking awesome game on their own.
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
there's
and
so- it's-
just like Eric July could spend,
Yes.
his money and make a freaking awesome comic book and get $2.5 million in 5 days.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
his art style, you know, it looks like Marvel, but it looks nice. The
Yeah.
person who did the art, you know, it's
Yeah,
got a
isn't that
Marvel feel to it. Yeah.
Cal Arts bullcrap. It's actual, comic book guys writing and or drawing and inking it and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, and like the thing with video games too is like it takes a lot to make a film, like make a indie film. I think even Clerks, people say, well, people make Clerks, like that still took like 50,000-60,000, I believe.
Yeah,
which
and
I
a
know
lot
it's
of
not
people.
a ton, but
Yeah.
that's more money than I have to spend around. And then you have like with Rippa and Ethan Van Sciver and those guys making indie comics. Yeah, you know, you can kind of do it yourself, but you know, they say, I remember Ethan Van Sciver's like buying up warehouses and stuff. It's like, yeah, if I want to get my stuff out and make more money, I gotta invest it. With indie video games, I mean, a lot of these guys are just, hey, I'll use my free time and I'll use the computer that I'm already using for work or the personal computer I already bought anyway. Like you can make a game, and you know, I'm not saying it's easy. I couldn't do some of this stuff.
Obviously,
I'm trying to mod and it's hard, but like
yeah,
the amount of
they-
resources and
it's-
overhead is not.
Yeah.
it's not there. You don't
the only
need
thing
all
they
that
have
stuff.
is the only thing they need is time. That they're using things that knowledge that they already know, and using equipment that they already own. It's like that's why indie gaming is so big, is because if you know your stuff, in theory anyone can do it. You have to know the knowledge. The knowledge is the only thing that's holding you back. The hardware is you don't need it. You just need you and a buddy or two, and there you go.
Patriot, what are your thoughts?
So my thoughts are is that I feel like with video games, it's so vast. Like okay, so one game I have been so hardcore on is Deep Rock Galactic, and this game, its premise is literally simple. You are dwarves in space, and you have various mining missions to mine whatever stuff. And you have your classes, and each class has a variety of weapon combos that they can pick. And the game is not the most graphically beautiful, but you know what it is? It's just simple and fun. And this is not designed by, Bethesda. This is actually they actually have like a little disclaimer, like, we're a small studio, so just be patient with us as we continue to refine the game, refine out bugs, add more stuff to it and whatnot. Like, be patient with us. We're going to get you guys the best content, but you got to be a little patient and everything. Because when the game first came out, it was buggy. But a lot of those bugs have slowly been done. And it's games like that bring me hope, because with video games, you have all your big names. You have your Respawn, your Bethesdas, your 343s. But the thing is that there are how many games out there are made by small to mid-sized game companies that people swear by to this day. That they're putting out great video games, whether on PC or console, that people are being more drawn to because they're actually getting good content. They're not getting the Halo Infinite bullcrap, you know, which was a massive letdown because you had two groups of people with that game. You had your high hopes that it would somehow almost erase Halo 5 to a degree. And then you had those that were like, well, this is just going to be another Halo 5. And you know, from what I hear, it was not exactly a good game in terms of story. They tried to gloss over a few things to try and make Halo 5 like correct. But I think the thing with gaming that we all have to remember is that the gaming community is so vast. And I think that if we as gamers have to put our money where our mouth is. If you don't like what a company is doing, don't buy their products. Start going with alternate games. Even if it's two guys in a one-bedroom apartment and they create what looks like a cheap game. Get that game, because I guarantee you that if they start getting enough support, they'll have the money to invest in better equipment, add a few more people, and start giving you better content.
Yeah, and that's the good thing with Steam too, because another thing, getting the word out about comic books is hard. Indie comic books, getting the word about indie films is hard. But with video games, you have Steam, and like it's a lot nicer because you can put your stuff out there, and it's available to everyone. And also, like return policy. Let's say, hey, I want to take a risk on this, little game I see, it might be good, and you buy it. Maybe it's great, or maybe you're like, wow, this is awful. And you within an hour of gameplay, you can return it. And so it lets you be like, hey, let me take this chance on this little known game. And if it's good, you tell your buddies, hey, I tried to play this game, and word will get out probably. And so that's one thing that's really nice about Steam.
And I think
one game I can think of real quick, and I can't remember the name of the company, but they're an independent company, but they made a game called Broforce. And that game was fun as hell. I'll pull it up in case you guys aren't familiar with Broforce.
And then you had that. Okay, so some of you might have heard of this game. Some of you might not have. It was like a cheap like mockery game. It was called Cuckold Simulator. And
I remember that because they had the Jack Murphy mod, the DLC or whatever they had.
But literally, this game is so cheap. The gameplay is not the smoothest, but people bought that game up in droves because it was just so satirical, so stupid, so like, oh my god, I can't believe this kind of thing. Like, and that's the beautiful thing I love about video games. You can make your Cuckold Simulator, you can make a great RTS, you can make a great shooter, you can do a great just simulator. Like, I am a huge fan of Farming Simulator, and people can say, what, Farming Simulator? It is a relaxing game. It's just relaxing, but that's the beauty of video games. There is so much variety in them, and I feel like people go to the big name companies because they got the brand.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
I know this game.
I've heard the name, but I've never actually played.
And now that I see it, I know you're talking about.
This TOW threat level blue. Okay, see, this looks like just like a simple, fun game.
Baracus!
It looks like a better phone game.
You know what? Okay, so do y'all remember back in the late 2000s there were like websites dedicated to like games like this?
You mean like Newgrounds or something?
I'm
they
trying
had
to
tons
remember
of
that
games
was
like that.
so long ago, but it was just simple games like this that were free to play. Like, I mean, again, let's look at TMNT Shredder's Revenge. It is straight out of a arcade that you blow $5 worth of quarters on with all your friends to play.
Right.
Something so simple yet is so fun and addictive.
Yes. Well, you can now play as April and Splinter.
Yeah. I mean, it's
awesome.
That's to me. Video games is still the last bastion that we have to retake all the other areas of culture, fandom, nerdom. Fill in the blank. Because even though, these big name companies are throwing their SJW values, if you notice when they do that, they get hit hard, especially in the pocketbook. But since gaming is so vast and there's so many avenues to acquire video games, there's no way you can ever fully conquer video games.
Right.
You can't. It's too vast.
There's always going to be a counter culture, even if the big corporations go stupid. There's always going to be pushback. There's going to be other gaming companies, smaller ones, that are be like, "No, we ain't doing that. If you guys are going to be losing your money because you went stupid and woke, we're going to start making better games, or we're making our games. People are going to start flocking to us, and we'll make them rich. We'll make them bigger."
Yeah,
really. Yin yang to everything.
Casey, you're high maintenance.
Apparently.
Yes, that was from our last attempted stream.
Oh man, yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
That was that stream.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it, because Cash and I have been saying it too.
That stream was a beautiful cluster F.
Yes, it was.
You can say the whole word, dude. I don't censor people.
It was such a momentous, just and beautiful clusterfuck of epic proportions, because we had so much fun, yet we're having so many technical problems.
Yes,
we still had fun at the end of the day.
We did.
That is what I love about video games. You can have all these issues, but at the end of the day, it's like, you just lost the big game. Guess what?
Yep.
You're still going to go and have beers with your buds and eat some chicken wings and still have a good time,
True. Yep.
So, Patriot, during the night, I've asked everybody who's been on the panel, what's the first game that they played, and do you remember how old you were when you played it?
Oh, good Lord! I gotta dive deep back into my memories. Let me think here. So the first console we ever owned was a Sega Genesis. I think the first game I remember playing was Sonic. Because when somebody gave when somebody gave us the Sega Genesis and they gave us several games, and Sonic was the first one I just popped in because I didn't know anything about Sonic, so I started playing Sonic, and even though I kept getting my ass handed to me, I still had so much fun. So I think it was Sonic the Hedgehog on a Sega Genesis was the very first game I remember playing.
Nice.
Yeah. Good old days. The good old days of the cartridge.
Funny though, you had to choose between Sega and NES.
Or get both if you can afford it.
No, you couldn't afford it. You cash money. You rich.
Whoa, wait, remember?
I didn't.
We're not Because I know he's still lurking. He's always lurking.
He's in the dark.
We weren't all Phil McCracken.
Oh, that's true. He had everything.
He's like Beetlejuice. No, I didn't. I don't know, man. I didn't buy a Sega. Actually, man, I went to a friend's house and played Sega. I had a Super Nintendo, so I guess I could have bought Sega, but I just felt more comfortable with the Super Nintendo at the time.
Yeah, I actually preferred Super Nintendo to Sega Genesis just because of Mario.
Yeah, it's Mario that drug you into Nintendo, because even before y'all's time, we were able to play Mario Brothers on the arcade game.
Right.
That right there was such an awesome freaking game, and you dropped it. Well, if you had quarters, you dropped as many quarters as you could afford, But when Nintendo came out, the NES system came out, and it came with a Mario game, that was a no-brainer.
And then I get here just to bother you. Yay!
See, I always had I was Pokemon that brought me into Nintendo because I had to get. I guess it was all handheld stuff. I know. I can't believe it, right? But it was always like, because like I was saying, all my Nintendo things, my Game Boy Color, my Game Boy Advance, my DS, is like over 50% Pokemon games. So if new Pokemon came out, Mom, give me that for my birthday. I need it.
Okay, then. All right. I got
See, guys. See, I told you he's lurking.
He's always lurking.
There he is.
So
I said it had, so big into he was leech and lurker. Yeah, I know what you said, Phil, and that's a bunch of lies. So I do all my own games, jackass.
So I got a question.
Go watch your hold 1 second, just before you start. Go watch your Star Trek V, Conan 2 the Destroyer, and then followed closely by the second Caddyshack. Quality entertainment, Phil. Quality entertainment.
Wow.
And folks, just know that Phil's a good friend of ours, so we give each other a hard time. So don't think that we're just picking on him because he's somebody in the chat. We're picking on him because we know him.
So, question for Whoopa then. Since Pokemon was your introduction, I'm assuming you're talking about either the red or blue versions, correct?
Technically, my introduction was Silver. But
okay, all right then, all right. Okay, all right then. Because all right. So I'm trying to remember the original starting. Because it was me. Which one of the starting three of the red or blue would you go for? Like, did you go for whenever you played? But since it was Silver,
I played those. I mean, with the original one, I usually go Bulbasaur.
Smart man. That is the correct answer and the only answer. Everyone else is Charmander or Squirtle. You are a non-strategic ass.
When I did my playthrough, I picked Charmander. Partly the chat picked it, but also it's like, well, I've played that game so much at this point. I'm like, well, I got to give myself like a little bit of a challenge,
Seriously. Everyone's
that
Charmander. I'm like, oh god, you're gonna get your ass handed to you in the first two gym leaders.
Oh yeah, it's rough. But after that, it was pretty solid.
Yeah, after that, he's good. It's those first two gym leaders are gonna get your ass kicked.
Oh yeah, you need a good. With the first gym, I got my butt kicked. I got like super lucky and somehow beat Brock with a Beedrill. And the second gym, I just made sure to catch a Pikachu and level it up for Misty.
What holy water were you sprinkling that you beat Brock with a Beedrill?
I got incredibly lucky, especially because I forgot what Bide did somehow, and kept getting hit because I was hitting it. But it was just the fact that what did I even do? I think it kept using Screech, and then and whatever it was doing, it just like it didn't attack or it kept missing. And to be fair, I had gotten it down to like 2/3 health with the Charmander, but I was like somehow I just kept getting incredibly lucky, and I got him down. So that was one heck of a run. I remember that. It was a good time.
They're saying stuff, but I'm not sure what it is.
You gotta play some Pokemon.
Yep.
I've never
Gotta get
played
it on
any
your channel.
Pokemon.
You gotta play it.
It can be it can be relaxing. It can be a bit stressful. If you like micromanaging, it's definitely a fun game.
Yeah,
it's fun.
And if you want a real
Is it-
challenge, play Pokemon Yellow. That's a real challenge.
Pokemon Coliseum. That's one of my favorite Pokemon games. On the GameCube.
Oh no! So you got to go the OG Pokemon Stadium.
Pokemon Stadium. I played the second one, Pokemon Stadium 2.
Oh, the
buddy had
first one was so like the big thing with them is you can plug. We have this adapter for your N64. You can plug in your game and use your and use your lineup, which it didn't work about 80% of the time. And then the Pokemon that they had on there, half their moves weren't their original moves. They were like moves from other Pokemon. So you'd have here's Venusaur with Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Razor Leaf, and Pound. And you're like, 2 of those don't even go with it. What are you? Oh, Pokemon Stadium.
There's a lot of. I mean, I think you should all play Pokemon games. Everyone, we should just have
I
a
was
stream
gonna-
one day where we play Pokemon.
I was gonna say, I mean, Pokemon still has a lot of popularity. It's still one of those games that a lot of people want to play. They're in their late 20s, entering their 30s, and they still want to play Pokemon because of how well the games have been.
Yeah, and I'll say I think another thing is how they kind of changed the mold, like not just from the games. The games itself, I think, did a lot unique, but it's just like the fact that think about other media, Mario. Think about Mario. They're soon getting their second film, right? And they had I think they had a TV show that went for a little bit and then went off the air. And then you have Sonic that has just recently got 2 movies, and they've had like small runs of TV shows. And then you have Pokemon. The first Pokemon was released in 1996. They had their second movie in 2000 because it did really well. And they have a TV show that's going on, I think, 25, 26 seasons. Like it's, what Pokemon did really well is like just branching out. All these other, we have all the conversations about, video game adaptations. They're always really hard. Pokemon just always did well with that stuff. TV show was a household name pretty quickly. Movies, they weren't as big as, some of the big blockbusters, but they did pretty well, and they still are making them. So it's like, I think that's part of the reason it really succeeded where everyone else couldn't, which is impressive. Yeah.
Would you ever be disappointed if one day they said, we have this new Pokemon game coming out and this will be the last one?
Oh yeah, I'd be pretty upset. I'd be sad. Because they have, Pokemon seems to be starting to go down the right path again. Because I guess I don't know. I didn't play Generation 6, 7, 8, though I haven't heard the most good things about it. But I know that Pokemon used to have Pokemon was incredibly creative. And it didn't used to, they usually had a big innovation every main series game. It seems like they kind of got away from that. Their big gimmick would be pretty boring or meh. I know a lot of people were saying, when they had Mega Evolutions, they're like, oh, okay, I guess. Stuff like that. But also, they used to have so many spin-off games. They have mystery dungeons where you play as a Pokemon, like a human that got turned into a Pokemon, and you're going on rescue missions. They have ranger games where you're instead of a trainer, you're going around reporting, there's a wild Pokemon over here causing a disturbance. Go check it out and do all this stuff. They had so many games, even games that I wasn't particularly hit in the head with, Pokemon Snap. Like they're making a whole thing. Like, hey, here's like a railroaded game. You get to go around, take pictures of Pokemon. Here's the thing, you can print them off. Pokemon Coliseum, yeah, there's like that's one of my favorite games just because it had like a real crime aspect, not just like the kind of silly like Team Rocket. It actually had like, hey, there's a team that like developed a Pokeball that can catch your Pokemon. It's like, dude, that's crazy. It was really cool how they did that. And
Yeah.
yeah, like they used to make all these big games, and then for the last 5-6 years they haven't really done that. Even the new games they did come out with were like, oh, this is just, we took this side. They had Pokken, which is just Tekken but with Pokemon. They had Pokemon Unite, which is just League of Legends but Pokemon, stuff like that, where it's like, well, this isn't even, I like Pokemon Unite, but it's like, well, these aren't unique. But now they're having like Pokemon Legends Arceus, which is like, oh, it's a really new concept. And this new next generation, they're like, well, we're going to make it open world, which, Nerdporial might not like, but I'm excited about it. Something that's not linear for once. We'll see. Maybe it'll stink and I'll be like, oh, I don't want it back. But like, it's nice to see them starting to take these leaps. They're trying to start something new. They're being creative because that's what made them so much fun in like the mid 2000s when they're like, hey, let's just try this spin-off game. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't know if Whoopa, you saw the latest Pokemon movie that came out. What was it, a couple years back, I think.
Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, Detective Pikachu. I thoroughly enjoyed that because it was the first time we saw Pokemon in a live action setting, and I thought it depicted the Pokemon world incredibly well. Like, how like they show like, oh, and today, the firefighters, with the help of their Squirtles and everything, and you see Squirtles and firefighters putting out fires together, and and you see all these things, and then there's underground battling because in this one town that they're in, trainers don't own their Pokemon; they're like actual friends, kind of thing. So there's like underground battles, kind of like Fight Club, but with Pokemon, and it was just so creative how they did it, and the visuals were so good.
It was really good.
I mean, honestly, I thought it was going to be terrible. I thought the CG was going to be subpar. I'm like, for doing live action Pokemon in CG form like that, you did a damn good job. Like, kudos to you.
Yeah, no, they like, I think I was saying the only Pokemon that I thought was kind of weirdly designed was that Psyduck. I was like, this guy looks really weird. But
well, it's Psyduck. Like, so many, let's just be real.
Yeah. But so many of the Pokemon, it's like, oh, the Pikachu looked like, oh, that's exactly what I would think a Pikachu would look like. The Bulbasaur, like all these guys, I'm like, they like, these guys look like they should. And I think the thing is like, it was hard to say because we kind of knew how they would look in real life, but they've always been pixels. They've always been like very smooth, and it's how's that going to look in real life? And I didn't really know, but I think they really nailed it. And it took a lot of work, and the story was really good. I liked the story. I was surprised because I was wondering, like, well, Ryan Reynolds, is he going to be kind of campy? And he did a good job. He still mostly played himself, but he kind of stepped out a little bit more than he usually does. And then, Justice Smith, I was like, well, who the heck is this guy? Who the heck are these names? And it's like, oh, they actually did a pretty good job. And that, that's another thing, because I keep bringing it up when you're talking about Lightyear. It's like that, Detective Pikachu took a lot of CGI and a lot of groundbreaking stuff to do. And that still only had a budget like, this is still a big deal, but quote unquote only had a budget of $150 million, with still filming in live, still filming live action and still doing like groundbreaking CGI. How the hell does Lightyear have a $200 million budget? What did you spend that on? Like, I don't even know how. Like, how possibly could you spend that much money?
Chris Evans. That's probably where most of their budget went, was to get him.
Yeah. I made a mistake ever seeing that movie. I just went with my brother. I have been a big Pixar fan, and I would recommend people not see it. I think it's the worst Pixar movie I've ever watched in my life. The plot is terrible. The characters are stupid.
I'm
just glad I only paid $7
a lot of bad
for it.
Pixar movies.
I don't know. This one was bad. Was bad. I like Soul a lot. I haven't seen.
I haven't
Luca.
watched that one, but I've heard.
I've enjoyed a lot of Pixar films, but this one was just what the hell.
I mean, who wanted a Buzz Lightyear origin story? I
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't necessary. It's not, and I agree with other friends of mine. The movie just wasn't necessary.
Yeah,
to me, once they just said, "Oh, Chris Evans is it, not Tim Allen," I was like, "I'm out." Like, I don't care.
Yep.
You know, everyone wants to say, "Oh, they're bigots, they're Islamophobes." I was like, "Look, you didn't put in," and it's because of politics, which already ticked me off. But regardless, I get that Chris Evans played Captain America, and a lot of people like Captain America. I think he did a good job as Captain America, but I don't think Chris Evans is all that. Like, they're getting him like, ooh, look at this. Like, Tim Allen is Buzz Lightyear, and he's good Tim Allen's good in a lot of roles. And
yeah.
It's like, why? They just got rid of him because of politics, and it's like, if you said, hey, here's this Lightyear movie with Tim Allen in it, I would have been like, I'm watching that. Even if they still afterwards said, oh, well, look at this, alphabet stuff, I'd still probably be like, well, that makes me not want to see it, but I'll give it a shot. Or, I'll still wait for reviews before I see it. But right at the moment, you say no Tim Allen, I'm like, I'm out. Yeah, I'm not going to watch this. What's the point?
I mean, it'd be like if they did a Santa Claus movie, the Santa Claus, and it's not Tim Allen. I'm sorry.
Just
Tim
wait.
Allen is the Santa Claus.
Yep. Yeah. The thing is with Lightyear, it had so many things working against it. Obviously, Tim Allen wasn't Buzz Lightyear. Number one. Number two, nobody wanted it. Nobody asked for it. I mean, we all, didn't think it was a necessary thing. Number three, they hinted at the ABC alphabet crap, and then they took it out, which was like, oh, all right, great, but still, you have all these other problems. And then when the politics got a hold of it, and they put it back in just to spite you, that really ticked a lot of people off. It's like, hey, you guys don't like us grooming kids, and yeah, we're going to put all this back in our movie. And bleh. So, you know what? Screw you. We are not giving you our money. And look what happened.
Yep. I mean,
look what's happening to Thor right now too.
Yep. Thor is
How
tanking
is that
from
doing?
what I hear.
I actually
can bring
haven't
it
been
up.
paying attention to it.
It's projected to be down 65% this week from last week.
Yep.
I was hoping it fails, and I don't know anything about it. I just know, first of all, Taika Waititi is the most insufferable asshole, maybe the most insufferable asshole in Hollywood, and that is saying something. Like, I always joke, I don't know if you guys have watched Free Guy.
He'll destroy your Pokemon mythos in a minute, baby.
Yeah. But have
Dude.
any of you guys watched Free Guy?
Yeah, and that's exactly how I pictured him being.
Oh yeah, no, I like that movie. I think it's really good, and I like that he's an actor, not involved in directing or writing in any way. But I always say, like, man, that's devotion to method acting right there.
I don't think he's acting. I think he's just being himself.
Yeah.
This was as of Friday, where it's only made 13,800,000 just for Friday.
That's bad.
That's bad. I'm just
Mhm.
gonna say this: Top Gun Maverick, over $1 billion,
Try it, baby.
and that's without China. That's without,
China.
That
See,
is,
we don't need China. We just need good movies.
I think.
Screw China.
Let me see if I can pull up IMDb, because when I was I can't remember how many it was. I forget how many weeks ago it was. It was already at 800 something million, and when I was looking at the numbers, like 60% of that was just from the US. Like 60% of it was just from the US alone.
Yeah.
I mean, again, when it comes to either video games, and I've said this, and Mike has said this, I've heard Cash say this, I've heard many say this, okay? When it comes to like our video games and our movies, you don't need to put all this extra SJW, ABC bullcrap in there. Give us a good video game, regardless of the genre of the game. Give us a good video game that runs well, that is interactive enough, and actually doesn't cost an enormous amount. Because I'm telling you right now, if you notice, when new games come out, they keep bumping up that price.
Mm-hmm.
They keep bumping that price. And this is pre all this inflation stuff. They were bumping up prices. So you used to be able to get a brand new game for $50. Now it's costing you $80, $90. What is that extra $30, $40 getting you? Better graphics?
Nothing. It's giving you nothing. It's not giving you better graphics. It's not giving you better gameplay. It's not giving you a better story.
Exactly. So, I want my movies simple, straight to the point. If it's an action, if it's romance, I don't really watch romance movies. But give us good movies that tell good stories, and that's it. Don't include all this other crap in it. Video games, same thing. Give us good video games with good graphics that run well, that are smooth, that are entertaining in whatever format, genre you're putting your video game in. It's not rocket science. Like, it really isn't. You're not reinventing the wheel. You're just refining the wheel to make it much more efficient and better and more enjoyable. That's all you're doing. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just make the wheel more fun to use. That's it.
But that's hard. It's so hard. And a lot of it, I guarantee there's a laziness that's running rampant through these places. Also, they want cheap content. They want generic content just to fill their quota or their streaming services. They don't, and it boggles my mind that they're putting so much money into these shows and still putting out generic content. And where does that money are they shipping that money somewhere? Are they do they have a money laundering scheme here going on? I don't know what's going on.
It's called our tax money.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I understand. But that's the thing with so many of these, and that's the thing that sometimes, I don't really feel bad for anyone in Hollywood, because most of these guys, either they're complicit with it or they're, they agree with it or whatever, or they're just being quiet. But so many game developers, EA is like, all right, we're releasing this in 3 months, and the developers are like, but it's not ready. And they're like, don't care, we're putting it out there. They can say, well, it's not going to happen all they want, but it's like, I'm sure you guys are familiar with this at some point where your boss is like, hey, we need this by next week, and you're like, you're not going to get it.
Not going to happen.
And they're like, well, we still want it this week. Like, okay, well, next week when you ask for it, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
I've had
high expectations and just terribly high expectations.
Yeah, I've had jobs where I've had to tell supervisors, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. So I'm starting to get tired. So I'm gonna jump off here soon. But I have a final question for everybody. If there was one game, okay, from all the various games that you've played that you want to see remastered with today's graphics, they don't change anything. They just remaster it with modern graphics and maybe additional gameplay, maybe even add a little bit to it in terms of to make it much more fun, but don't change anything story or anything else. What's one game you wish that they would do?
Just because it's been on my mind, I heard somebody talking about it the other day. I would love to see a remastered Wing Commander 2 or 3. Well, 2. Wing Commander 1 was good, but 2 had more, had better gameplay in it and had really good cutscenes. But yeah, I'd take a really good remastered Wing Commander.
All All right, Whoopa.
Sorry, I was pacing. But, I think because there's not a lot of games just because look at something, all the OG Pokemon. I love playing those, even though the graphics are obviously outdated. Or there was this game I played, I think it was Outcast Second Contact. I got it for free on Xbox. I was playing like, this is really, it was like from 2000, and they updated it a little bit, but like not much. And I'm like, this is still pretty good. Same controls, same everything. I'm like, this is pretty nice. So like a lot of old games hold up, but if I think one game that I just remember, I don't know if this is, I'm trying to think. It's hard to think back from all other games which one, but a game I played recently, it's like Hitman, the old Hitman games. The new ones are really fun, and I think they're great, but they feel like they kind of lack in that story because they're like episode. They're kind of constructed weirdly. The old Hitman games, I remember having like some serious story behind them. And I remember playing Hitman Blood Money because I remember my dad would play this game all the time. And it was a big deal, and he finally let me like watch him play the game because it's like I don't want to see you have you seeing me brutally murder people. But I remember playing them a little bit when I wasn't supposed to, and watching him play it. And I'm like, oh, these are fun. I love playing these games. And I remember playing like Hitman Absolution. I'm like, that was pretty cool. I got like a negative high score because I killed so many civilians on accident. Quote unquote on accident.
Don't become a cop.
Yeah. But I was playing Hitman Blood Money. It was like, I think it's 2004. Because I remember like, oh man, I remember my dad playing these Hitman games. They're so much fun. And I was playing it and like, oh, this is dated badly. And I remember it being so much fun at the time, but I was playing it now. I'm like, ooh, this is hard. Like the controls were clunky. The graphics were really bad. And it's like, maybe if those get remastered, if I could play those again with kind of modern graphics, modern controls, that'd be sick. I really like that, I think. So I'm picking those games.
Sure. All right. Nice. Cash?
I don't think he's back yet.
Oh, okay.
Go get his pizza.
All right. Then Mike?
Contra. The original Contra. Remaster that baby. Not that I think Konami would do it. I don't think they'll do it. But I would love to see them actually remaster it from the ground up. Don't change any of the gameplay aspects, but remaster it.
I want to save game.
Too busy making NFTs or something stupid like that.
All right. So I like all those. Mine and I'm gonna say two just because I can't pick one, so I'm just gonna say two. First one would be Red Alert 2 and Red Alert 2 Yuri's Revenge. I played the crap out of those so much until literally my PC couldn't play them anymore because they, the OS and everything. So just remaster those because those games have really good graphics for their time, and I think they even hold up today. But if you were to just modernize just the graphics and don't do anything else, just modernize the graphics so it's up to date, I think it would look fantastic. And then the second game it's an old PlayStation game, first gen, Army Men Air Combat, when you're playing as like various helicopters. Like remaster that and then maybe add some newer helicopters that have come out since and have that where you're just an army man, just helicopter just flying around doing your missions, blowing up the Tan army and bugs and whatnot. Just that old school just Army Men Air Combat game, just remaster it so it looks visually beautiful and add some additional like maybe weapons and helicopters to bring it up to date with current stuff, I think.
Well, you're mentioning that now I'm starting to think of Desert Strike and Jungle Strike. Remaster those two.
Yep. Republic Commandos. Remaster that game. That game would look sick if you were to remaster it.
And which one of the Red Alert games was it that Gina Carano was in? I can't remember.
That was Red Alert 3. I never got to play that. I wanted to. Yeah, she played the Russian agent, like that. Who's like your in the field person.
Mhm.
That was for the Russians in Red Alert 3. I'm trying to remember. It was I think her name was Carrie Werher or something like that. She was the American in the Tanya for the Allies in Red Alert 2. And
Yep.
I mean, I am 11 years old. I'm playing this game and I'm seeing Carrie Werher, and she's literally there in like a shortcut, like army tan tank top, and
Yep.
she's very
She's an attractive
bestowed.
woman.
She's beautiful and she's very bestowed, so it like stood out and everything. So every shot I'm there and I'm like, anybody looking? Because I kind of want this cutscene to keep going a little bit. And I'm like 11 years.
Kari Wurr, she started her out on remote control on MTV.
Yep.
That's
one of the things where you get the game over stream and your screen and you're like, oh right, there's a game going on.
Yeah.
Forgot. Kind of lost my focus there for a second. Awesome choices, y'all. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and head out and get some sleep because I'm exhausted from work. So, Mike, thank you so much for having me on, brother. It was a pleasure as
Not a
always.
problem,
and
brother.
an honor. So
Hey, you're always welcome here. You have an open invitation.
I know, and I try and take it whenever I get the chance. I know Cash ain't here, but Cash, awesome talking with you again. Whoopa, good talking with you too. I'm still working on your Pokeball. I'm gonna catch you one day.
This is a Pokeball free zone. I've already been over this.
Don't worry, it'll be very
Phil.
luxurious on the inside.
Phil, I did not ban you, okay?
It was Cash. Cash did it. That's
Phil will be here tomorrow, guaranteed.
No. Speaking of the Sunday morning pop talk, there will not be a Sunday morning pop talk at 11 o'clock this morning. No.
Oh, well, good, because I'm going to the movies tomorrow anyway, so I don't need you.
Well, fine. Fine then.
If that's how you feel.
That's the way you want to play it.
But no. In place of the live edition of Pop Talk at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern, I did record a video version where I talk about two stories. One of them being about Twitch changing how they do their payouts for streamers, and the other being about the YouTuber who actually made his own short of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin, which I've
Cool.
watched it, and it's beautiful work. It shows that fans do it better, especially fans who care about the property.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. So, anyways, night, y'all. I'll talk to you with everybody later.
See you, man.
All right.
Be good.
Night, brother.
Yeah.
And on that note, I'm going to actually head out too, because I am going to go to the movies tomorrow, and it's already like 12:30. I'm tired. So you guys have a great night, great tomorrow. Have fun. Do what you do. Phil McCracken. Yeah, you go throw up somewhere, buddy. Just whatever you want to do, Phil. And I'll see you later.
Phil's just salty right now. Thank you for coming on, Anonymous.
That's all right. Thanks for inviting me, man.
Not a problem, brother.
And when Cash gets back, just tell him bye.
I'll tell him bye for you.
All right, guys. See you.
See you, brother.
See ya.
And then there were 2.5. I'm saying 2.5 because Cash isn't here right now.
Yeah, it's MIA. Phil got to him, I think. He was waiting outside for him to get his pizza.
Yeah, Phil, he's sending Grace Jones after him. He's going to send Bridget Nielsen after him. Because supposedly, and this is just rumor, folks, Cash Money hates redheads.
That's what I've heard. That's the word on the street.
Yep. From
not
our
true.
good buddy,
That's just
Phil
nonsense
McCracken.
from Phil.
True. Very true. So Whoopa, since it's you and I right now, if there was a game you wish they would remake from the ground up, not remaster, but remake from the ground up, because the first release of it was just total crap, which game would that be?
Ooh, that's hard to say. There's a few of those. I'm tempted to go recently and say Cyberpunk 2077.
Okay.
Because I liked the story. I thought it was really good. And just the rest of it, the bugs and everything, because I don't think it was a bad game, but it always leaves a bad taste in my mouth because of how my initial experience was. If I didn't have it hyped up and it wasn't so buggy, I might have, come out of it and said, oh, it was pretty good. But because I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome, and then it was so buggy, I'm always kind of like, it's okay. So, I think that might be one of them that I would say I wish they redid it from the ground up. Maybe another one might be Assassin's Creed Revelations, just because that Ezio trilogy, 2 was awesome, Brotherhood was awesome, Revelations, it was still a good game, but it just wasn't as good. A lot of the new stuff they added just didn't really do much. So maybe if they give that a little bit of a new shot, it could be better. End the trilogy on a little bit of a higher note, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Mike?
If I had a game to choose where they would remake the entire game over again, and it's a game I mentioned earlier tonight, it would be Duke Nukem Forever. That game went through development hell. It went through one developer, then another, then another. If they actually, looked at what the previous companies had done and said, we're going to scrap all this and start over from scratch, I wish they had done that. I think it would have been a better game. The controls sucked in that game. The game all around sucked.
Yeah, I've never played it because I haven't played any of the Duke Nukem games, but I don't think I've heard anyone with a good thing to say about it.
Yep. Hey, I was excited when it came out. I bought it on release date, and I've regretted it.
Yeah,
wow, this game.
All right, I have a question for you then.
Okay.
If you have a game, a game that never got a sequel, or that you always wanted to have a sequel, you could choose one game that could get the long-awaited sequel that you've been hoping for. What game would you pick?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. I'm gonna go back into my memory banks of games that only got a single release and never got a sequel, and they deserved it. Damn.
Well, you can pick like if it's like it only got 2 and you wanted a third one or something like that too.
All right.
As long as something not like an ongoing series, something that they said, yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
That's tough, man.
I'm back. So what I kind of heard, what game do you regret buying, Mike?
Duke Nukem Forever.
I
I wish I never bought that game, but I wish that was one game that would have actually have looked at when whoever was the final developer of the game looked at what previous developers had done and said, no, we're scrapping this and we're starting all over again.
Well, can't be as bad as when I bought Alien Colonial Marines for full price, and my friends and I played through it on like the hardest difficulty, and there's really only one part that really felt like Aliens. I don't know, but I guess the game has improved a lot now. Crit bought it recently for a cheap price. I don't know. I hate Gearbox, yeah. And then I always remember about Randy Pitchford's wife. Leave Randy Pitchford alone. I hope you guys never buy that game, but I guess it's better now. But when it did come out and it was $60, it was a mess. It was
I don't
too
know.
short.
Are we really taking the word of Crit? I feel like he's led us astray a few times.
Yeah. Too funny.
You know what game I wish they had actually made a proper sequel to? Kid Icarus.
Oh. Well, they had the one on the 3DS. I don't know if that's. I think that was the newest one. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a proper sequel for the NES.
Oh, the NES.
Yeah.
I don't know. That Kid Icarus game is a lot of fun on 3DS, though. But yeah, that would have been nice, I guess.
Well, what game do you wish that you would have gotten a sequel to, and you never did? Cash?
That's a tough one, dude. Probably. Well, I guess there was a sequel, but it only came out on the original Xbox. Was Jet Set Future? I think there should have been another Jet Set radio game after Future, and Future was only on Xbox, so. Yeah.
And you know what game series it seems like Sony has just forgotten about? They've just thrown it to the side and never looked at it again. Jet Moto.
Oh, I remember that game, I think. Let's go find a video. I don't know.
I can.
Go for it.
All right, I will.
Game that I really wanted a sequel to, and we'll see if we get it. Because in theory, it's possible. That Square Enix sale made it possible again. But did you guys play a game called Sleeping Dogs?
Yeah, I have it. I picked it up for like $2-3. I was trying to see if I could do more with some. I need to go back and finish it. I was having fun with it. It's a good game.
Yeah, I didn't play it because I kind of like I heard about it and then just stopped hearing about it. So I figured, maybe it wasn't that good, but it was really fun. One of my favorite. I don't know if I say one of my favorite, but a really good game. And I played it long after the fact, and I was like, "Oh man, that's great! I wonder if they're going to make a sequel." And I look up, and the company had folded pretty much. And the thing is, once they went under, they released a bunch of stuff that they were working on for the second one. It sounded awesome. And I'm like, "Oh man!" So I'm hoping there. It's not like totally dead, but because it was under Square Enix and the studio that made it die, but Square Enix pretty much was like, yeah, we're not doing anything with it. But then it was part of the stuff that they sold to that Embracer group or whatever they are. So potentially they could revive it. It would be a shot in the dark if it would be still as good. But
I don't think I
it
played
was.
I've heard of it. Those women, though, are all canceled. Mike, I'm sorry. They're all canceled.
I was going to say they would be considered problematic nowadays.
Stupid.
games back in the days where we didn't care. We
As
didn't
one
make
of
a
my
big
friends
deal.
put it, it's not like these characters have a soul. I started laughing.
That's true.
It's
They're
true.
just fictional characters.
Yep. It's just funny.
So, since it's the three of us now, what's your favorite sports game
Oh,
on
boy.
any console?
Ooh, that's a tough one. There's so many to pick from.
I don't know. FIFA 2001 was quite amazing.
Okay.
I'm going between three. It's the Holy Trilogy, you know? The Trinity, that's what I meant to say. You know, one of those words that means three. It's hard to pick the best one.
I gotta go with MVP Baseball 2004. Probably the best version of the triple play MVP baseball series.
I guess there's three. I'll just list them out because I can't decide. It's either NFL 2K5, Madden 08, or NCAA Football 14. This is the last NCAA football they made. I still have it, but I don't have an Xbox 360 to play it on. But there's so much you can do there. It's awesome. Because you got that, you know, you could play the Road to Glory if you really wanted to, start in high school and all that good stuff. And then you could like the dynasty mode you could do, like all the recruiting and stuff. It was really fun. And like the gameplay was better than the Maddens. Like the Madden 14, was it 14 or was that the year they had Madden 25 or whatever they did? But it wasn't very good. But the NCAA football that year was awesome. And that's the last year they did it because they lost the licensing and all that stuff. Madden 08 just had a really good single player mode. You know, that was when you had you get interviews, you go to mini camp, you do all the drills and stuff to work your way up the roster. And they had the most random things too. Like you know, someone would be like, "Hey, we want you in the newest movie. You know, there's this new movie. You know, come and do your lines." And you had to remember. You know, they do the most random things. Like here's one day where you have to look at the script, and then the next day you have, a week later you have to say your lines, and you have to get it right, or else they won't have you. You know, they won't keep you in the audition. Silly stuff like that. You could control, your haircut, fire different agents and stuff. Request, they had a really in-depth be a pro mode that they still don't like. Madden today doesn't even technically have a be a pro mode. They have a little weird cinematic story thing, but it's not really a be a pro mode. But 08 was awesome like that. And 2K5 was just, I don't know if any of you guys played. Did any of you play 2K5 football?
I did.
Yeah, remember the cribs? You could go back and you could challenge these all-star teams with these celebrities or whatever. You could have you'd have all your trophies from if you won those games, but also your offline modes and stuff. It was so much fun. You could do so much random stuff with those. And you could pick training. You can't even do that nowadays. It's ridiculous.
No.
The things because you have a training thing. I still play at Madden 19. I don't get it every year. I went from Madden 16 to Madden 19, and I haven't bought one since. But it's just they have that Madden. You can do your weekly training. You'll do a couple drills, and that affects everyone. That one drill affects everyone. In 2K5, you could say, I want these players doing this drill. You didn't get to play the drills, but that was okay because you could select for every, they had a mini game mode. You could play those drills. just in a separate mode. But like, it's like, oh, this wide receiver needs to work on his routes. This wide receiver needs to, work on his speed or whatever. This wide receiver needs to work on his hands, all that stuff. Like you could set it for per person, or you could set like, oh, this player is kind of hurt. Maybe he should take it easy this game. Or, this player, he's young. We need to train him harder so he can reach his ceiling. Stuff like that. Like that, it was so much detail that they just don't have anymore. It stinks because it's like, Madden, oh, we're running out of data. How can you run out of data? But this game from 20 years ago almost, had no problem fitting it all then. And they did it for less than $60. Now, how come you can't do it? It's just excuses. And I hate that, with the status of current games, a lot of this whale stuff, Madden sells less and less copies each year. But as long as, 5% of the people who buy it spend, $100+ on Madden Ultimate Team, they're still making as much, they're still making a big profit. They're still making gains. And that's all the shareholders care about. So EA, doesn't care if everyone says, wow, this game sucks. They're like, hey, we're getting our money still, even as less and less people buy it. It just doesn't affect it, which stinks because it's like, yeah, I mean, they're making our that's one of the sad things. I do believe that in a lot of cases, put your money where your mouth is, speak with your wallet. And I think you see it works a lot. I mean, with Battlefront 2, it worked. But with sports games or games built on these loot boxes and stuff, they make so much money from a small percentage that it doesn't matter if, they could have 90% of people not buy it. But as long as they have that 10%, they're going to get their money worth. But, that's only a small portion of games. Like mostly confined to sports games, but it just stinks.
Yeah, and I know exactly where you're coming from because I used to buy the WWE games each and every year, and it just got to a point where I got tired of playing the same game that I had the previous year. All it had was maybe one or two people, and that's shortchanging it too. But one or two different wrestlers, but there are also some wrestlers who weren't even part of the WWE anymore on the roster. So for every two new people that were on the roster, you'd have maybe 5 or 6 who weren't on the roster anymore. It's like, these games haven't changed. It's still the same mechanic over and over again. And I'm wasting money.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing. Like I didn't buy the most recent NHL just because I wasn't. Haven't played a lot of NHL 21. That was the last one I bought. Because I played a bunch of NHL 20, not a lot of NHL 21. But they've been doing good because when they switched to the next gen console, they really screwed up. It was one of the worst games ever. Because not because it was bad. It was just like it had so little content. They had so much less content than the last game did. Like literally on their title screen, they had the trailer on there because they had so few things to add in. But they've started, a lot of people didn't buy and they started trying to fix stuff. And I was buying every year because it's like, oh, look, they fixed this aspect of the game. Oh, look, they added this game mode. Oh, look, they did this and that. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's nice. And even with NHL 21, they revamped the Be a Pro mode. It didn't catch me like the other games did. It wasn't as big. And then NHL 22 seemed like they really didn't change up much at all. So I'm like, I'm not gonna get it. And that's the thing, like those NHL games from like NHL 17 to NHL 21 were finally like, okay, we actually got to make some changes after like a couple bad years. Are like, okay, we're gonna fix this, we're gonna fix that. Maybe it was NHL 18 to 21. 17 was still not good. But they're like, hey, let's make some changes. Let's fix the games. Let's add some game modes. But with the other games, like I went from FIFA 15 to FIFA 19. Just no difference that I can tell. Like the control, I didn't do a tutorial. All the controls were exactly the same as I remember it. The game looked the same. Madden 16 to Madden 19, they added these wonky animations. but everything else is, same look, same design. If anything, it's just weirder to run, but like it's the same stuff. It really is. They joke about being the same game. It really was. And I used to buy the 2K games, the basketball games. Those games actually got worse. Like the AI, it was the same stuff. They didn't add anything, but the AI kept making dumber and dumber decisions. It's like, well, what the heck? What do you want me to do? How does your AI get worse every game? Just use the same AI and it'd be better. Like
The last 2K game I played was 16.
The last one I played was 17. I don't blame you for ending at 16. Wasn't 16 the one with Spike Lee?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, that was the stupidest, cheesiest thing. And that's the thing that ticked me off. I think it was 13 or 14, the one they had where it had 3 guys on the cover. It had like I remember playing that game. I played so much Be a Pro, and I was like, this is what I want. Like, I want Be a Pro to be this for every sports game. And they messed up to that stupid, like, cinematic stuff where they kind of, like, lock you in. That's the thing. They get to, and that's what EA started doing, too, is, like, this cinematic mode stuff. And it's like they keep locking you into the story. Like, no, I want to be my character. I want to answer like I would. I want to do things like I would. I don't want to live this other person's life that you pre-generated for me. I don't want that.
I mean, that was fine, but it was cooler when they did the show where you actually get to build a character and you see how he gets to the show and join a major league team, and that was cool. But even the last MLB The Show game, I think was just, there wasn't much in there.
This year's version has issues. I tried it via
surprising.
Game Pass, and it has issues.
It's just too bad. It really is. It's not. Man.
So is there anything else you guys want to add before we wrap this up?
This video
Well-
is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legend.
All I can say is that we need to keep encouraging people to build their own games just in case, because these companies are going in some bad directions. And I hope it gets better in the future. I do. So we'll see what happens. I think there's some independent developers to support. I think there are people like that man who's still doing Stardew Valley. I think he's good to support still.
Oh yeah, Stardew Valley's a lot of fun.
We and just encourage people to make their own games. It's hard, sure, but like if you can get access to Unreal Engine 5 and it's like 20 gigs, and you can get access to the tutorials which they were selling recently on sale, then you can start learning how to do this. It's a lot of work, but it can be rewarding. So, because you can't just blindly trust these companies. I just
Not
don't see
anymore.
it. No.
Not anymore.
Nope.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm wondering about, because I really want to play that Jedi Survivor when it comes out, but
Right.
it's only going to be on next gen or PC even. I don't think my laptop is going to be able to handle that game.
Uh-huh.
It'll explode. So it's like, oh man, I really want to play this game, but I don't want to go drop 400, 500 on a console and then all for a game that sucks. That's a lot. And I don't trust them like that. I did that for the Switch, right? For Pokemon Legends Arceus, but I really trusted that, and so far it's worked out for me. But this one, it's like, ooh, I don't trust it like that. And with how these consoles are, they're still hard to find. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, you hear about the chip shortages. You hear that, oh, this store is finally getting a new stock of PS5s, and the console's been out for almost 2 years. That's ridiculous. You didn't hear about this problem with the PS4.
yeah, it almost feels like, I don't know if I'm going, conspiracy or whatever, but it feels like it's Like they're doing it on purpose almost.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know how else they like. How do you have, they say, oh, we had the supply chain issues, but
Mhm.
how do you still have the supply chain issues right now? To me, it's like there's no way you still have supply chain issues.
It's whatever. They'll make a lot of excuses and can't do this, and I don't know.
This feels like they're just saying it to say it.
It's a mess. So we'll see what happens. But people keep defending these companies, and I just find it funny how Sony and Microsoft people are still fighting over. Well, more so, I'm sure, online. I don't think people go up to each other in person. Hey, you like Microsoft, huh? All right, I'm going to punch you in the face. And then the Sony person goes, you can try it. No, I don't think that goes on. But online, man, those people are always fighting and stuff. And I saw some comments recently, and I was like, dude, you guys act like these consoles are going in such a good direction. Like, you people are fooling yourselves.
Yeah, I always find that funny because it's like, I've always been an Xbox person, mostly just because my friends were. I'll play this because my buddies. I want to play a game with my friend, so I'll get this game.
Yeah.
But I always find it weird that, like, why are you defending this? Like, it's a company. They don't
Yeah,
they don't care about you. They don't know you exist. They're just trying to make money.
And I love these articles that come out. This is the best top 25 games. It's like, well, half of this stuff is like third party. That's okay, but it's not like they're Sony exclusives. I mean, the reason a lot of us bought the consoles is because the exclusives, and now Sony is going to they're finally bringing more games to they're bringing more games to PC finally. But even like the new Horizon game, which what I want to do is I want to change the face, and I can't wait till Modder changes their face a little bit because I like their face better in the first game.
They need it. I still hate everyone's like, oh, what you think? Well, because she doesn't wear makeup, she doesn't look pretty enough for you. Like, no, it's because
Right.
she
looks
she's like 100 pounds,
a little
but she has the
boy's
face.
Right? Yeah.
It's like she weighs like 100 pounds, and she's got the face of she has jowls. It looks like it's like, dude, she's got the face of like fat bastard on like 100-pound body. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
She has
Like,
a
that's
face
the
of like a little boy with freckles. They had a better face before, a much better face. I don't
It
know.
just looks like it doesn't fit the body type. That's the thing.
They-
I don't care if she doesn't wear makeup or anything. Doesn't matter to me. I can't.
I haven't played the
doesn't look
game,
right.
but yeah, they said basically in the game from one of the reviews I was reading. I probably end up playing it, but I like to read this stuff if I haven't played this and I'm curious. And this person said basically Aloy, I think that's the character's name, right? Alloy, I think it's Aloy, yeah. She's super strong woman. She's super strong women. She's a strong woman who nobody questions anything about her. And I was like, well, that sounds great. I haven't played it yet. I mean, other people I'm sure don't always feel that way, but it was a very interesting review that this random person wrote. It was a user review, and I was like, huh, he actually broke this game down, and yeah.
I heard the people enjoyed it, but what I think Input Latency said that in here. He's like, it felt like it should have been a DLC.
Yeah,
like
he did say that.
From what I
yeah.
understand, it was just like, it was a nice story, but it really wasn't enough to justify the full game pricing. It was like,
Right.
That's what I heard. There's a lot less content than the first game, essentially.
Yeah, which sucks. So I don't know. The thing is, until you actually play this, like, you'll probably have a different opinion than somebody else, but then it's like you play this and then you're excited about it, and then it turns out to be exactly what these people have said, and you're like, ugh. Then it's just it's frustrating. So I think it's just you got to be picky about what games you want to buy. I really feel it's just the better. Just going out and buying games because they're Sony, I just think that's silly.
Yeah, and that's the thing with like
or
Pokemon. There's a
Microsoft
lot of
or
people.
Nintendo even. You know, I have like over 30 Switch games, but some of them are third party. Other ones are ones from Nintendo because I like Fire Emblem, Xenoblade Chronicles. I like those. I mean, they're a lot of fun. I like these Japanese RPGs still, so I'm happy to give Nintendo money. But you know, the battery life for the Switch could have been longer. The the storage situation in both more so in the PS5 is a mess. It's stupid. It's like we're supposed to be in the new generation. You know, this is the next generation of consoles, and you're telling me these consoles don't come with at least 2 GB of and 2 SSD gigabytes or whatever, an SSD with 2 GB on it. Yeah, I just it blows my mind. And when my friend and I talked about it recently, it's like 600 gigs or something. That's all you get when these games are like over 100. Some of them, it's stupid. So you
Heck,
get
you
to
can go
install
to
like 5 games. This is the future. This is what you people want. This is acceptable.
It
Yeah.
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be when
No.
you can go to Amazon or even into a Best Buy and pick up an SSD.
Yeah.
A 1 TB SSD for $79. Or
Yep. Yeah.
because if you've noticed, even the price of SSDs, then the 1 TB are starting to go down.
Yeah, they're not. They've been going down for a while, and it's just crazy to me. Like you can put in the memory, and then they said you can't install the games to the extended memory card, and it's just like the extended memory, and I'm just like, what are you doing, Sony? What are you doing? Oh, but Sony's doing better than Microsoft. Well, that's not hard right now, but who cares? Where are all these quality games? It's
And I know
weird, dude.
I always get ticked off because there's so much. I try to avoid it on Twitter. I just try to go for like.
Yeah.
I try to sit there for the cool Pokemon art, but like most of Pokemon Twitter is so terrible.
Oh, of
because everyone's
course.
like, "Oh, these people, you don't like it. You're just a, you're just a
Yep.
Gen 1er. Like that's,
Gen
you only
1er,
like the
that's
old
right,
games.
yeah.
You don't, you
I
you
know.
don't care.
Yeah.
It's actually really good, and you just don't like it. Like and
Yep.
the thing is, I haven't even played. I didn't even play Sword and Shield. I don't really particularly care. Like I'm not going to sit there and tell people, oh, it's bad, but they want to tell you, oh, it's so good, and if you don't like it, you're an idiot, and if you want this feature, you're an idiot. And if you like the old games, well, you're just a nostalgic idiot. Like I'm just playing the old games. I remember when someone like ticked me off so much, and I guess
Yeah.
maybe that's what they wanted. But
Yeah.
it's like they're like I can't imagine how anyone could play Gen 1 and 2 modern day and still have fun. Like I just did, and I'm playing it again because it's a lot of fun.
It's
to
that
protect,
arrogance and that elitism that comes
Mhm.
into play. We're the same people who say, well, how can you like those graphics? Like they're terrible. Yeah, but is the gameplay good? That's all that should matter. That should be the
Mhm.
most thing that matters. You play something like Phantasy Star 4, like Sega Genesis. Yes, those graphics are old. They're worn down. They're outdated. But that doesn't mean the game isn't still fun and interesting. So
Yeah, it's frustrating, and it's like, I'm sorry, but
No,
it's like,
no, I was gonna say it's frustrating. Then you said it, so
Oh,
you saved me some words.
there you go. But it's just, I hate that they want to pretend like Pokemon Red, Blue, and I guess like Gen 1 was it Red, Blue, Green, Yellow, because they had green was only in Japan. They're still to this day the best selling Pokemon games. They're one of the best selling games ever. I mean, they're not like past the original Super Mario Bros. Or Tetris, but they still sold really well. They were the best selling game on the Game Boy, and I think the Game Boy Color. But they want to act like, oh, there's nothing redeemable about these games in the past. Like people liked them for a reason. And they're still really good. Yeah, they got their problems. Yeah, they're buggy. Yeah, they've updated things, but they're still fun. Like there's a reason it captured people's, if it was just a buggy mess and people played it and they're like, they would have played it and then it wouldn't have taken off. There's a reason. It's got a lot of lore. It's got some nice storytelling. It's got some cool things in it. And it's still challenging. If there's ways that you can challenge yourself. It's a lot of fun, and people want to pretend. These new fans who probably I've only played the last 2 games, want to say, oh, I don't see how people can enjoy the old ones. Look, there's channels that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers that all they do is play the old games. And they want to pretend like there's no reason that people would like it. There's tons of reasons. I'm sorry, you just don't like it. If all they said was, I'm not a fan, I'd be like, okay, that's fair. But no one ever says, like, I just don't like it. They have to say, I can't believe anyone would like this. They can't. They can't just say their feelings. They have to project it to everyone else. Everyone has to think their way and join the hive mind.
But you do have to think my way, Lupa. And so do you, Cash.
Yeah.
It's part of being here. Think like me, act like me, do what I say.
It's silly to me because these people, I've been saying these people. I think it's just a force of habit.
What do you mean, you people?
These shills, no. These companies, these other consumers, these people that defend such crap. It's just like, I always feel like there's a war going, and it's like, why would I listen to these people, these random people on the internet or whatever that are saying this about games, and they're just silly. And yet they're like, oh, look at the graphics. It's like, yeah, but what else does the game have? Oh, but look at those graphics. Yeah, but what else does the game have? And so things like the Pokemon thing, even if somebody like gets mad at you for saying oh, you didn't finish this game, you must suck at games or whatever, trying to troll you. It's like, well, I've played this, and this. It's like, yeah, what do you have to say now? But like, it's not usually worth it to get in these fights with people, but you get into these weird conversations with people. It's like, I'm not going to respect Naughty Dog. I'm not going to respect these different companies anymore, Activision, Blizzard. I'm going to tell people how I feel about them. And I just would like them to find a brain again or get their head out of their ass, and we start seeing great games again from these companies. But we don't. We've got this mediocre limping along with World of Warcraft, no StarCraft, no new StarCraft, no new Warcraft. We're going to have Overwatch 2, and I'm like, what is going to change though? What made things different, like TF2, for example, was we had access to servers. We could play with our friends all the time. Overwatch, while it was still a good game, it can be a fun game. We didn't have servers. We were locked in at least a few years until they finally said, "Oh, let's get some custom games." Well, it's too late, dude. Why didn't the developers at Blizzard have this before? Because I feel they want to lock gamers into this, and they don't want to give them more freedom. And in the past, we had more freedom with certain games, especially first-person shooters, and we don't have that anymore. Same with Call of Duty. They want to lock you in. Why can't people buy servers? Why can't people play private games? Well, maybe they can play. Actually, I guess they can play a private game.
Well, and Modern Warfare Modern Warfare, but Call of Duty used to have like some pretty good campaigns. Modern Warfare was pretty fun.
Advanced Warfare was fun. Like, you had this whole thing with like Kevin Spacey, and he's a giant douchebag, and then you get to kick his ass at the end. It's great. But it was a good revenge campaign. Yeah.
Now they pretty much is like, here's Warzone. Okay.
Here's 4 hours, whoopee-doo. Yeah.
It's just frustrating. Like, I want campaigns. People, these companies don't want to make single player games because, first of all, they're convinced they don't sell, but also they're like, well, we can't put microtransactions in that. Well, right. I don't care. I'm not going to pay for your damn microtransactions. I want a good story.
Stop making these games free to play that shouldn't be free to play. Even when Blizzard, no, it wasn't Blizzard. It was BioWare was like, we're going to do a free to play Call of Duty. I said, my ass, you will. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Call of Duty. Sorry, it was Command and Conquer. The BioWare. It was a number of years ago, probably been at 7 or 8 or something, somewhere around there. They were going to do a free to play Command and Conquer game, and as people were saying, "Oh, I wish I had as much time as these kids who have all this time." Then I get on there, and then they just wreck me because I just don't have time. And I'm like, that's a fair complaint. But these companies don't think about these things anymore, and it's just all about, oh, how dare you insult my art? How dare you? It's like, you do better. You don't like it? Too bad. You don't want to listen to my opinion? You don't have to. But if a lot of people are telling you doing better, you don't have to do better. But you might want to take some criticism. The Sonic movie did. The people who were working on the design of Sonic. They worked on it. Look at how much money those movies have made. That's one of the reasons. So
I think because I know Sonic 1 actually made less money than I thought. But Sonic 2, I think, is it made over 400 million.
Mm-hmm. That's a good chunk of change.
I thought it made more than that. I know it had the best opening of any video game film ever. It's 72, just domestically 72, I think. Yeah, just domestically.
Oh, well, it deserves
what
it.
What did it make? Yeah, just domestically 72 million, which is insane. What's the best grossing video game movies? Yeah, sorry, I'm looking this up.
That's okay.
Oh, so Sonic made the. I'm confused. This is confusing me. Hold on.
So I don't know. I'm still gonna find games from Nintendo and still gonna find stuff. I just don't know if I'm ever gonna buy a PS5. I really don't. So.
That's the thing. Like I need to either buy a next gen console or I need to buy a better like PC, and that's going to be. I mean, if I'm upset about a, buying a $400, $500, maybe $700 because scalpers and stuff.
Right.
I'm upset about buying that. What am I going to think when I have to spend $2,000 on a PC? I don't want to do that.
It's worth it, though.
I was going to say it's worth it. Investing that money into a PC because at least with a PC you can upgrade parts.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's just something. That's just more money to sink into it. I don't know. It's a little. It worries me a bit.
Yeah, I understand, man. It's just something, but to me I wouldn't say like the Switch should ever be your main console. I think that should be like your second console, especially if you own a PC.
That's the Pokemon
and
machine
a
right
PS4.
there.
Yeah. Maybe it's probably your main console because of Pokemon Arceus, but
no, it's not my main I've always had. Once I started getting other consoles, I guess it was I always had the Nintendo handheld stuff because that's what I played Pokemon on. But other than that, it's always been. I guess I had the Wii was kind of our main console for a while, but we had the 360. Then we went from the GameCube to the 360. The GameCube was really good. I liked it, but the Switch is kind of just, hey, I'll do this for those few Nintendo games that I kind of want to buy.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's like and Xbox One has been my main console since I went to college. It's just might change now because a lot of the newer games, even I'm playing. I was gonna say, I'm playing Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's a lot of fun. It's a really good game, but you can even on Xbox One. It's not like Cyberpunk where you're like, wow, this game should not be on here. It still runs well on the Xbox One, and it was made this last year, so it's it's made for next gen consoles. But
it's an improvement over Marvel's Avengers. My friend was showing
big time
yesterday.
It's really good. It's just
I
that
was watching Fat Steven play it yesterday, and good God, that game's a mess.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's it's repetitive. It's the microtransaction. The faces look better now, but the repetitiveness in that game is awful. I played the beta of that, and I was like, man, this game is a mess. And it's like, oh, it's just the beta; it'll get better. Yeah,
But that
it's
that Guardians of the Galaxy one is really good, but even then you can tell on the Xbox One it's like who's pushing it. I had
the
a couple
faces,
times
man. The faces. They
it
could
looks
be-
good. It's just you can tell some of the graphics are like, ooh, this would be better if it was on next gen. Which I
I
don't
wish
mind
they
too much
just
because it
spent
still
money.
looks good.
Square Enix should have just spent money for the movie faces. That's what they should have done. They could have the same voices with the movie faces. I just look at Gamora and I'm like, her face. Just,
I
but
don't mind that.
it's
like
not.
that.
I don't
I
know.
just mostly am
It could have
thinking
been
of like the hair. When you see the hair on people, it's like you can tell, okay, this doesn't look very good. But it's not because it's bad. It's just because it's like it's pushing the limits of that machine.
I'm so used to seeing the faces from the movie characters that when I see them, and even the cartoon, I'm like, man, they look lazy, and a lot of people have criticized
The cartoon
faces.
does look lazy. I've
The-
seen that. That's a mess.
Well, the cartoon faces I don't think look bad. Those faces on the Guardian of the Galaxy video game, it's an improvement from Marvel's Avengers. My friend was showing me it yesterday, and I've watched you play it too, Woopa. Some of it, but it stinks that you can only be Star-Lord. You can't switch to other characters. Like you can bring them in for support, but you can't actually play them in the level.
Yeah, that's a little annoying. But overall, like I really like the game.
It looks like a good game. I think
the graphics are fine. It's just like you can
into it.
tell they kind of push it like with the hair. I always look at it like you can tell it's like not really rendering right. But I don't mind that.
Gamera's
Like
hair just looks, I don't know. Her face, man. It's just the movie.
I don't mind her
face.
face. It's just like her hair and Star Lord's hair. Like you can tell it's not rendering right. But I don't mind that if it's just like a little things like that.
It's
like I don't
minor,
mind.
but-
Yeah, it's
I just
minor.
wish they. I just
But
wish
even-
they did some better thing on the
You know,
face.
like I noticed.
But it's still a good game. I can tell it's a good game.
Yeah, it's a really good game. It's a really good story. But even like I had a few times where I had to quit out and reload because like I had get a glitch, and it's only been twice in the whole time I've been playing. So it's not bad, but it is kind of the thing where it's like already you can tell the Xbox One's kind of having a hard time handling this. So it's like if I'm going to start playing these future games, because that is a game made in the end of 2021. If I'm playing these games in 2023 on the Xbox One, it's definitely not going to handle that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, guys, I don't know about you, but I think now's a good time to end the stream. I want to thank you both for being here. I also want to thank Barrett Orman Talk for being here, Stone Loki for being here, 24 from 24/7 Fusion Media, Nerd Royal Lifeform, Brandon the Anime Guy, The Smoking Patriot, Anonymous, and thank you to each and every one of you in the chat who was here. Really appreciate it. I hope everybody enjoyed what they saw this Saturday into early Sunday morning. Thank you all so very much. Cash, Woopa, if there's anything you'd like to promote, now's the time.
Yeah, the Phantom Hooligans should be soon back on track. Should be start being consistent again. I'm working on it, so I'm gonna start getting that more consistent because I have to hear some of my friends telling me that, "Where's the streams, man? Where's the streams?" But it's not that. It's just I need to be more consistent with the Phantom Hooligans. So I have a lot of plans for that channel.
And Woopa?
Yeah, I'm doing my thing. I'm not streaming on Tuesday because my work friends suckered me into doing things. I'm like, I don't really want it. You know, it's like I want to play my Stardew Valley, man. Like, no, we wanted you to hang out. I'm like, oh, fine. But so I'm not doing my Stardew Valley stream that I usually do every Tuesday. But I usually do Stardew Valley streams every Tuesday. I'm doing a speed run of sorts of Pokemon Red with Venusaur. Well, grass starter only. I've started as Bulbasaur, Ivysaur. Now Ivysaur will be Venusaur. I'm doing a speed run of that on my Wednesdays. Kind of just shorter episodes. I think it's more fun that way. And then Fridays, I'm doing my Paradox games, Hearts of Iron 4. Doing Nationalist Russia right now. I'm in the middle of the Second World War, kind of at a standstill. We'll see how that goes. It makes me nervous because I stopped being able to push people back. I'm like, ugh. But hopefully it all works out. We'll get a lot of land. We'll beat up the monarchists, and then we can beat up the communists. Yay!
Yes. Zaravupa.
Da.
Zaravupa. Da.
Zaravupa.
Da.
General Secretary Whoopa. But yeah, so we're doing that every Friday, and then hopefully this next Saturday I'll be back to doing my what's it called? The Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know how much time I have left. So far the game has had a lot of story, which I appreciate. It helps that, you know, the last 2 episodes or so I keep dying so many times. So padding the runtime there. But it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy this game. It's one of the few games. Now, there's not many games that have come out since I'd probably say 2019 that I've really enjoyed, but this is one of them. So I'm going to continue to play that.
Nice.
Continue to get some copyright claims on that. Yeah,
I guess I'll add it to my list.
Yeah, that's my stream schedule essentially. I'm supposed to be working on a review of Mario Strikers Battle League, but I've kind of stalled out on that. Videos are hard to make. It's hard to keep me motivated. But I need to get back on that.
Well, especially the editing process. That could be frustrating sometimes.
Editing's hard, and it's like it feels like there's 2 types of projects: the projects that you really want to make and the projects that you almost don't want to make. It's like there's projects that you really want to make, and it's like, well, I want to make sure everything's right, and that's like with my Gen 1 retrospective. I'm like, well, I want to make sure I do it justice. And then there's Mario Strikers Battle League, which, you know, sneak preview. Game kind of sucks. So it's like, I want to make a review telling people, hey, I played this game. It stinks. Don't buy it. But it's like, I don't even want to talk about this game because it stinks. So it's like, you know, you want to make the review. You want to warn people and tell you what you went through so they don't make the same mistake. But it's like, well, I just want to move on at the same time, you know?
I don't blame you there. And as far as this channel is concerned, well, there will not be a live edition of Sunday Morning Pop Talk this Sunday morning for obvious reasons. But there will be a video of Pop Talk where I talk about Twitch making changes to how streamers get paid, and also a fan creation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Last Ronin. And this fan did it mostly himself. He had some help from a couple of friends, but I've watched it several times, and I'm truly impressed at how much care and love was put into this creation. Of course, there will be the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk. I will not have any guests on that edition, as I have been invited to join Baron Armentog along with Cash Money on Baron After Dark Wednesday night.
Hey, Baron, what am I? Chopped liver? Oh, I'm just kidding.
I will also be live with my live reaction of the Orville's next upcoming episode. So that'll be Thursday night at midnight. So tune in for that. The episode is called Midnight Blue. So it'll be interesting to see what that episode's about. And I might sneak at a game stream. Of course, I also have my review of The Old Man, episode 6 to start working on as well.
All right.
And speaking of which, Cash,
Hmm.
you and I have been talking offline about doing something related to the old man, haven't we?
Yes.
So stay tuned for that. Cash Money and I will be doing something, whether it's on this channel or on the Hooligans channel, we will let you know.
Yep.
So thank you.
suspense.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Hope you have yourselves a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all around guy. Have a good one, all.